treat for you. Something you've never seen before in greyhound racing. Think grey areas, think the Dan Does Footy Watchalong, think the next generation of superstars. But this isn't your usual race coverage. No suits, no scripts, just 5 racing tragics watching every moment unfold live. Jason Adams is joined by Corey Smith, Brett Honey, Ethan Christian and James Vandermeer. Think opinions.
He's the fastest greyhound in this race.
Think reactions. Think Ethan Christian trying to become greyhound racing's answer to Brian Taylor. The Maturity Watch Along. Live on the Watchdog app, Saturday night. Don't just watch the races, watch them.
Yes, a very good evening wherever you're tuning in on the Watchdog app, wherever you may be doing it. We encourage involvement throughout tonight's show. This is the Maturity Heats Watch-Along, the first of its kind, at least in our caper in this sort of format. My name's Jason Adams. I've probably been a bit too formal and got to stick up my clacker to start off the show, Smithy, but a very good evening to you.
Yes, get the stick out of the Anus patch. Let's have a little bit of fun tonight. I'm looking forward to it. No suits, which makes me very comfortable because normally I have an argument with Molly each and every time I'm on a GRV coverage and she's saying, Corey, wrap a tie around that fat neck. And I say, Molly, that just doesn't work for me. But tonight, nice and comfortable and got the socks out. There's a bit going on.
Bit going on. Brett Honey, very good evening to you, my friend.
Evening, Patch. Evening, Smithy. Looking forward to this. Not sure where it's going to end up.
Neither do I, mate. Don't worry about that.
There's a bit going on tonight. It's a huge card, but obviously Corey and I have got a little another interest on the side with the football as well. So looking forward to seeing how that unfolds and hopefully we can get a few winners and have a bit of fun.
Well, I got on the front foot about that because I figured that if we were playing Collingwood versus Carlton tonight and you and I were sitting next to each other, we'd have some sort of side wager. And I was hoping that that wouldn't be a shaved head. So I just got out in front of it and it's gone. Don't need it. Can't have that.
Big night.
We've got to have a bit more.
I've got a Carlton scarf in the bag that I brought with me tonight. You can wear that if we get the cash, mate. That will look good on you.
Yeah. We're going to get Jim involved. James Vandermeer sitting here ready. Now, Jim, we'll welcome you in. There's not long until the first, so great to have you a part of the show. We're speaking to you for most of the night, and Smithy wants you to give ratings on each of your race calls, which apparently you've been famous for in the past.
Yeah, it'll be 10 out of 10 most races tonight. I'm just proud of you, Jace, for putting this together, mate. And you've even got dirty knees. The first thing I glanced at was just those dirty pegs. It just shows how hard you work. You're not just GRV, you're Sky Racing, you're now the Watch-Along. You do it all, mate, which is good. But on a more serious note, big night of racing ahead. They're box-bound for the first. I like the red in race 1, Assassinator. I reckon it's going to get away to a nice start off the inside draw. But I've just got to try and focus a little bit throughout tonight to try and get that new superstar greyhound right. I think it's wrongly accused, who goes around a bit later on. And on
Never
that
heard
note,
of him.
I'll leave it with you boys. I've got a bone to pick with Smithy too. He's a changed man. I'll be back with that shortly.
Love it. Thank you, Jim. We'll get to Jim shortly. They're on the way to the boxes here. What we might do quickly is get Ethan Christian involved. Ethan, you'll be joining us throughout tonight's...
Evening, boys.
Throughout tonight's show, mate. Great to have you here.
Massive night, 8 heats of maturity, 2 of the 5 all. They're already in the boxes. Well, they're about to be boxed. A lot of kids in the yard watching them in the parade yard and all about to unfold here, boys. Looking forward to it.
100%. So there's Ethan Christian. They're at the boxes, as we mentioned. Brett, what was your take on this opening race?
Yeah, tough one, Patch. I had the 6 on top, Azura. I just thought that she might be able to find the front. She's a pretty impressive chaser, has gone 29.84 here before. Just thought she might be able to break the line. Not a lot of speed in this race. I thought that might be the key.
Smithy, any thoughts whatsoever? Have you done any form tonight?
I've done some form. Can you see the little scratch marks that I've made in this book, Patch?
Oh, so that's all the lengths you've gone to?
Yeah, that's about all I've done. I'm with the 1, which Paul Abella's been getting rissoled at short odds lately. So hopefully with a little bit of extra juice there, he can go one step better.
Yep, indeed. And, of course, we encourage all involvement throughout tonight's program. Evening, fellas. Matty Field getting involved. That was a $1.01 shot.
I reckon it was 97 cents. The
97
it opened
cents.
at $1.01 and we took it. All right. Not too far away from the first, Patchy. I'm excited. It's just there's a bit of a buzz in the air.
There is. And so there should be, to be honest.
Absolutely.
So what happens here, Brett? Speed-wise?
There's not a lot of... I reckon this one might want to move. It's just not great out of the traps. Can muster. Just hoping this 6 with a bit of room can get across. We'll see what happens.
One's got a decent
Straight
start.
line, plenty of room, plenty of acceleration.
Oh, we should have known it was a blue dog. Sign of things to come.
The time will be interesting here. It's got across relatively untouched.
You're on 5'10", 1793, Brett. Can't get caught.
Railed nice enough. Pretty good. 30.06.
Well, that's an easy watch for you.
Yeah, that was the tip of the night that I actually didn't bet, so that's very concerning for me. I've had a lot of bets on this card. That wasn't one of them.
Well, Azuro gets the job done for Ian Garland. 6, 2, 5 and 9, the numbers there, Patch. And an impressive performance in the first on the card. A 1-4 win race, which we don't see that often at the Meadows, but it's good to see that race got put together by the GRV greatest.
Yeah, and speaking of being put together, I mean, we'll get to Ethan Christian shortly, who wants to catch up with Ian Garland, but we've got a free-for-all over the 600 metres coming up too, Smithy, race 2, which we love to see.
I'd have one every week if it was completely up to me, Patch. Don't care how many dogs it is, do it South Australian style. 4 dogs, don't care. I want the best dogs going around week after week, and that 600-metre journey, it's just such a niche sort of trip. I want more of it. Are you the same thinking? The Bend starts, obviously, they're a bit different, Brett, but I'm a big fan of 600-metre racing.
But also, you get mixing form lines. You get the dogs who have been on the one-turn circuit, racing over 660, they'll come to town, 700-metre form, 500-metre form. I don't go particularly well on them, to be honest. But, I do enjoy the 600. Love the Hume Cup. That's one of my favourite races on the calendar.
One of the best. And I reckon Ethan Christian's got Ian Garland there. And I reckon we might have to ask Ian what he thinks about your hair, Ethan, because you're doing plenty.
Okay, well, I'll start off with that, Ian. What do you think about my hair? The panel would like to know your opinions on it.
It's improving.
Improving from a low
it's
base.
Something, I'll take that. Atzuro, fantastic. When we obviously spoke about her when we first met out at Bendigo in the Pink Diamond. She's come along in leaps and bounds in a few starts, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's improving. She just took a little while to get going and a little bit down on confidence at the start. She took a little while to come to hand, but she's going well now.
What did you think coming here tonight, box 6? Were you confident that you could get the job done, or were you a bit nervous?
No, I was confident. She had a good draw, and I was pleased that the 9 went into box 4 and not 8. Just gave her that little bit extra room, and she's happy running in the middle of the track. So, yeah, I was right.
Now, I'm going to turn it back onto me for a little second. We're going to have a little fun because I've got half a story about how you made a successful date for me, which I know makes no sense, but just stay with me for 30 seconds here. Okay. Do you remember when we were out at Bendigo and before we went on air, you said, you know who you look like?
Yeah.
Who did I look like?
Declan O'Hara.
From Rivals?
Rivals, yeah.
Right. I was on a date recently, a first date, and it was going okay, moderately. And I said to the lovely lady that I was on a date with, have you seen Rivals? And she said, yes, I love it. I love Declan O'Hara. And I said, it's funny you say that because I was out the other night and a certain greyhound trainer might have mentioned that I looked like him, and her face lit up. Yeah. And we've been on a few dates since. So Ian Garland, matchmaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good.
Hey, congratulations, mate. Go and enjoy your winner.
Thank you. Thanks.
Wait, Ethan, what's he having for tea? Yell out to him. What's he having for tea?
It's all a bit of fun, but well done to Ian Garland. Fantastic win. Atzuro in the first.
There we go. 0 wins, boys. Smithy.
How's the little twang that he's putting on the name there? A little bit of fruit attached to it. Azduro.
He's unfiltered tonight, Ethan. He's really enjoyed the structure of this show that we've put together. I think we're going to see the best of him tonight.
I'm very much looking forward to some of the weird ass questions that we get to with Ethan out there. We've just unclipped him really. We've just let him go. Which is good.
All right, we've already had some comments come in here. We've got Matty Field, 7 wins. That didn't go to plan, Matty. A comment here. I love Brett's shoes.
From
I Love brand new for tonight.
First winner of the night. No, they're well worn, actually. I actually got some negative feedback the other night when I was out for dinner about the length of the shoelaces, which was not a bit of feedback I've ever had before.
I will say that you've got them nice and tight. So I'm assuming you've got skinny feet.
Yep, clown feet, mate. It's tough with my slender physique.
I actually have 2 different sized feet. So I've got an 11 and a 10. So my right foot's a size 11, my left foot's size 10. And
so you do that with every pair of shoes you buy?
I generally buy 10.5s. So one's swimming and one's a bit tight.
That's odd.
That's a nice little fun fact for you in the show.
Paul Groves has gotten involved. Where's Georgie? Georgie wasn't available. I think he's on the gas this weekend.
Yeah.
A mate of his from Queensland's down, so he's having a few beers.
He's
going to the footy. Was it tonight or last night? It wouldn't have been in Sydney. It must be tonight, of course. He's going to the footy because his mate's a Carlton supporter. So that's where Georgie is. Couldn't be a part of it tonight. Matty Field, his best bet is race 5, number 6.
Flick across.
B Honey, which
There's that
is
many good races.
Corbin Yaxley.
turning up, Matt. That's a big call.
I like upended in that race. I reckon it might lead all the way.
Can't win either, I don't think.
Who are you rolling with then?
I'll have to have a look.
She's
She's not that strong, and Corbin actually doesn't have enough pace early on.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to any tips that come out of mine and Brett's mouth. You just saying can't win, can't win. I think that's just.
I'll have bold sight in that race.
Okay, yeah. From
Hang
the
on,
wide
what
draw.
race was it? Sorry, I'm looking
Race
at the wrong
5.
race. Race 5. I'm looking at race 6.
Flying Ducati is the one that's from the wide draw. That,
Yeah.
I think was
I'll
Better
have
races
Blackstar
tripped
right.
out.
It's a cracking race. They are all cracking races tonight. When I was sitting there just watching the nominations climb day after day for the maturity, I could not have been more excited. Sitting in the Meadows office and you see it get north of 80 and then you see the quality that comes through. I was bloody stoked. And there'll be arguments that maybe some of the dogs that missed out, some of the reserves would have been big chances. Azuro was nominated for the maturity and didn't even get a crack as a reserve, I don't think. So it goes to show the quality of these heats. And 178 was the cutoff in terms of ranking. And you could sit here and we could argue
what does
about
that
the
mean?
ranking system.
Explain what that means.
Well, the ranking system basically is a way for GRV to delineate between the dogs. So a dog like, say, Dramatical, I'm not exactly sure what his rating is, but
107,
I'd say it'd
something
be like 110-ish, somewhere around that. And then you've got your Tier 3 dogs and the like that are 250 plus. So it's a little bit like golf. It's the lower the better, and you roll that out. But so many good dogs and so many dogs that probably haven't had the chance to boost up their ratings yet. And we can talk about seeding and guarding and all that sort of stuff as the night goes on. And you look at race
we
number
want
9. Probably not. But race number 9, you think, how the hell does a heat like that come together?
Yeah.
It's because of those rankings, and some of these dogs just haven't hit the ranking that they will be at for the rest of their careers yet.
I don't mind that imperfect nature of it though.
Yeah.
Like there's a bit of luck, like even the Melbourne Cup with 8 heats, Australia Cups, though there's a bit of luck involved. We have races where, Phoenix has slot holders. We've got invitational races where you can try and assemble the best field you've got. But I don't necessarily mind having a heat like race 9 because, quite frankly, there's been a lot of talk about race 9 throughout the week, and that's good for the sport.
And you've got to beat the dogs anyway. So
Yeah.
I think it's loser behaviour when you hear a footy coach come out and go, oh yeah, well it's nice that we avoided Sydney in the first round of the finals. It's like just you want to come out and say we'll beat anyone at any time, and to be winning Group 1 races, you shouldn't be scared of racing any of the good dogs.
Yep. And look at the winners of this race in the past. They're all the champions that have gone on to be, the best in the sport. So.
And speaking of bad bets, look at that one there, Brett. Ethan, into $1.20 for best on ground.
Yeah, where he's at race 11 and 12, that's a little bit concerning, but also quite exciting.
Do we need to price up a bit of a market for that best on ground?
Best on ground.
I think so. Jimmy Vandermeer might be a smoky.
No, he
A
is
smoky.
Yeah, Smoky Jim. That's the only Smoky he is. He's got a little bit in common with the great Bill Collins. I think he's just smoking up in the box and just throwing darts out at all the peasants below. That's the sort of behaviour that our man Jim does. I will say, though, never walk into the caller's box unannounced. He needs to air it out because there's a little flatulence from time to time. I got stung a couple of weeks ago. It is no good, our man Jim.
All right, Brendan Ryan, B Ryan, best of luck with the coverage, guys. Buckled in for a phenomenal night of racing. True. That's going to be outstanding.
I've got a little bone to pick with Brennan, actually.
Oh.
I feel like he's... it's not a bone to pick, actually. I'm just calling it out, just noticing it, that he's been injecting himself into a few...
Injecting?
You want to go there, do we? He's just injecting himself into a few moments as of late. I saw he got involved up at the queue a couple of times. I've been noticing him when I'm on air on the Thursday night. He's participating. He's just at Hobart on a Thursday. We cover it on SEN Track, and I've noticed Brennan is doing more and more handling, and he gets to the boxes very early. And I'd love to know the thought process, Brennan. You get there, you're just focused, and you're ready to go. I need to know more because you're always the first person, the first handler at the boxes at Hobart.
Love that. Get involved. Comment, as many people have, through YouTube or Facebook, or you can text that number on screen. We've got the phone right here. We won't be able to give the texters a run visually on the screen, but we can do with the comments that come in. So looking forward to those throughout the night. And abuse is encouraged tonight, isn't it, boys?
Absolutely.
The more banter, the merrier.
A few races in with the tips, there'll be plenty of opportunity for abuse.
Yeah. Love, hate, everything in between. It's all encouraged. And I'm sure Scotty Wu is tuned in, the head of the Meadows, and I might even put out a $200 venue voucher for the Meadows tonight to the best comment. It's got to be sitting there going, you absolute moron. Why are you doing
G-rated, or don't worry about that tonight?
Nah, don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that tonight.
Some of them we won't be able to roll with, I'm hoping for. They could still win because I'm going to be the judge. The only one. Judge, jury and executioner.
Daniel Hibbard, evening gents, go well. Happy birthday to the lovely Suzanne, which is his partner. I understand he's out for tea tonight, so...
Not cooking?
Well, he's out for tea for his missus' birthday and he's watching us talk shit. How's he going for form?
I love it.
Hope he's not wearing the same attire that he wears for cricket with his beloved red undies.
Nah, he'll have the Mr.
Lucky red undies.
He'll have the Mr. Nathalia on, I reckon.
Another comment. What do we got here? This is unbelievable. Love it, lads. Thanks, Dylan, for tuning in. Make sure you do so throughout the whole night and get involved, as I mentioned. Should we start to look forward to this next race, boys? It's not too far away. Geez, that snuck up pretty quick. What we've got tonight is some speed maps. So everyone knows what a speed map is, and everyone is well aware that a lot of them that we see in form guides these days can be quite inconsistent, can't they, Smithy? But what we've done over the past few months is generate a new formula, which hopefully will be rolled out in the next couple of months, which will correct a lot of the speed map dramas of which we've got at some meetings and in some tracks across Victoria. So we'll be rolling these out throughout the night. Here's the one for the upcoming race where we expect Zelda Kavilla to go forward from the red. Vista Weird doesn't have a stack of speed, but it's just not that sort of race bred, is it, where he's going to need a heap of speed to be up front?
No, the speed maps over 600 are tricky because when you go through the form guide, obviously a greyhound can get checked at the turn and then suddenly, their first section's 950, which is not really a reflection. So I thought He's Magic was a chance to find the front. Zelda Cavilla's obviously going to go to the rail. We know Vista Weird's going to stay up the track. So He's Magic on that mat is going to be settling forward, but it wouldn't surprise me either if he was to find the top here.
Well, this is the thing that Patch, you've been working on, and I don't need you to be humble here. I need you to just be perfectly insightful. We've been trying to balance up the first splits across tracks. So we've been trying to find what a 5 dead at Sandown equates to at Bendigo over 500, at Dubbo over 400. So it is a work in progress, but it is something that we think long term will help the audience and help punters at the end of the day, which can only be a good thing.
Yep, 100%. We'll be rolling those out throughout the whole night. So looking forward to that and a bit more of exciting stuff, which hopefully in the next 6 months we can implement. I won't get too much into it tonight. We'll get to Ethan Christian shortly. I can see he's hanging around somewhere there. James Vandermartens joins. We'll get to James shortly as well. A comment's coming from Paul Hilly in response to your comments, Smithy, about Brennan Ryan. He's probably trying to get a head start.
Yeah, well, I reckon the last couple I've seen him handle have come out last and then motored. So I don't know whether he's doing that intentionally, just pulling their tails early and just getting them to roar around in clean air. But he's doing a great job, Brennan. And there aren't too many people that are more passionate about the sport than our man, Brennan.
Yep, 100%.
Loving the comments early, by the way.
Yeah, we absolutely love it. I think Ethan Christian's out there. I'm going to switch him on here. Ethan, have you got us? I've got a black screen there, so let us know if you are there.
All right, let's go.
Oh, look at this. This is raw stuff. I thought that was through the dining room. You're shaking hands. Hey, is he on the job or what? Peter Prosciutto's having a feed. Hey, look. All right. We'll switch him off.
I actually heard Ethan's boss on the phone today, and he's got a similar approach to his day job as well. So he's pretty consistent throughout.
You should have seen, just seeing Peter Prosciutto roam around there upstairs. I was at the queue last Saturday night, lucky enough to be there for the Brisbane Cup.
Brown paper bag.
Man, it helps when you got a mortgage like mine. And I went in to get a feed. I was absolutely starving when I turned up at the track, and there was this marquee where all the high rollers there, like Pete Prosciutto and those sort of blokes.
Is there a higher roller in greyhound racing than Pete Prosciutto at the moment?
Not this year, no. And I went into that marquee. I was lucky enough through your man Wayne.
Well, there's no marquee you can't get into in greyhound racing.
Probably not. But anyway, I went up to the back where the food was, and I was just ready to unload on the feed. And they had these burgers all getting ready, and then they put them away. I thought, why are they putting them away? I think they warmed them up a little bit. Anyway, they come back out, and I thought, right, I need to get those because I'm on air shortly, and I need to fill my belly. And before I knew it, there was this bloke by my side who darted off his chair, went straight to the burgers and beat me to it. He broke 5 seconds to the mark. His name's Peter Prosciutto. So he was all over those burgers. Luckily, I did get some. There was some left over. The big bad wolf. Almost at the boxes here for the next race. Brendan's chimed back in, Corey. Well, to start off, I need to build up my frequent flyer points. Life is great in the Sunshine State. Secondly, to Smithy's question, first in, first out doesn't always work. Love it.
Yeah, well, during COVID time, we used to get a bit of coverage on Sky, the Daytona Beach Greyhounds.
Beach.
And the handlers, don't ask what I was doing at Sunday morning in Perth, but what would happen is they would put the dogs in, the handlers would put the greyhounds in the trap, and then they would run to the catcher's pen. The catchers were also the handlers.
Yeah, I have seen that before. That's odd. What was your attire when you were watching Sunday morning Daytona Beach racing?
Normally what I was wearing the night before.
That's when I start getting involved in Vale. Race 2, final tip for you, Brett?
Yep, he's magic for me. I think he can find the front. He's a very fast greyhound. They all are. I just think he'll be leader wins here, and if he gets down there, he'll be very hard to beat.
Flash on Buy's a big price at $41. I reckon you could have a very small play on it for Jack Smith. He knows how to train a dog down here at the Meadows. They all seem to travel well.
Yeah, that he does. He'll be playing a big role in tonight's program. So who'd you tip, Ethan? Brett?
He's
magic.
magic.
All sorts. He's magic. All right, we'll fix up this stream shortly.
Zelda Kavilla has led, so the speed map has worked well at this stage, and Flash on Buy at $41 has lobbed in an okay spot as well for Jack Smith.
They're not going to get Zelda Kavilla here.
I wouldn't have thought they would.
Vista Weird's getting mobile. Ran it down at Bendigo. I was over 660 though. Not going to happen here.
You just love to own any dog out of this race, would you? In fact, Zelda Kavilla just dominates from the inside. Never looks like losing. 889, 2185, 34, 36. So
that'll do.
There's no issues with the track. That is for sure and certain. It's a nice calm night here at the Meadows, and Zelda Kavilla for Corey Lee Heinrich. I love seeing her name in the race book these days, and got plenty of fast ones.
Yeah, that is for sure. All right, Ethan Christian will be alongside us shortly to get his take on that race. Some best on ground markets have come in here, Smithy. Best on ground market, Ethan $1.20, Patch $41. Jeez. Corey $9, Brett $301, James $6. Probably a decent market percentage in that.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'll take that. $9. I
Clearly
think
the
that's
shoes
right.
didn't carry too much weight. 300 to 1.
All right, speaking of blokes who love a feed, who knocked me off to get those burgers last week at the queue. His name's Peter Basciuto, and he's joined us here on the desk. Pete.
What'd you say? I broke 5 the first mark trying to get them.
Yeah, you did break 5.
You saw me coming, you dodged out of the way, didn't you?
This is what I like. So we've said that this is going to be greyhound racing coverage that's a little bit different, and you just see Pete just roll in with a schooner. Now I'm getting a little bit jealous. I don't know whether we should turn it into the front bar. It might be a bridge too far for me. But Pete, first question, without a trace, obviously scratched tonight. How is she?
No, she's fine. She just had a bit of work this week, just pulled up a little bit sore. I didn't want to take any risk with her with the Nationals coming up, so just decided to give her this night off and work towards the Nationals coming up. So she's A1 for that night.
There's no shortage of races or options for her. She's such a star. Basically travels reasonably well, but I did hear a little rumour that maybe it didn't travel all that well up to Queensland as of late.
No, this the first time we went up, just didn't seem to handle it well at all. Stayed the week though, but she really came good the second week, and I just think she'll get better and better with each week that goes past now. But I think she's finding her mojo again, just week in, week out. So I'm really looking forward to the Nationals.
Nationals is a fun sort of race, Patch, but sometimes I reckon that you can get through to the final, you might face a bit easier competition than some of the other Group 1s. Is that why it becomes such a target, or is it just because it just suits into the calendar?
I just think it's the race that, it just sets you aside as the best stayer. I still think she's the best stayer in the country, and and I probably wear my heart on my sleeve a bit when she doesn't go as good as what I expect, but hopefully she can prove herself moving forward.
And I tell you what, there must be some relief in the Nationals being at Sandown and you not doing absolutely stupid hours on the road, driving to Brisbane, driving back.
Yep.
You must have got plenty of sleep since the queue last Saturday night.
Not really, but I don't mind it. I don't mind the drive back. We left Sunday morning, got back. We left at 7 o'clock Sunday morning, got back Monday at 7 o'clock back in the kennels. I just wanted to get back and get them settled for tonight, and just want to sort of have them cherry right for tonight. But yeah, it's I don't mind just getting on the car and just listening to music and just chilling out. It's actually relaxing, but tiring at the same time.
Take us into that trip, because I think you're all mad bastards, the amount of travel that you guys do. But that trip it's not a fun drive, I wouldn't say. But you're saying that you don't mind it and you just get into the zone. Break it down for us. Where do you stop? How often do you stop?
Yeah, the first stop is at Dubbo. We stop at Dubbo this time, this last trip, and just get a room and sleep there, sort of thing. And that's that. Then tee off in the morning, and basically drive to the track. So it's say 11-hour drive to Dubbo, and then leave pretty early in the morning and get to the track and try and be at the track, maybe an hour before the kennels close. And that just seems to work well with the dogs. It probably didn't work well with our trace last time, so it's something moving forward might have to change. But if we do it again, but the flight up didn't handle it. None of the dogs handled the flight up. And we've had success driving up, so that's why I tended to sort of stick with that.
And off the charts tonight, I mean, we've spoken about it all week. It looks like the speed map of the century. I mean, he's going to get room. He's got the best acceleration, arguably, in Australian greyhound racing. Yeah. It just looks to be right on his plate tonight. Yeah,
and again, I mean, it's more or less hoping that not hoping. It's not about hoping. I just want him to be right. He probably... I expect him to go well tonight. He's ticking all the boxes this week. So I expect him to go to the front and show what he's got.
If there was one chink in his armour off the chart, when you're looking at the form, you'd say his Meadows record probably isn't superb. He's had 7 starts for 1 win and 3 placings, but a lot of those races came earlier in his career. And I remember one night when he raced here and ran an obscene back split. And I said to you, this is the list of dogs that has gone faster than that. And I remember you saying, can you send me that? Because this is the sort of esteem that I hold this dog in. Yeah. And to see that, it's pretty cool. And to see how he's gone from strength to strength.
Yeah. Look, I always thought he was the sort of dog that could do it, but to get him to do it and to get him on race night to perform at that level. But early days, I think working him out now, I'm probably working him out better and working out why, the problems were there, and I hope that, that's where we're at tonight. I hope, his recent form's been good. He's had a great week. There's no excuses as far as I'm concerned. So it's just it tends to be an anxiety thing with the dog. He knows he's coming to the track. He knows he's racing. Fantastic kennel dog, quiet, relaxed. But when he knows he's coming to the track, he just gets hyped up. He just wants to go and race. He's just a competitive beast, and that's probably the thing I'm trying to work out with him, get him right with that sort of thing. Just the relaxation.
He's not the only dog that you've got in tonight. You've got a pretty strong kennel overall, but you've got a strong kennel in tonight, and I know Patch is keen on Steal the Stage later on tonight.
Fast dog, really, really nice dog coming through. Boxed okay, that's where he wants to be. Just if he can lead, they won't beat him. There's no way they'll beat him. So he just got to lead. He's got to step and lead. He's a very good dog.
No thoughts on changing his name just in...
No, steal the stage. Look, he'll steal the stage, I'm hoping.
You can't be stealing things. We've got to change that.
What's that?
You can't be stealing things. We've got to change that.
Shoot, no, we can't steal things. No.
Just on race nights like these, when we interview trainers, quite often they can seem quite calm, but these Group 1 heats, you've been in Group 1 finals without a trace. What are the nerves like when you're out there with the dog walking to the boxes?
It's probably, nerves are okay, I guess. It's probably just, I'm just apprehensive as far as how they're going to go. And I know there's a lot of people that support the dogs, and I know how much I love the dogs and how much they mean to me and the family and the owners. And, and you just want the best for them. You want them to race to their ability, and that's probably where the nerves, if you want to call it nerves, comes in. But it's more relief, I guess. It's relief when they go well.
Got a couple more dogs in tonight under Nat's name. Tripped out and on the prowl. Firstly, tripped out.
Yeah.
Inside draw helps.
Boxed well. He's really boxed well. I think he might be able to push up inside, upended. And a very fast dog. Probably where he wants to be boxed. I like him tonight.
And what about on the prowl? Probably flies under the radar a little bit, but has plenty of talent as well.
Yeah, he's got a lot of talent. He just seems to, probably a little bit awkward with the draw tonight. I think he's just a little bit awkward there, but if he happens to step, he'll be hard to beat.
And Pete, most importantly, what was your choice of beer tonight?
Carlton Draft.
Carlton
Yeah,
Draft.
Carlton
You're not a
Draft,
great northern mid-strength sort of
No,
operator?
no, you've got to stick with the Carlton Draft, off the tap. That's beautiful.
Love your work.
Clearly, I'm a little bit too soft. I'm turning myself into a mid-strength.
We
drinker
feel like
these
we're
days.
getting too old to drink heavy, so you're tougher than we are.
Okay, no, it's beautiful.
I'm old.
Go
and
Say
washed
we're
up.
weak as piss, just say it.
Weak as piss.
Yeah.
Pete's just in his prime. Pete, I've got 10 questions for you. These are questions without notice, as they all are, because we don't want to give you too much. But we'll just fire through these nice and quickly. How do you order a steak?
Medium well.
Bit overs for mine. but
And
that's
I
okay.
actually
Nice
have
sort of
ordered
guy.
my steak medium well tonight, so they're probably waiting for me.
Have you had a steak here before at the Meadows?
Yeah, I have. They're quite good. They're Scotch fillet.
Best greyhound you've seen?
Best greyhound I've seen.
I probably should give more notice to these questions, but we'll keep firing through them.
Gee. I'm going to stick with Fernando Bale, I think. Yeah.
Boring.
I know, but I was going to say without a trace, but I thought, yeah.
I want someone,
Would have been good.
I want someone to say Toontown, one of my first dogs that I own, that won one from 13 at Warrnambool in a tier 3. Best greyhound you have trained? There's a few to pick from now.
Fastest or best?
Best. We'll roll with best.
Best greyhound. Probably, it's a toss-up. Yeah, Idoliser's pretty good. No, I'd say without a trace and off the chart on ability, yeah.
Love to idolise. Best racetrack for a feed?
Jeez, this is a big answer.
Gee whiz, that's a good one. Best racetrack for a feed, I'd say probably the Meadows. Yeah.
That's
On
great
what
answer.
grounds?
Don't question too much more.
I just want to know more. We're trying to sell a joint. We're trying to sell a joint.
I think you order I don't know, you got a variety here, you got a bit of a variety, you got entree, you got your main and dessert. It just seems to come out.
Are you sure these questions
It's
are
just
without
a very
notice?
nice, no, it's high quality.
No, that beer's now just been paid for.
Hang on a minute.
Next question, and you've been doing a bit of driving lately. What speed is acceptable to have your cruise control in when you're in the right lane? So we'll say it's 100. 100's the
100.
speed limit. So
Yeah,
what's your
100
right
speed.
lane?
So what's acceptable as in...
What speed are you doing in the right lane?
103.
103. I'll cop that. That's all right. You got to push
Which
it
ends
down.
up being about 98
about
on
one-
modern
Yeah,
speedos. Is that
exactly.
right?
Yeah,
So
that's acceptable.
I'll give everyone a bit of a heads up. It's got to be 107. But anyway,
And then you got to move over.
I
You
know
can't stick in the right-hand lane. You got to
keep left unless
Keep left,
overtaken.
yeah, absolutely.
I know you're a talented man, but have you got a hidden talent?
Gee whiz. Not really, I don't think so.
That's all right. We might have to get him
No.
back later and see after a couple more beers. If you could own one greyhound from another kennel, who would it be?
If I could own one right now racing,
Right now racing, yeah.
wrongly accused.
Are you sure not organised
Wrongly
crime?
accused. I
Who
think
is that?
Is it organised crime? No, wrongly accused.
going.
Fair enough too. Race you haven't won that you'd like to win?
Melbourne Cup, absolutely, definitely, 100%. Yeah.
I would have
that's the
also
race.
accepted the Phoenix.
Yeah, didn't have to think about that at all.
Now, a little bit harder hitting question here, but if you could give one piece of advice to a 16-year-old that's starting in this industry, what would it be?
Resilience. Be resilient. Be consistent. And probably don't listen to too many people, but listen to the right people. And that's probably the best there. Don't get caught up with too many pieces of advice. But yeah, resilience is a very important thing.
Absolutely.
All right, is that all right with you?
I reckon he's passed with flying colours.
Yeah, he's done well. Pete, we won't hold you up any longer. That beer's getting warm, so
It is getting warm, it
we
is.
can't have that. It's in front of the heater, which is the worst thing.
What's that, Mum?
It's in front of the heater, which is the worst thing we've done all night.
Warm, yeah.
Started thinking
So,
he was turning English.
Get
then.
upstairs, enjoy it. Thanks for joining us, and of course, best of luck the rest of the night.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you.
All right,
Good
Pete
Cheers,
Prosciutto
guys.
there, and I can see that Ethan Christian's out and about with a guest. He may have Mason Kaufman. Let's get out there and see what Ethan's up to.
I most certainly do have Mason Kaufman. I've managed to track down the number 2.
All right, we've got no
fan
vision
of
here,
Grey
Ethan, but
Areas,
keep
number
going.
one behind Matt Field, of course, and he's not on course, so I suppose I've got to settle for you, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
You're very good. Now, I've got to... You don't always see eye to eye with Patch and George. There's maybe a night where you probably thought you deserved a bit more respect than you got from the panel.
Yeah, I got 4 winners one night at Sandown not too long ago, and Jace's set came out and didn't tip a single one. So, George, I've got no issue with as a fellow Hawks fan.
Well, very good. Well, take note of that behind the desk there, Patch. Now, we've known each other for a long time, haven't we, mate? So where do we know each other from?
Oh, we played soccer growing up, or football, as we like to call it. What were we, under 9s, under 10s?
12, something like that.
I reckon we started under 10s. What's that, 15 years going on?
15 years, and what no one will know is that we were the dynamic leadership team. We led Casey Panthers to a very respectable 7th finish out of 10 in the A grade.
Oh, in the A grade, yes. And then we went to the Mount Eliza Cup and we finished second, not run second.
And, here we are 15 years later and we're still talking about the team that dominated that tournament. And, second dominated that tournament anyway. Hey, your runners tonight, who do you like the most?
I'd have to go Paul Stella. Yeah, out of everything tonight, I'd say her.
You spent a lot of time on Grey Areas commenting about Paul Stella and how fast she is and telling everyone she is that good. Do you reckon she's a bit underrated?
Well, Patch doesn't seem to think so. He tips her every week. I think she's a really good race bitch. Like, she's not the fastest dog going around, but yeah, she's got really good smarts and just also that sort of thing.
Well, good luck with her tonight, mate, and the rest of your runners as well. We might have to get back out on the soccer pitch for a kick soon, I reckon.
Oh, God, it's been a while.
We'll dust off the boots. I'll let you go, mate.
All good.
Throw it back to you boys ahead of the 3rd here at the Meadows.
Just, Ethan, before you go, you're talking about soccer.
Yes.
What colour boots did you sort of roll with? I was always a black boot operator playing the real football growing up, but were you Kyle Reimers-esque and had green boots or orange boots or something?
Reimers.
No, proper traditional myself. Copper Munidals, black and white Adidas. The, what do you have? The tongue, you called it? That would go over the laces?
Tongue over the laces.
The little flappy thing that goes over the laces.
Yeah, the tongue.
Yeah, the tongue.
Yeah.
That's all I'm... Just answer my question, we'll be fine.
The tongue.
Yes, the original
tongues,
Copper
too much
Munidal, the black
detail.
and white Adidas. No, nothing flashy. I was not flashy at all. When I played footy, I was a fullback. When I played soccer, I was a goalkeeper. There's nothing cool or fancy about me. That's why I overcompensated my 20s and grew this. So here we are.
Explains why you're a bit weird, Ethan.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
And that's I still can't see a reason why it's $1.20 for best on ground tonight. But anyway, we need to get on with it because we're at the first heat of the fireball coming up. It's a decent way to kick off as well. We've got Emron Toy here on the speed map, who's expected to go forward as he so often does. But of course, the big one here.
First split doesn't equate for the potential handbrake, Patch.
Yeah, potentially. What's your take on this one, Smithy?
It's always a tough race to bet in with Amron Toy. I think he's one of the fastest dogs in training, but sometimes the application or the what's going on between the two ears in the scone probably doesn't work out as well as it does for some other dogs. I think it's fair to say. I don't know if I'm being too politically correct or not politically correct enough, but all I'm saying is I don't think Amron Toy is the hardest of chasers. But when this dog is in form and when this dog finds the arm, he's a different beast, and that speed map says that he might be able to do that tonight.
Who wins, Brett?
I have gone with Slick Nitro. I agree with Corey's thoughts on Amron Toy. The concern with him is that he's coming back up in grade tonight. He's led and won his last couple of starts. That was against weaker opposition. He's going to get more pressure here, and I think that's where the head noirs between the ears can take over with Amron Toy. So what that does to Mapunga Breeze, I'm not sure. So I was just hoping Slick Nitro, out of trouble, can descend. Very fast greyhound, Slick Nitro, can run time. Thought it was a bit underrated in the market. I would like to interview the people taking $1.85 Amron Toy. That was the price I saw this afternoon. That's madness.
What about this comment, Cal Robson? Can we get Brett's best bet of the night? Big fan.
Yeah, Callum will be no doubt sharing some opinions later on. We'll have to get his Cannington mail, actually. Race 12, number 8, Can You Excite Me, the Sandgroper winner. I think we'll just sail down the outside and be too good.
Just have to bring a bit of WA over, don't you?
Absolutely. We'll mention that. Spewing Miss Emmy's not here, to be honest. That would have been great.
I've got a good
cool.
Miss MB story later.
Well, hopefully we see you go to the Nationals. Is that the plan?
I think that's the plan, yeah.
That'll be
Over
unreal.
700.
All right, what do we got here? Matty Field, Peter, nicest guy around in the industry. He's an absolute ripper. He's Peter Prosciutto, great family, and certainly deserve all the success they're having at the moment. No doubt about that. Smith, this is something you might be across here. Comment from Scott Gowan. Newsflash, Without a Trace will feature on the new Meadows stubby holders next month. Is that true?
Which will. We've actually got... I think this is Tinker Norm on the one that you and I have got at the moment.
It's a good sign the cracker can. This is not alcohol, by the way, unfortunately.
That's what we're saying at this stage anyway. We'll see after about race 10. But yeah, we're getting a new run of stubby holders done. So they'll be a similar design, but a few new dogs will pop up, and one of those will be Without a Trace. I mean, how can you not put her on a stubby holder? How good she is and how good looking she is as well. She is a bit iconic to look at, and I reckon she'll look good on a stubby holder.
Is Scotty much of a drinker?
He doesn't mind. Doesn't mind a glass of red from time to time.
Could he be on the reds with that typo that he's put together there?
No,
he's corrected it.
I will say,
In his defence?
Scotty Gowan does a fantastic job doing a lot of our marketing and design work, and he has plenty of talents. Spelling is quite obviously at the opposite end of it. He's not the greatest speller that we've ever seen, that's for sure.
Steve Rhodes, exactly. Listen to the right people, of course, responding to Peter Prosciutto's advice for a youngster coming through the ranks in this great sport. Not Ethan, I'm going to do that all night. Brett, talk us through this. Cal Robson's got back involved. Who is going to play up more tonight, Amron Toy or Ethan?
Yeah, well, Ethan's speaking about going
too
to the
early
Lame
for
Duck
Ethan.
after this. So
Going where?
To the Lame Duck in Fitzroy, which is his regular hangout on a Saturday evening. So
I saw him.
So it's $1.90 a piece.
I saw him on Pink Diamond night, and there was a bit too much going on. When we sent him inside, and he thought that meant, oh, yeah, okay, I'm going to go talk to the attractive young females and just neglect the rest of my job. But we'll see what happens. He might try and cut one from the herd tonight, Ethan, but hopefully it's not when we're on air.
Yep, indeed. They're at the boxes here for the first seat of the Fireball, and Smithy, the top four from each of these two heats will progress to the final next week, and the box draw will be done online tonight.
It will. We'll read that out when we get it. My on-top selection's Mapunga Donna in this one. Where she lobs is obviously the question mark. And to be honest, there's certain dogs that go around and have gone around in the past that I don't like betting in races when they're involved. Amron Toy is one of them. Lucy's Milo's another. Absolutely broke my heart a million times. But plenty of those sort of dogs, and I think Amron Toy fits into that category, despite being, I think, inarguably the fastest dog in the race.
Yeah, I'll stick with Slick Nitro. I'm just too concerned about what's going to happen on the inside. I really thought I'd find Mapunga Breeze in this race, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here.
Tell you what, boys, I reckon the temperature's dropped a couple of degrees as well. I think we might need to move that heater a little bit closer to us. I'm generally a human hot water bottle, and I'm feeling it. So
I'm pretty happy with this heater.
How soft was I
overall.
yesterday, Smithy? We were setting up here at the Meadows. He wasn't too pleased with my level of toughness when it comes to the cold
we
weather
kept
yesterday.
walking out here, and he goes, oh, can we go back in the office? It's a bit cold. Like, any time we kind of were under control.
All right, here we go. So he's gone to the front here, Smithy. Shouldn't have blushed on
Slick
his
Nitro.
hammer.
I do
Not gonna
like
get
the fact
across.
that the Bravo team has dropped him back in trip before bringing him back up. Potentially getting out on the arm is what he's going to need, and he looks like he's going strongly at this stage. So I'm not going to rule anything out at this point, but
The thing is, he's so far in front, he's not going to hear footsteps. He might just keep going.
He's going to put it all together tonight.
This time could be something.
Smithy, time prediction?
I'm going to say 42-47.
I'll go 42-45. Oh, 42-70. Tame for the style of performance.
Maybe wasn't going as good as it looked aesthetically, but Amron Toy never ever looked like losing then. Did everything right, and that is the best version of Amron Toy that you get. Straight out
Bloody
on the
oath.
arm and just murders them in the middle stages of the race, and then just probably a little bit softer late, but still got through the line nicely.
What's
Yep.
interesting about that time is that there didn't look to be a terrible amount of trouble behind the leader. So
No,
And after seeing
stayers
Zara
when they
go
lose
quick.
side of the lure. Sometimes that can be just a little thing. But anyway, 1, 2, 7 and 3, the numbers. Amron Toy, the best version of him we see tonight. Love to see that more often. I know I was obviously very negative about Amron Toy pre-race, and Brett, you said that he was well and truly under the odds, but when you see him do that, I think that's where most of the frustrations are born, because we want to see it more often.
Yep, and what's going to be interesting is the box draw, because if he was to draw in the middle of the track or wide, he's not going to get a soft lead like he did tonight, and that's where the concerns come in with him. But look, that's 3 in a row for the greyhound, so obviously flying. It's just whether when there's a little bit more pressure next week, you would think, we'll see what happens. But that being, it's only 2 heats, so 3 of his rivals next week are already there.
Absolutely. And what do you take when you're doing the form and you see, obviously we've seen Amram Toy plenty of times over the 700 before, but the last 2 runs have been over 600 and 545. Do you see that as a negative stepping back up in trip, or do you just see it as the trainers mixing things up and keeping that scone in check?
With that greyhound, it's a positive. I quite like backing greyhounds first up over a distance. I think whether they just don't know how far they're racing that night, and they just seem to perform really well when they're first up over a trip. I actually don't like backing those kind of greyhounds when they're sort of doing the same thing every week. So, no, I always like backing dogs first up in trip, just not Amron Toy, I should say.
Love it. And we've got a little bit of colour here. Amron Toy is just strutting around and looks like he's having a little bit of a blow, so he's clearly put in. And that curly tail, I love seeing curly tails on greyhounds. I think Aussie Secret was one of the ones that comes to mind, flying Zulu as well. So when you see that curly tail out in front, it's nice and exciting. And Ethan, you've had a little bit of fun, but we've reined you in just for now, and you've come back to the desk, and now you're blocking the heater on us even further.
Well, considering I've been doing the hard yards out there for the last 30, 40 minutes and it's cold, and you were right when you said it before, the temperature is dropping, and I know because I'm out there. So, I thought I'd be a little bit selfish and just come take the heater for 5 minutes. I hope that's all right.
We can cop that. I'm just getting the Bureau of Meteorology app up. It feels like 8.2 here right now. I call bullshit on that. I don't think it's 8.2.
It's less.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, it's not going to get any better, boys, so you might want to shut up.
We'll be right. We'll make it right.
I reckon we go for a stretch, and towards the end of the night, we should have a chase after the lure down the straight. You know?
No, you can leave that to me. I'll do a hamstring.
You two?
I'll open it up to the 3.
Who would win? You two know each other well. Who would win a 72-metre sprint up the straight here at the Meadows?
Ethan would. I played golf 3 weeks ago, and I actually injured a muscle in my leg hitting a 3/4 pitching wedge on the driving range warming up.
I'm more concerned by the fact that he said injured a muscle. He couldn't be more specific whether it was
tells
calf
you
or
all
something.
Well, it was in the
who's going to
Achilles.
win this race, by the way.
It was in the Achilles area, but it's a muscle that my physio told me it stops the ankle from rolling. So obviously got some pretty good sort of downswing movements in my golf.
Any
swing
good at golf?
I used to be good.
What do you
He
play
is,
off?
he's being modest.
4. Used to be good. Plays off 4.
It's the worst handicap you can have.
I am actually playing on Sunday with a bloke that plays off 4, and he gets so frustrated. Last time he played with me, I've only just taken up golf in the last few months, and I'm probably I'd say 27 handicap. Last time he played with me, he played down, and he's been at the range the last 2 days trying to just get some hits in so that he doesn't play down to my level. So I'm happy to take you down as well, Brett, if you'd like. And
Yeah. Look, I won't be practicing.
Yep.
Yeah.
What handicap do you play, Brett?
4.
Getting that out there. Good.
No, you said it before.
Oh, you said it before?
Yeah.
There's audio coming in all different directions here.
He's blaming your technological abilities here.
I'm probably a little bit too loose over here. That's the problem.
Couldn't have done much better, Smithy, safe to say.
Have we seen the great man just across, just lingering around in the corners, the shadows?
I see a wild James Vandermart somewhere through there.
He's put a jacket on.
Just before Jim joins, I just want to show you something here. Now, Eve, Brett in the last 2.5 months has been doing the previews on the Sportsbet app. Now, there's been some discussion around the scene setting. His content's obviously quite good. He speaks quite well, but there's some questions to be asked about where he is when he actually does these previews. Is there any truth that it could be at a
paid establishment?
an adult venue or something like that? Look at the curtains here.
I'll be honest with you. I attended this venue for the first time last week, and I walked into it, and I kid you not, red drapes, red velvet chairs, upholstery, it was the works. you would have thought that you were walking into an establishment of that nature. And what made it even stranger was I've walked in there. Brett's the only one in there. He's got everything set up and just a couple of bottles of straight whiskey and whatnot sitting on the side there. So I looked at him and I said, mate, if you're thinking about seducing me, you can think again. This is not going to happen.
What's
it's
worse?
an interesting setup, but yeah, if it works.
What's worse is when I'm doing those videos, Patch, obviously I've got the ring light sort of set up, so if someone
tell, I can
walked
see it in
by
your
seeing
eyeballs.
that with the couch and the ring light, they'd be asking exactly what on earth is going on at 5 in the morning on a Friday.
They think you're a link in bio sort of operator.
Yeah. With the fire emoji.
The little chili.
I wonder why he's slow getting invoices through. He's used to just money landing in the account.
Yeah.
Subscriptions.
Anyway, I'll drop my handle down below and.
Anyway, I'm glad we can't see what's on the wall there. That might be a blessing in
I
disguise.
cannot believe that you've not grilled Jace about how he's just paused that video, because you look like you've been cutting hoses off people's gardens.
What's behind it, Brett?
That's a pretty nice view, but
It's an awesome view of the city.
Yeah,
Instead of showing the awesome view of the city, you choose
No,
to
I
incriminate
hope he
yourself.
explains this properly. Go for it.
yes, because in the morning the sun is coming straight through, so it's no good. So you actually see if
It
you
would
go
ruin
back
the
to my
shot.
head, it would ruin the shot. I'm a professional at times, but the good thing is because of what was happening when he came around is that I was actually doing a cross on racing.com for the WA dogs, and the sun's obviously on the other side of the building, so I had the skyscrapers in the background and things like that, so it looked like I was probably a little bit better than what I am.
Jeez. I didn't realise we were dealing with these sort of operators.
No, neither did I. I thought they were decent human beings, but anyway, I'll think otherwise. Ethan, I'll get you to swap over here.
Please.
We've got Jim Vandermart, who's about to join the set, the great man. He's dressed for the occasion. He normally turns up to the racetrack, Smithy, looking like a slob on most occasions, doesn't he? So he's gone to an extra level, has Jim. So it's good to have you here, James.
Looking like a rock star, actually. Whose heat is this?
I bought it on the
was
way
mine.
in.
Tell you, this is the place to be tonight.
Is it? It's got a bit of kick.
100%.
Well, it warmed up Peter Prosciutto's beer. I think it was bubbling
It's
before.
on 12 degrees, it reckons, but it's nice.
Jim,
What's happening, boys? Anyway, what's happening?
I'm going to ask you to do a few extra things tonight, because watchers of SEN Track, when you and I work together, you always get the behind the scenes people to do all the work.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I had a look, and I wasn't going to come on the set because there's no one behind the scenes here.
Same here.
Yeah,
That's Patch, he's behind the scenes and
So I'm
in
going
front
to
of the scenes.
ask you throughout the
All right.
night to provide a little bit more content for us. And one of those things is I want you to rate your calls. We're not quite listening to your calls on this show,
Are
so
you?
that's how we're going to relay them.
Yeah,
Is
okay.
you're going to give a rating of your calls? How have you gone so far tonight?
Well, I'll be honest. What was the race name of the second race?
It was WFSC.
I've gone with the old WF, and I've gone with C instead of the S.
Oh, no.
And I've just stopped. If you know it's crashing and you know it's going downhill, you just stop. So I decided to stop. Didn't go on with it, but that probably buggered the whole call up. The lead-in wasn't right, so I give that about a 6,
Okay.
which is rare. First heat of the
Rare,
fireball
'cause you're always
was
higher than
faultless. Hey?
Rare, because you're always higher than that.
Yeah, no, it's rare. First heat of the fireball, there was nothing wrong with that call, I don't think, so I'll give it a 9.
9.
8 maybe. First race
Can
of
we
the
get
night.
round numbers, not round numbers here? I don't want 6, 7, 8,
What does
9.
6, 7 mean, by
I
the
want,
way?
No.
Are we getting into this?
I don't know. Are we?
6, 7 merchandise in the office in
Well,
here.
I literally
Should we
just
get
called-
that out later?
I called a margin right here, and I said, such and such has won 6, 7 lengths. And I walk into, I think it might have been Christy McGrath, the judge next door, and she looked at me and she's going, Jim, you're not going with that, are you? And I don't know what that is. And I still don't know what it is. But apparently it's something to do with kids, they say it, but there's actually no meaning to it. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's a
Question for
You know more than that.
Yeah. No, I honestly don't.
Hey,
Dead
Ethan,
set patch.
can you slide through that door, walk into the boardroom, and in there there's, on the table, just pull it up the top. You'll be able to pull it open. There's a couple of bucket hats. Can you grab those? They are atrocious, but our man Scotty Gowland, who messaged in before, he made them, and I must say there has been people that have wanted them. The 6, 7 hats and 6, 7 hoodies.
Fair dinkum.
And if you want them, you can get in touch with the Meadows. I want nothing to do with them, but Scotty Gowland will sort you out, and he's a good man.
I don't know if this is a chance now that I'm on set to have a chat to you, Smithy, and sort
Here
of...
we go.
Hey?
Here we go. What do you
No,
got
I
for
just because I can see myself on set there, and I know that Jason's put this here to try and treat it like a bit of a sauna for me to try and trim down and continue to lose some weight. So he thought if he's not doing it at
You lost
home,
some, have you?
we'll try and heat him up here. But you, Smithy, on the other hand, mate, I don't know what's going on because my old mate there at SEN on a Tuesday night, used to be a bit larger, a bit fatter, and you look like you've gone on this massive health kick. I know you do a little bit of a late night walk through sort of the Melbourne CBD, which is a bit creepy in its own right, but I know you do that. And then you've shaved the head. So can you just talk to me about this transformation and why the kilos you keep losing, I keep gaining?
Yeah, I think that's a good trade for me. Just send them over to you. But no, just a bit of a midlife crisis, Jim. Yeah, I don't know.
Jim, just to add context to what you're talking about here, this is... When
There you
was
go.
this?
Looks like the guy, our Family Guy, Brian.
That'll be about 2 and a bit years, Australian Cup, maybe 2.5 years ago. I reckon that'll be it. So,
I don't know what I'm doing with my
Speaking
hair.
of
you've done
X-rated
some
scenes, there's some sort of stare that Jim's
had the
got the
pineapple stare
absolute
on.
daggers going through Smithy.
You know what that stare is from Jim? That's when he sees the hot jam donuts going to the fryer downstairs and he goes...
Well, actually, to be honest, Smithy, I wandered down, and the only reason I came here is because there was none in the Bay Maria.
Hey, the best part about this photo, it's not Smithy's transformation. It is the studios at
Ricky
Sportsbet during that era. Ricky Ponting 07 up on the wall. It doesn't get any better than that.
I never realised you were that porky, to be honest.
Yeah, that's...
Like on the day-to-day, I never noticed.
Nah.
Are you still doing your walk around Sandown in between races on a
Nah, I
Monday
did
night?
that for 2 Monday nights
this
and
about?
stopped. Trying to go on a health kick, and I thought, I'll just start walking between races. So I used to walk from the broadcast to the pokies, slip a 5 in, back to the broadcast.
No.
So yeah, I do bring the PlayStation. When I'm feeling fat, I bring the PlayStation. When I'm feeling fit, I bring $50 cash.
We've had a message
Either
come
way,
through.
you're losing.
Message
That's
come
right.
through to my personal text line, just
Oh, here we go.
establishing whether you're still vegetarian or not, because you had a steak not that long ago.
I had a portion of a steak. The wife, we went to a beautiful restaurant, Ringwood area, eastern suburbs of Melbourne. There'd be viewers all over the world watching this tonight. So eastern suburbs of Melbourne, beautiful steak restaurant. I thought, well, I'll just try a little portion of that. Had a little bit of meat. Haven't had it again, Smithy. So there you go.
All right,
Do you have
Ethan,
honey
get
on your meat?
Sorry?
Do you have honey on your meat?
honey.
Bread honey.
We need it.
This is why he's
Does he need a
passed out.
nickname?
That's
Does
probably...
he need a nickname, this bloke?
I think he needs a nickname.
He needs one.
What are you gonna
That
give him,
is the
Jim?
assignment for all of us tonight.
All right.
And the audience. If
I've
you've
got
got
a
a
call him
few
the
nickname,
Bumblebee.
4-letter ones that have been given over the years.
What's that?
Is it some of them come with the letters from race number 2's name, WFSC?
Yeah, there's a few of them involved.
Ethan, what do you got? He's come with the merchandise.
Here we go.
Only the best merchandise that Meadows has to offer.
Well, I can't mess up my hair any further, so I may as well
I
be
feel
the
like I
one
should be
to put
made
it
to
on.
wear this until I
Here we
take
go.
a minute.
What's
Yeah, here we
the-
go.
Clint might be the vintage that can probably help us out here. Is it Home Improvement or something? The hat, like Wilson? Yeah, this is the hat kind of
Is
looks
it one
like.
size fits all? Because mine says a small on it.
One size fits everyone except Corey and Jim.
My bonds doesn't fit in this.
Can you check the size of your one, Jace? I feel like I've been ripped. This heater is that hot, I'm actually
I
sweating.
think it's
Yeah, small.
size 67.
Reminds me of when I used to wear a toweling hat in the outfield at cricket.
They're not nice, are they?
The Grey Nichols.
All right, well, if you want one of them, let Scott Gowan know.
Here you go,
At the
Ethan.
Meadows.
Get rid of
All right,
that,
Jim,
mate.
do you have to get back upstairs or what?
Probably.
How long's
The
he got?
stir-up's getting underway. 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Give me another 2. I'll give you a couple of my best bets tonight.
All right,
what?
go for it.
Are you busy?
Are you going to put in
You're
the double
busy, you're
invoice?
busier
for
than
this?
we are.
I'm not accepting him putting in another invoice. We're not allowed.
No.
This is
See,
just one
Smithy
invoice.
knows.
Who's his boss?
Yeah,
Smithy
you're his
knows.
boss.
Smithy knows what's going on. The only reason I came down, bit of airtime, there's some proof I was on the show.
Yeah.
When I invoice, I just send a couple of screenshots. So
He
Smithy
obviously
knows
wants
how I roll.
He wants to claim that jacket on tax, I think. That's why he wants to get it in front of the TV.
I've already looked into that.
Won't be claiming his shoes. They look like they're 5 years old.
They're nice, aren't they? Very good. Good nick.
Look like table tennis shoes.
Hey, table
Table tennis shoes.
Futsal.
They look all right.
All right, give us your best, Jim.
All right, let's have a look. All right. Keep talking while I
He
work
wants,
it
he
out.
wants to roll with it, and then he doesn't have them ready.
No, I'll give
Special-
I've never seen anyone in my time, callers, get to the caller's box so late. You can talk to this bloke downstairs until 3 minutes to go. You're like, you need to get up. Yeah.
But even
Couple of
before
times.
race
It'd be
one, do you know how many times I...
I probably could. I called the Australian Cup from here on the racing.com
right.
coverage once before, but if there's 3 minutes to the race and the Bay Marie lady says the donuts are on the way up, I wait for the donuts. All right, we're going to go quick race by race, so you've got all my tips. Everyone at home, they know what's going on. Race 4, number 2, Magpie Hector. I think he'll win the next. I think he's just too good. Race 5, I
ambitious.
reckon Tripped Out is the best bet of the night off the inside draw. I just got a feeling it's going to jump. Upended's going to show some speed, going to get a really good run through. Race 6, I like the one, Deadly Cool. Race 7, Can You Talk Now? I think he could go a long way in the whole series. Race 8, Off the Chart, is just perfectly graded. Looks a really winnable race for him. I think Victor Krev's going to run a bit of a race. Might be an SRM top 4 play. Organised accused in race 9.
Imagine
is
if
that
he goes
right?
with that.
I should do it as a joke.
You should actually just keep saying it wrong because I know it'll just get planted in your brain and you'll cock it
Yeah,
up.
I'll stop there. Race 9, I do like Wrongly Accused. It's going to be hard to get it out. Good field, though. Best race of the night, I think. Steal the Stage, I'm keen on race 10. Drawn box 2, probably my second best of the night. And then On the Prowl, Storm Hustler in the 11th. I found it hard to separate. And race 12, Blink and Miss. So I think he's a star on the up. And I know Joshy Formosa's got a big opinion of him. So on that note, I'll hand it back to you, lovely fellas. And I'll be back throughout the night to pop in and stir some more shit, I suppose.
Can you just move that heater a little bit closer to us?
My legs are on fire. You can have it. Farewell.
So you're taking
Off
the
he goes.
microphone with you, are you? Do you want to just chuck that back on the seat? That's all right. Yeah, that's good.
What the hell's he doing?
Yeah, that's good. Block
That's
off.
no good for me.
No, I can't. I actually can't feel it, to be honest. Anyway, that's James Vandermart. You just never know what you're going to get from our man Jim, but he brings a little bit of sizzle and an awful jacket by the looks of him as well. First heat of the maturity is one race away, and we've got the second heat of the Fireball, and obviously without a trace coming out of the series takes a little bit of the excitement out of it. But Magpie Hector for Jack Smith. It just reminds me of when Jack Smith came down a couple of years ago and Palawa King put in one of the biggest races you'll ever see, and Dan Hibbard, my favourite Victorian race caller, rolled with Holy Cow. Brilliant stuff.
He's been in form recently, Dan. His calls last week in the rain and the cold here.
Must be the red jocks.
Yeah. Do you reckon he started wearing them for his race calls?
Probably. He'd wear it at Phoenix tonight, that's for sure. All right, Fireball Heat 2. What happens
Do you
here,
know
boys?
the story about him after one of the Phoenixes?
No.
So he said, what's
this
the
got
go?
to do with the swag?
Yeah,
keep
he
going.
said, what's the go with post Phoenix? Like, everyone sticks around and has a beer. He's like, what do we do? Like, obviously I've got a fair way to travel. Got to be responsible and not drink drive, obviously. I said, just bring the swag, mate. So he brought the swag and he set it up downstairs, and there was a few Meadows staff that was still kicking on when he'd already ventured into the swag. And one of them, one of the younger boys, one of the casuals, just thought, what the hell's going on here? And he's kicked the swag thinking there was something going on. And Dan Hibbard was in it. Snoozing. And he just got a little boot in the
Imagine
ribs.
sleeping overnight at the Meadows for one, and two, you're in a swag in front of the tight window.
Oh, just incredible.
Next level.
Incredible.
All right, now I'll head to the boxes shortly here for the next race, which is the second heat of the Fireball. Magpie Hector, 145. His shortest, Mapungalara, who's had a decent couple of weeks up at the queue. She's just struggling to sort of put two big performances together. We know she ran a massive race when second to Magpie Hector in a heat of the Queensland Cup, but the challenge isn't any less in terms of what she faces here.
No, absolutely not. Look, these dogs, these Mapunga dogs, you know that they're going to be raised well. You know they're going to go through the education process. They're obviously clearly well bred, and when they get up to the staying trip, they just look at home. And while the consistency probably hasn't been there, I think you can more put that down to the quality of the races that they just find themselves in week after week. And Mapungalara is one of those. And to be honest, I think it's probably a perfect draw. Elite One, who he probably comes from the Amaron Toy school of brain farts, but he's probably going to be the one that leads, and that's what this speed map's saying as well.
Ethan Christian, you're back at the desk here. What's your take on this?
Yeah, it's an interesting race. Like with the stayers, you know, the ones who are going to go forward, as we can see on the speed map, Elite One, Lock and Varhammer are the two main speeds, and they're more experienced over 600. This is a staying debut for the pair of them, so whether they get out in front and, you know, cause a bit of traffic for your Magpie Hectors and your Mapungalaras who will be coming home strong. It's not a race I want to get terribly into. Magpie Hector is deserved a favourite, but at that price, you know he's going to get back in the field. Look, it's not a race for me, but it's going to be interesting to see. I'm really interested to see how Elite One and Lock and Varhammer go first up the trip.
Have you got any ideas for a nickname for Brett?
Ones that can
We've got to work one out before the night's over.
A nickname, that is.
Yeah. Well,
it's got
the one back home is what, Honey Badger? That's what you.
No, I've got
an encyclopedia of nicknames back home. The main one's Budgie, so the local
Kalgoorlie boys and anyone to do with golf in WA, it's
Is that
Budgie.
because of your penchant for wearing budgie smugglers?
No, God, no. I
God,
dress
I
for the
hope
body I have, not the one I want. It's my dad's nickname was Sparrow. So they basically very creative at the Goldfields Golf Club, and they thought Budgie would be pretty good. And then it went away, and then all my mates played golf growing up. My best mate Josh Fuchs, he was in a bunker one day, and I was leaving. He went, "See you later, Budgie," and I said, "Yeah, you can give that a rest." And then the next day at school, the entire school was calling me Budgie, and that was that.
Rest is history.
Can we scroll down on those comments there, Patch? Are they?
Have I missed some here, have we?
Yeah, I reckon there's plenty down there.
Oh, you'll like this
You got
one, Smithy.
international.
Bit of international interest.
Oh, I love this. You know, my favourite thing about Pakistan is when you're posting content on the Greyhound pages. So you're looking for a little bit of validation. You've put some effort into a story or a video or something, and you post it on the Meadows page or GRV or Sandown in your case, Ethan. Yeah. And it just pops off in Pakistan, and the numbers are wildly inflated. I absolutely love it. So was it Khalil? We love that you're tuned in and listening. Big fan.
Matty Field, I want one. Is he talking about
Gotta be the
the
bucket
jam
hats,
donuts in the Bay Marie?
Yeah.
Or the 6 7
might be
hats?
the
Bucket hat, surely.
Yeah. All right.
What do we got here? This
Just-
might be a complaint.
Just had a Watchdog notification for Elite One in the next. Comment reads, messed about at Sandown over the 595. What do we think, lads?
So we've spoken about that.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly have the most application of all time Elite One, but it doesn't. I'll say this and touch wood at the same time. Doesn't turn the head too much.
If the race just sort of sets up for Magpie Hector, Elite One's going to go forward. That'll own 34.72 at the Meadow. That's only fair for this sort of class. If you do like Mapunga Lara, don't be afraid to just forgive last start. These stayers, they can put in poor runs.
Oh, I'm always happy to forgive one bad run. I do think Magpie Hector is going to be really hard to beat, but he's not the sort of dog that I'd be chiming in at $1.35, and that's purely because he generally gets back in his runs. He's got this tendency these days to push off the track a little bit, and I think that's purely because he got wide draws so often for so long, and he obviously handles them well. He dominated the Australian Cup Carnival earlier this year, back in February, and I'd be surprised if Jack Smith can't find his way into another group feature here with Magpie Hector, particularly when the top four go through. But the dog that we haven't spoken about, Vodka and Ice, has got plenty of ability as well, and is an out-and-out stayer. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it lob a little bit closer than it has been.
Throughout this card, I've gone against the Wentworth Park form, which could actually decide my evening.
Well, it makes two of us.
Here we go.
Even line.
So Hector's pushing up. He's going to want to push off.
A bit of pressure here.
In moderation has taken the front for Joshy Formosa. Have a look at Paul Quimby.
This is speaking of characters.
Yeah.
Magpie Hector's close enough.
Yeah, Magpie Hector's going to win this by 8, I reckon.
Shot to bits, isn't it now?
8, 10 maybe. Just needs to go around here. Paul Quimby will pick himself back up again. In moderation, he's giving a good kick here.
It's taking a little bit of time.
Here he comes. Here he
Winding
comes.
up.
There he is. Big boy.
42.99, so not exactly run the hands off the clock. 2, 1, 3 and 6. So 2, 1, 3 and 6. So we'll see Magpie Hector in moderation. Elite One and Vodka and Ice go around next Saturday night in the Group 3 feature. And I tell you what, it's just a nice thing. Every single time I see Jack Smith come down here, he just seems to make another group final, and he does it again with Magpie Hector, who, to be honest, was a bit workmanlike, I reckon.
He looked like he was going to have it shot to bits really down the back. You could sort of see that the two up front were probably going to slow down with the last 200 to go, and that's when he does his best racing. That's when he warms up. You sort of thought that he'd go straight past and win. I know he's won by 3.5. You thought he might have won by 6 or 8, to be honest. So, but hey, all he's got to do is win, and he'll be there next week.
Well, Jack Smith always does like saying that the heat stuff doesn't really matter as long as you find your way through, and the final is where he'll be cherry ripe. And if there's a man that knows what he's doing in terms of handling a stayer, it is Jack Smith. He's had some bloody good ones as of late. Well, good dogs all round, but he's had some absolute superstars over the staying trip. I think back to Miss Esme, who was an absolute Learjet, and then, of course, the great Palawa King, who put together one of the most absurd runs in a fireball heat that I reckon I've ever seen a couple of years ago. And I think he's got a couple of puppies on the ground these days as well. So fascinated to see how he throws, given his nature of just getting well back and absolutely storming home.
importantly for the final, Elite 1 has qualified. So Elite 1, Amron, Toy in the same race. That puts a bit of speed into the race, which is going to suit Magpie Hector.
Yep, absolutely. A lot of messages rolling through, which we love to see. We'll try and get more on top of that as we go along. But perfect example of why we need in-play betting on the dogs was a message that just came through before. Well, I reckon when Magpie Hector lobbed where he did, you wouldn't have even got $1 when he's third in the run.
No, I think you'd probably be, I would have taken $1.01 down the back when he was setting out after those two. On home turn, I was starting to get a bit happy to lay it off when in moderation was given half a kick, but it'd be an interesting concept, wouldn't it? It'd happen pretty quickly though. It's not too bad over 700 metres where you got 40 odd seconds to have a go at it, but I think up the straight at Hillsville when you got 16 seconds to sort out what's going on, that'd be pretty how you're going.
I have a big theory that second up syndrome is a thing, particularly for stayers. In moderation, I know it's had a decent grounding over the middle trip, went to the 680 at Geelong, comes here tonight and actually runs a really nice race. I know it wasn't running the hands off the clock sort of stuff, but when you're looking at that final next week, it's clearly going to be up another little notch in class. Yep. Do you consider the second up syndrome issue, or you're happy to just back in Joshy Formosa to get the job done as a trainer?
I back Joshy Formosa as a trainer 100%. I think I do think, particularly with stayers, I think the further the greyhound goes, the more that becomes a bit of a problem. Particularly this sort of distance. It's really testing, and if you've only had one or two goes over it, you're being asked to back it up 7 days later. It can get you, particularly up in this class. But there's a reason that Josh has put him in over this distance, so you got to back that in. That's for sure.
Absolutely. We're seeing Jack Smith give Magpie Hector a drink, and he's a cracking-looking type, and he's a litter mate to Slick Splits, who's recently been retired to stud, who was an absolute ripper here at the Meadows as well. And Magpie Hector now takes his Meadows 730-metre record to 4 starts for 3 wins and a third. He's obviously won a couple of Group 1s heading back to February over the staying sort of trip. Is he the dog that you just think, I know Without a Trace potentially is the one that we always consider as the best stayer in the land, but is he the dog that I think most people would be scared of, other trainers?
Yeah, I think so. Because he just finds ways to get the job done. It's never really on his terms, and he can get himself into some pretty sticky situations, but he finds a way out, and that kind of, I don't want to say versatility because he's not a front runner. He's got a bit of a one-wood, but he always finds his way out of it. He always seems to cross the line first when it matters. So, you know that if you're in a race with him, that he's going to be coming behind you at some point.
Neither for me.
No?
Miss Envy.
Yeah, fair enough. Get out in front, it's a different sort of style.
That's the difference in that race. If Miss Envy finds the front, she's the kind of dog, she's just impossible to get past.
So tough. I have found a way to get Miss Envy beat, and I've got a bit of a story for those that haven't heard it. So she debuted on Sandgroper Night going back a couple of years, and the first person that I saw when I walked into Cannington was Steve Shinners, and I started having a bit of a chat to him. Harry, our hospitality manager here, was with me, and I said to Steve, I go, "Oh, have you got any in that you like tonight?" And he goes, "Oh, I've got this bitch that she's got plenty of ability. She's just not getting the start right yet, but I think she'll go pretty good." And they put up a decent price about her. She's about $6 or $7 or something, and I thought, I may as well have something small on it, Miss Envy. She bungled the start, as he said she probably would. Didn't go anywhere near it. I've done my arse. She then goes and rattles off, you could probably correct me on this, but about 13 wins in a row.
Yep.
Straight after that. So it's just one of the prime examples of why I am Australia's shittest punter.
I laid Tommy Shelby on debut. So it was a good story.
Wasn't he back to the Scheisenhausen?
Yeah, so it was a good story. So I went down to the track, it's obviously in Cannington, and I bumped into David Short. And he was there. I wasn't sure why he was there, but his dog won the first maiden. There was 2 maidens on the card. A dog called Jumbo Jet was a ripper. Anyway, the second race comes along, and I'm looking at the race book now. Tommy Shelby quali trialled in 30 and 60, which is like a 30 and 30 at Sandown, or if like a 30 and 80 here. So anyway, I'm looking at my race book, and I'm going, how's this dog $1.60? This is ridiculous. Anyway, so I've gone and laid it. It's clearly won easy and very good time. And I go into the box wine restaurant at Cannington. David Short's buying drinks everywhere. He's got this going on. He's got that going. High five. Brett, how are you, mate?
I think he labels that as one of the great collects of his.
Yep.
There's a few good ones, but that's one of his greatest.
Brett laid it to it. It was great.
Yeah, 100%.
He took the prize.
I did get Shorty back though. We were at the races a couple of weeks after that at Ascot, and I actually won a car. And part of that was they went and introduced me to David Short, who was doing like a punters club that day. And they obviously didn't know that I'd met him 2 or 3 weeks before. And he's like, okay, we're even now. That's fair enough.
Are we starting to get the bottom of Brett Honey's a bit of a class above us? Pinky out sort of operator while he drinks. He's winning cars. There's a bit going on here.
Yeah, give you a tip.
Playing
I spent all that money.
Unbelievable
Well,
golf.
I think when you lay Tommy Shelby, you don't really have any right to think you're better than anyone else.
That's true, actually. That is fair.
Hey, speaking of good dogs, Tommy Shelby, Miss Envy, whatever it might be, when a text message come in, with Phoenix slot applications open at the end of this month, how many of tonight's maturity runners will feature in the race?
Ooh,
difficult question to answer.
Great question, though. I'm going to say 3 would be my guess. I think there'll be some established stars that'll head that way. I think of the likes of Kanya Mayhem, who's still quite young. I think he's one of the best dogs in the country. Off the chart, wrongly accused, dramatical. They're probably all in the box seat, those 3. And you've always got a few that come out of nowhere as well. The Dewan kennel is a hot kennel at the moment, and I know we're not seeing Dewana Star here tonight or Dewana Lynette, but there's Dewana Family going around. Dewana Sizzle looks like he's got ability. Dewana Halftail's got plenty as well, so you might see one of them go around as well. I'll say 3 would be my educated guess without much thought.
I'll run with 2, only because we're talking about a race that shy of 6 months, 4 months away now, roughly 4 or 5 months away.
5, just less than 5.
Just less than 5. I just think with the natural course of racing, 5 months is a very long time. Greyhound racing, we were expecting dogs to come onto the scene, come off the scene. There might be some, soreness and different bits and pieces that pop up along the way as well. So I'd love to see more than 2 from tonight being in there, because if we get 3, 4, 5, however many out of the heats in the Phoenix, it's going to be a ripping field. No matter who's going to be in the field, it's going to be a ripping field. But I think just the way that racing will progress over the next 5 months, I'll put my hat on 2.
I'll go 3. There's a lot of dogs here that have had 20 and 30 starts in this series. It's one of the better series all year.
I'm with you. I think this is a cracking crop of dogs. I know Molly's written a few opinion pieces recently that say that this crop that's coming through is the best we've seen for a while, and I tend to agree with that. And these maturity heats are red hot. So, it wouldn't surprise me to see quite a few of them. I'll roll with 3 just to be conservative and give a bit of credit to some of the dogs that aren't here tonight that have plenty of ability. But I reckon there'll be a few, that's for sure.
Carl Robson's got back involved, Brett. You can take this one away.
Yes, brilliant, because this is recent. Caught up with Ethan last night, and he's got a very nice snooker table at his house. So we were playing snooker last night. I've never played snooker in my life.
I've been watching a bit of snooker, anyway.
It's good fun. It's more enjoyable than traditional pool. Anyway, he lost the first 4 games, and I think it probably took him to about midnight to win his first off me on the snooker.
My word. You can't have home ground advantage and get resold 4 straight.
I invite him to my home. I feed him.
What did you feed him?
Yeah, let's get into that.
This will explain a great deal about how much you respect him.
Say that again, sorry.
This will explain how much you respect this guy. What did you feed him?
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs?
Hot dogs, yeah.
Loaded? It's probably a good result.
He even offered cheese.
Oh.
Speaking actually...
He did not have reduced salt sauce, did he?
He didn't let me look at the bottle, to be fair.
He's redistributed it into
a... It's all right, it's fine. Speaking of dinners, though, this is probably the most important part of the night. I've got a pen and paper here. Dinner orders, please, down the panel. With you at the end.
All right, we're going upstairs or downstairs?
Down, I'm being told off the side. Down.
Gee, I hope there's some lasagna left.
The James Vandermark Bay Marie, that's their offering.
No, we've got better than that downstairs. I'm gonna roll out the chicken burger.
Chicken burger?
Yeah, I'll have the chicken burger.
Make that 2.
Clayton, who's probably tuned in. Chicken burger.
Chicken burger. Yes, nice.
I'll go lasagna. $15 for lasagna here. Great value.
Chicken burger by 2. A lasagna.
Lasagna.
What's that spelled?
All right, get on with it. We've got this next race coming up.
Yeah. Well, we're covering racing tonight, are we?
Yeah, well, apparently.
Is there decent
We've got
racing
5
coming
minutes
up?
to go.
Can we get a footy score check? I can't see the score.
Collingwood
getting
taking
the
the
first
piss, 12-2.
So it begins.
I actually don't trust the information you're
No, it's
providing
12-2, genuinely.
Okay, cool.
All right, speed map here for the Meadows race number 5, which is, of course, the first heat of the maturity. And the one that is jumping off the page at me in terms of early speed is Upended. Flying Ducati's got a little bit there, as does Port Otis. But I'd be expecting Upended to lead this one and lead this one pretty convincingly, but is probably at best maybe a 30 and 15, 30 and 20 dog. Is that enough to hold on? I probably say no from a win bet perspective, but I'd be very, very intrigued. Top 3, top 4 for Upended, I think is a really nice bet.
Yeah, I like Tripped Out. I just think even if he doesn't quite get the start right, I think he can just follow through, Upended, run on. There's been a lot of support for Tripped Out. I reckon around lunchtime today, they stepped into him. Just thought it might be hard for some of the others drawn wide. Poor Otis, does want to stay up the track, so that's going to make it hard for Flying Ducati to get into the race, I thought. I didn't think Flying Ducati could get across. Black Star Rise obviously got to deal with the squeeze. Hasn't been here before under race conditions, so I thought it was quite a nice setup for Tripped Out.
Heath?
Yeah, same thing. Look, Brett mentioned that the money's come for it today, but I think they opened Tripped Out at about 10s or 11s during the week. I nearly fell over when I went and did the charts this morning and saw that the money, where he opened and where he is now, it's no surprise at all. Look,
Did you take some of it?
No,
Typically when they mention it, they do.
I'm too busy getting smashed at snooker to worry about what's going on in the betting markets and feeding people substandard hot dogs. Look, Upended I think is just going to go straight to the lead. Tripped Out's going to be the one that's going underneath it. He got some good form, so I think by virtue of the map, Tripped Out's the one you want to be on, and that's why there's been an avalanche of money.
Completely fair, completely understandable. A few different ways to cut this one apart, but it is a heat that has plenty of depth in it. And you see the likes of Flying Ducati, who has got a 29.73 PB here and was coming off 3 wins in a row, then went to Shepherd and got rolled by a handy one in Electrojet. But it's a dog that looks like it's got a massive, massive future. And these flying dogs that you see pop up, the prefix there for the Earnshaw camp, they just always seem to have a huge amount of ability. And I think Flying Ducati looks like maybe could even be the best of the lot.
Could be. It's a tough map, this.
Oh, it's a brutal map. Absolutely disgusting map. I don't know if she can get across, but he can get across. You reckon?
Yeah. I reckon there's a chance that Otis will, in that first 20 metres, just allow her a little bit to, might not even cross Upended, but might be the outside of it to take advantage. I reckon there's a chance that Ducati's going a little bit better than Tripped Out is. I just think the weight of money that's come for Tripped Out is purely because the map and is going to be the first one on the back of Upended. But if Ducati can get across to the outside of Upended, talking about in-play betting, that's where I'd be going.
Haven't really mentioned Black Star Ride. Went 24.91 at Warrnambool last start.
That's okay. That's okay.
It wasn't quick early though. Had box 8, had plenty of time to balance up and go bang. So box 5 for me, you look at Black Star Riot's wins, it's had 7 of them. They've only come from 1 and 8. To me, that strikes me as a dog that needs a little bit of room in the early stages. That's my only knock, but Anthony Azzopardi is a superstar trainer and certainly got some ability. 24.91 at Warrnambool is absolutely humming, bro.
Seeing down last 3 splits when it was racing on a 2-turn track in Victoria, 5.13, 5.12, 5.08. So you'd think that's probably a 5.15 at the Meadows. Probably not enough.
Comment from Ryan Tugwell, who's one of the more successful participants in South Australia. Outstanding coverage, guys. Absolutely loving it. Thanks, Ryan, for your input and kind words.
And Victor Krev will be going around very, very shortly. And Ryan and Lauren have absolutely done the right thing. Brought him over for an exhibition trial the other week and he went well. He'll improve on that first split, you'd imagine, 5.22, but doesn't have to improve too much on anything else to be a factor in this maturity series.
Listen to Jack Smith. He knows we're on air. And he's just
heckling.
talking so loud behind next to the set. Fair dinkum.
He's just heckling us. Sorry.
Settle down. There's a comment here from Adam as well about Jack Smith. We'll get to
that when we get Jack.
Jack's about to join. There's another comment here. We'll get to it later on. Joss, be interested to know how you guys do form. Do you use ratings, videos, apply your own time allowances? What's the processes, websites, etc.? We'll get to that later on. We've got plenty of time tonight, but it is a great question. Matty Fields gotten involved. Pies will lose now, Corey, by 5 goals.
I think we need to ban Matty Field. He's in a 5-minute sin bin for that garbage comment. The Pies are winning 18-2, by the way, Brett. I know that there's a light in the way of the scorecard for you, and I think we've done that noting how this game is going to go, because it just...
I think Carlton are better with a sit. There's a lot of forms to suggest that we're no good high balling out in front.
Well, there was a game a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago now, Brett, where it was a pretty important one. I think you guys needed to win it to finish top 8. We needed to win it to finish top 4, and we know how that went.
Actually, just quickly, I actually watched that game sitting next to Sid Jackson, who was the first ever Indigenous player to ever play for Carlton. I watched a man basically die in front of me in that fourth quarter. That was hard to watch, but
that is fair.
All
right, we're behind the boxes for the first heat of the Maturity Classic. Back up to $100,000 to the winner, which is fantastic. It's the best age-restricted race on the calendar, if you ask me. Open to both males and females. Middle part of the
still
year.
chirping this bloke.
We'll get him out of here.
Just wait, you'll get a chance up here soon.
I'm actually nervous now.
Been pummeled.
Lures in motion.
All right. Here we go.
They're off. Tripped out, it's got room.
Upenders missed it.
Sneak up. Flying Ducati's out of it.
Tripped out, looks hard to beat from there, if you ask me.
Upender won't be running it down.
It's the two greyhounds who you would want behind him.
Look at Ducati.
Flying Ducati's running a pisser, but is a long way back, and I reckon it's going to be Tripped Out that dominates this one. Punched up on the inside of Upended, who didn't nail the start like we know it can. 1, 2, 8, and 7. So if I was on SEN track, I'd be asking for the music, I reckon, because Upended, I gave a little push for top 3, top 4. It salutes, but Tripped Out, all credit goes to someone to the left of me.
That's good. We got a pretty good assessment on that race. Yeah. Pat ourselves in the back, first time tonight.
Just looking at those flux, Ethan, it just looks strange, doesn't it? Open 11, close 225. You just don't often see that in this caper. At this level of racing, you don't often see that.
No, I think you do see it when we're talking about races that open up on a Wednesday. So these feature races, there's a lot more time, and because I think Corps are trying to get their markets out earlier, there's a bit of pressure on, so there can be some mistakes or nuances, whatnot. In the general races where they go up in the morning, not so much of a problem. But when you've got the 3 or 4 day lead time, the same thing happened about a month or two ago with Eventuate at Sandown Park. She didn't win the race, but she opened at 12 and she ended up jumping at about $2.50 off the red one night. I did get a nicer price than $2.50.
Yeah, so did I, and it didn't mean bugger all.
It means nothing. Beating a
can't
speed
eat
means
that.
nothing because you can't eat. So what's the point?
Exactly. All right, I reckon we piss Ethan off because I'm sick of getting heckled from the cheap seats. I want to get the great man over
Is
here.
that yours in a frame, Ethan?
I'm the youngest one here. Give you a space.
Question stands.
All right. Well, we've seen Magpie Hector strut his stuff out on the big stage, and we've got one of the superstars of the sport to come join us very, very shortly. We might get the cans on him just to make sure that he can quite hear us, if that's all right. Chuck the headphones on, Jack, just so you can hear us just while the tractor goes around.
Let's service on the display.
Have a look at this. Molly's got him sorted. He gets looked after well down here at the Meadows, does Jack, but I saw you. I saw you.
Look at this.
We had the photographers out, Jack, and you had to get down on one knee. You got up much better than I would, mind you, but the Zimmer frame's getting you around now.
Yeah, no, I'm going all right. It's just there for security, that's all. So I put my money in here, and
well, there's plenty
that would
of
be big enough for your treasure chest, mate.
Well, actually, Patch, you could probably have a few, Bob. But you bet
with
your heart and not your head, mate. You keep following these Mexicans. You only tipped Hector tonight because you said it would be a mixed-up race and he'd end up in front. Come on, mate. You got to get a bit fair. I mean, you've got a wife.
You won the race.
You've got a wife now and a kid, and another one on the way. You better start betting with your head, mate.
I'm not allowed to bet. That's probably the reason why I don't learn my lessons.
Well, probably then.
Well, you're getting a bit parochial. You've got the Blues jumper on, the New South Wales Blues jumper by the sounds of you. But you're the only one that comes down here and takes our money, Jack.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true. You usually get a lender some. I see that Andy sends down here to Jason, and that just prop you up a little bit. And the wheelers look after you, and the handlers. And
yeah.
I don't know what you would do without New South Wales, actually.
No, that is a very fair point, Jack. But let's get back to the racing tonight because you've got a lot
liking
in.
This.
you've got a lot in tonight, and Flash on By ran well. Magpie Hector ran super as well.
Yeah.
You get a couple in later. It's a nice big book of a team that you've got in tonight.
Well, that's all me dogs pretty much. So it was either come with me or I'll stay at home. So we whacked them all in, and yeah, they're tough races, but hopefully, well, we're coming back now, so that hopefully you'll look after me next week and put them in a little bit easier races.
You weren't driving for a period of time, were you? Are you back driving now?
You've got a memory like an elephant, mate. That's years ago. No, I'm good, yeah.
Righto. There was a comment come in earlier, Jack. I'll get this up. Where is it? This come from Adam. Jack Smith, good recipient of the government fuel excise relief. Has that made a difference in your life? You wouldn't notice $2 here and there. There's no way in the world.
I don't get in charge of the finances. I just get a little... Remember when your mother used to put some money in the handkerchief and tie the knot? That's pretty much, this is how much I can spend. And
Are you a cash or card man?
Cash, no.
Oh.
I got
have you got a card?
No.
No. Fair enough too.
Actually, I pulled into a service station once and there was a blackout and nobody could get any petrol except me because I had cash.
I love that.
You're a genius.
Yeah.
Do you think greyhound racing should go back to the era of paying prize money in cash? That was once a thing, wasn't it?
Definitely, yeah. The box draw after you kennelled and post your nom, that'd be great.
I like
That's
it.
too far back for you fellas.
Speaking of older school or back in the day, you see a lot of vans in the kennel block these days. Everyone drives vans. I think you just rock the trailer still these days.
Yeah, and the station wagon. I've been in vans. They're not that comfortable. Sometimes I pull up and got to have a sleep. So they're heated seats. If it's cold, you just leave it running and the heated seats, mate.
No car issues on the way down?
I don't think their dogs are going any better than mine, so I don't know.
One thing, Smithy, when he trialled at Sandown, this is going back a few months now, he had the trailer at the car. There's a lot of trainers who say that they treat all their dogs equally and the good ones don't get preferential treatment. You should have seen Magpie Hector get in the back seat in what was probably 6 layers of blankets. The heater was on. He's got it pretty good, your bloke.
He has. No, there's a little bit of preferential treatment if they're getting up around the $500,000 mark. They can get in. They can get in the back seat. But the trailers these days are heated and cooled, so nothing wrong with them.
I've got a few questions for you, Jack, and we're going to rip through these. There's 10 questions.
10?
10. They're nice, short, sharp ones for you, and I reckon we'll answer a few questions off the back of that as well. Number 1, how do you order a steak?
Well done.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I like the little bit of burnt. I even like I like the burnt taste on nearly anything.
Oh, well,
so what? You just like eliminating the flavour? Is that what you're trying to say? So you can't taste the thing?
I like the flavour of something a little bit burnt, like a bit of toast or a crumpet or meat.
If he ever shouts it's a barbecue, which is unlikely, we could just scrape the charcoal off the plate and that'll be enough for him.
I'll give you a little tip: don't have a barbecue at my place.
Yeah, I'll be cooking my own steak.
I do my own butchering. I could set you up a little bit.
All right, number 2, best greyhound you've seen.
Oh, golly gosh. I can't have one of my own as a favourite.
You can.
I don't know. Maybe Fernando Bale or... we go back and watch Jessica Casey. She was a Forbes dog, so I watched them. Like she just raced, like bitches sometimes a little bit temperamental. She raced like a dog. Like she could knock them down and come again and win. She was unbelievable.
All right, best greyhound you have trained, and I know this is a tough question. And you probably don't want to answer it, but you got to.
Well, I don't know who the best is actually. Ability-wise, there's not much between 4 or 5 of them, but Miss Esme would just flog these dogs in a trial. Off the mat, she would be 3 in front of all of them and just continue on. There was just no end to her.
She was an absolute star. I'm not sure I really want an answer or need your answer on this one, but I'll ask it anyway. Best racetrack for a feed?
Oh, Dubbo.
What's the special at Dubbo? What do you got to get there?
Oh, I just get a steak sandwich, but you can get anything you like.
Is the steak cooked enough for you in the same?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Be tough to eat a steak sandwich well done.
Yeah, just chuck the thong in it, the Haviana, I reckon.
Oh,
Just a bit
no,
of
they
rubber.
got sharp knives out there. They cut them thin.
You do plenty of driving. What speed is acceptable to have your cruise control on when you're in the right lane on the highway? So say it's a 100 kilometre speed limit. What speed are you doing?
Oh, I might sit it at 113, given that I know that they allow a little bit, and when the readings come up on the screens, that I'm not going as fast as I think I am.
Yeah.
But also, Marie's got this thing that she can tell me. She knows how fast I'm going. So I'm in trouble. I don't do over the speed anymore, no.
I love it. I know you don't drink, but what's your celebratory beverage of choice after winning a big race?
What's that big word you just said?
Celebratory. How are you celebrating?
He
What
likes
drink
his
are
usage
you
I've
words.
been asked this before, and no, there's
Not a strawberry Big M or something a bit
no. I used to like the things at Macca's,
frappes?
frappes,
Yeah.
but me head just killed the cold, mate. And I stopped doing it because your head was between your knees, and I said to Marie, I'm not having these anymore.
Your knees.
Love it. We know you're a talented man, but have you got a hidden talent that we might not be aware of?
No.
No? Okay. If you could
No
own one...
talent or just none hidden?
They're just all
Nothing. Nothing. But just a greyhound trainer.
If you could own one greyhound from another kennel, who would it be?
Oh, who would it be? At now?
Right now, yep. So you don't get to train it, but you get to own it.
Oh, I get to own it.
Yeah. Don't have to do any of the work. You just sit back and enjoy it.
Oh, don't know. I like me own.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, I haven't got one. Sorry.
That's all right. Race you haven't won that you'd like to win?
Oh no, I love coming down here and beating you.
That's what happened last week at the Q. He's just ran second in the Queensland Cup. He's coming past the host set. He goes, at least we beat the Victorians.
Yeah. No,
Fair dinkum.
as a young fellow, all I ever wanted to do was win the Young Star Classic, and now it's called the New Sensation, and I've won it a couple of times. So, sometimes you just got to. We've done quite well, so sometimes you just got to stop and smell the roses.
Love it. And if you could give one piece of advice to a 16-year-old that's just starting out in the industry, what would it be?
My uncle, who taught me, I never even seen him check a dog or anything. There was no more man committed to him, and it wasn't even good for him, I don't think, like that sort of commitment. But all he ever said was, to me, is you only get out of them what you put into them. And that's all he ever said.
It's a good way to be in any walk of life as well. I've got an 11th question as well, Jack. If you've got a vehicle that runs on diesel, do you fill it up with diesel or you fill it up with unleaded?
Very funny. So, Miss Molly's, I've done that once, and thank God my son-in-law was about 3 hours away, and I said, because I had his son, my grandson, with him, I said, what am I going to do here? And I said, you got to come and help me, mate. So he did. He was an auto electrician, but he was just so particular with everything. All I wanted to do was get out of there, because I had 4 little pups and a 3-year-old with me, his grandson. And I was thinking, at least the grandson will go with his father, and I'll be right. I said, what do? You going home with Dad, mate? He said, no, I'm staying with you, Pop. So that didn't work. But the father, he was there vacuuming pipes out and cleaning it. I said, mate, let's just get going.
Love it. I could sit here and ask you questions all night, Jack. I won't do that to you. We've got a race coming up in 7 minutes. But you did mention that you butcher all your own meat. Is there anything special that you do in terms of feeding? Is it something that you've done for years and years, or is it something that's evolved over time?
Well, we've changed a little bit over the years. Yeah, I do. I don't know whether I want to tell you, because you might tell someone else, but I've always thought if you did the same as everybody else, you got the same. So I've tried different stuff, and because I wanted to be better. and they're athletes, so we do a few things different.
You trying to say they're vegan?
No, they're not vegan.
Okay.
I hope you're not feeding them the well-done steaks.
No. But I'm not telling you because it'll be in the book. I keep telling everyone it's going to be a book, but Marie said it'll only be a leaflet. He doesn't read, he can't write.
Can't fill up his car with the right bloody fuel.
Yeah, that's right.
I reckon
Anyway.
Molly will write it for you.
Who?
Molly will write the book for you.
Yeah, Molly's pretty good at writing stuff. So, yeah.
All right, we're going to get on with it, Jack. So thanks for joining us. Congratulations. We'll see you next week, unfortunately. We've got no ramp here, so you're going to have to find your way down somehow anyway.
Yeah, I just roll around down there.
So are you going home now? Straight away?
He's got
Off you
two-
go?
he's got two
Oh,
more
that's
runners.
right. Sorry.
No, I'll
forget
go back
anything
to
I say,
Shepparton.
which you normally do.
I'll go back to Shepparton. Yeah. Sometimes I stay at Seymour, but sometimes my friends let me and sometimes they don't.
Fair enough too. All right, thanks for joining us, Jack. Good luck for the rest of the night and well done so far.
Thank you.
There he is, Jack Smith, an absolute superstar. He's one of the more entertaining interviews that there are in the sport, and plenty of knowledge that you can glean through it as well. I thought he was going ass up then, and I got nervous.
Oh.
He's a good man.
He's a great man. All right, let's get into it. Speed map race 6. This is the next heat of the Maturity Classic, and as we see there in front of us, this looks like a dog's breakfast. Early speed everywhere and nothing really separating them, boys.
No, it is very, very hot in the kitchen early here. I'm going to lean towards pound keeping in this one. 3 starts ago went 5.37, 29.23 overall at Wenty Park. That is absolutely roaring. I know there's plenty of dogs in this that are very capable. I think Deadly Cool will push up the track. I know James Vandermark was keen on her chances, but I think another one might go to New South Wales here. Brett, which way are you leaning?
I'm not the biggest fan of pound keeping, to be honest. It's an interesting race because Deadly Cool's going to move a fair way up the track here, and it's going to depend on how poor Stella jumps. If she only jumps fairly like she did last week at Sandown, the race could actually open up for her because I think Deadly Cool's going to step, and I think Deadly Cool can, even though some might think that she might be drawn better off the track, sometimes it's better to be the dog causing the trouble than the one caught up in it. So Deadly Cool is the key runner from a map point of view because she will want to get up the track. Pound keeping, yeah, that was obviously a good run at Wentworth Park 3 back. Around that though, those times at Cannington and also at Wenty, it's only fair. And I thought this was a pretty good race. Zipping Fiero, can step on his night, can get across from the outside potentially as well. It's a good race. Poor Stella's been really well backed, which I think is interesting given that she is drawn outside Deadly Cool. It's an interesting race.
It is an interesting race. I think it's probably the hardest heat, I reckon, to try and pull apart. You've got form lines coming from here, there and everywhere. Poor Sapphire raced at Grafton last time. Pound Keeping's raced at Cannington and then Wentworth Park. Poor Stella went up to New South Wales. Sandown, Meadows form here, there and everywhere. Zipping Fiero, who's got a 29.68 PB here at the track and trip, is coming off some Horsham form. So plenty of different form lines to try and pull apart. Ethan, which way were you leaning in race 6, the second heat of the Maturity?
I found it an awfully hard affair, and quite frankly, I'd like to stay out. I'm just worried about that. The first little bit in this speed map where Deadly Cool's going to step and try to move up the track, and I think Pound Keeping's going to step and try to come down. I just don't know where that leaves a lot of them. Look, I think poor Stella's going to get a squeeze. Poor Sapphire can lead, but isn't terribly strong. Hey Arnold's very strong, but won't lead. There's a chance that it sets up a little bit for the Greyhounds drawn wide in Zipping Fiero and Bold Sight. Zipping Fiero's win here off box 1 a month or 2 ago was outstanding. If you can find a way to repeat that form, I think that'd be within his alley to win this race, particularly if there's some shenanigans going down on the inside. But I'll probably steer you into a little ticket on the 7 or the 8, but not a race I'm hugely keen to get involved in punting wise.
7 on the 8 or 6 on the 7?
7 or the 8, and I won't be doing the hand actions. Thank you for the tee up though.
You're a fan of Bold Sight, Patch. Do you reckon he can get into this race? I know you, Rady.
There's been a lot of races recently where it just doesn't seem his night, whether it be the circumstances of the race. There's been a couple of runs at his past, probably 8, 9 or 10 that have been bloody good, real good. So I like the way he goes about his business. It's just been the circumstances in which he's found himself in. It's been pretty challenging.
I've got a question for all three of you here, and it's irrelevant to the chances of them tonight. But if you were to have a dog and it was Speedstar-like, they're all Speedstar trialling, 1 through 8, just one after the other, which one of these 8 dogs do you think would be the fastest dog on their given night. Now, I'm leaning towards pound keeping. That 29-23 at Wenty Park, I reckon, is very good going. But you look at the likes of Zipping Fiero, who is at $14 and he has run a 29.68 here. There's plenty of dogs here that can absolutely roar around deadly cool 29.12 at Sandown Park. So there's some seriously fast animals that probably have a few quirks, a few tendencies that they don't, if they iron them out, they're going to be superstars, but they haven't just yet.
Track was very slow when Paul Stella ran down Poor Oswald as well. I had that track just over 3 lengths slow. So that's a 29.20 at Sandown.
She can run that girl.
So, answer, who would you have in
Pound keeping.
pound keeping? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, an intriguing heat of the Maturity Classic. The second heat, only the winner goes through. It will join Tripped Out, who is the first winner of the Maturity Heats. Dallin Klemke behind the boxes there, a young trainer on the rise. He'll be hoping Zipping Fiero can get the job done, but there's plenty of chances.
All right.
All important first corner. Pound keeping's jump well from the inside.
Get through Stella.
Paul Sapphire's taken the lead from Repellent, so there's speed aplenty here, even though they only went 5.10 early.
The 2 greyhounds we didn't mention in the preview, first and second at
2 or 8,
we
which
are
one?
flying.
Yeah, we've got an idea of what we're doing.
Here's Bold Sight. Bold Sight strong.
I'll tell you what, poor Stella's going to get around the fence, though.
Go Stella.
There she goes.
Go Stella.
Repellent.
No, got caught up. Repellent.
Oh. Gee whiz, Repellent gets the job done. 5-2, 8 and 3 will be the numbers, and Repellent coming off a Wentworth Park campaign that ended in a second in the Group 1 up there, gets the job done. And Joshy Formosa, I said this a few years ago about Kayla Cottrell at a Warragul Cup. If you could buy shares in a young trainer, I would have bought them in Kayla back in the day and they would have paid plenty, and I reckon Joshy Formosa might be that one these days.
The last 2 nights that we've had coverage like this for,
taken the piss.
Just shows up on these big nights and maybe a changing of the guard perhaps.
Absolutely.
He's going to come on soon, I think, as well, Joshy.
I think he's coming on
And
after this race.
know what, Smithy? You've seen a fair bit of Joshy Formosa. This is the format of discussion where he could say something dangerous.
Oh, I'm excited
Which
for it.
I appreciate.
I'm excited for it, Patch. This is what we want. This is what we need. We spoke about it Pink Diamond night where he came out in the maiden final pre-race and said about Blink and Miss, this might be my stud dog. And we all said, what the hell is this man?
This is a stud dog. Not might be.
Then he's absolutely flown around there, Blink and Miss at Bendigo that occasion. He's been good since. But he says some things. He says some confidence building things if you're backing his dogs on the punt. And we absolutely love it and we want more of it and we would like to encourage it. So I'm looking forward to having a chat to Joshy Formosa, that's for sure.
Indeed. I tell you what, there's one person who's gone missing, James Vandermark. Where is that bloke? I've another question for him, Smithy. Now, let's speak about this between us firstly before he's in the room. So, all the time, he's got these race names at Hillsville. Green light on podcast, green light on this, green light on that. The bloke's got no episodes. He hasn't had an episode in ages. And this is his description on Spotify. The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent. What the hell is he saying on a racing and sport podcast that's going to breach those sort of rules?
It's a whole lot.
Still on the ABC, is he?
It's a whole lot of fence sitting, if you ask me. I think he's trying to find a way out of when his opinion might go a bit awry, bit of $1 each way. But
do find it
forward
funny
to an episode when it comes out eventually.
Do find it funny when greyhound racing, we're obviously still a relatively small community when it comes to sports media and things like the opinions are my own and things like that. Bit surface to requirement.
Smithy, you'd have a strong stance on this, I think.
Oh, it's just so much wank about it, isn't there? There's no other way to put it. Like, that is... Jim's clearly plugged it into ChatGPT and said, hey, what have you got for me? But I'm more concerned about there's episodes landing early September 2023.
So his last episode was before ChatGPT.
Well, I've paid him to put out podcasts since then. So come on, Jim.
You did have Ethan on last year around Melbourne Cup Carnival time.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yeah.
But it sort of stopped since then.
Cup.
Not to point fingers, but...
Oh, okay. I'll just go for a lap, and I'll start warming up for our race, mate. If you want to talk like that, I'm going to start going.
That's
for
okay.
a
I
stretch.
don't run. When I'm feeling energetic, I sit down to the feeling passes.
You wouldn't read about this, Smithy. James texts me at 7:10. It's relevant to what we're talking about now. Read it out.
You are absolutely shitting me. Do you blokes have ads?
Is that for himself or a break to come and see us? Or to promote the podcast that doesn't have any recent episodes?
What does he want? Does he want us to promote Green Light On?
I don't know. Possibly. Possibly.
That man, I'm actually concerned about him. Genuinely concerned about him.
All right, a reminder, everyone, get involved. Comment on whatever platform you're tuning in on, or you can text in on this phone right here. So don't hesitate. Give us a clip. Do whatever you want to do. Encourage the conversation. We still need an official nickname for Brett Honey as well. So probably revolves around the last name in Honey. Back to some of the comments. We spoke about one earlier on about doing form and the processes behind that. And you three blokes are very good ones to speak about when it comes to this. This comes from Joss. Be interested to know how you guys do form. Do you use ratings, videos, apply your own time, allowances? What's the process, websites, etc.? Who wants to go first?
The form man, Brett. I'll let you go.
Yeah, I can go. I've changed over the last 12 to 18 months. And the reason is that I was doing form in WA, now I'm doing it in Victoria where there's 13 tracks. It's a lot harder to keep a track of everything. So I think keeping track of things like goings, track being slow, track being fast. A lot of people look at rail and wide, but I always start with a speed map. So you want to look at the greyhounds who are drawn well, particularly in sprint races, which are the most of the races that we have on any given card. If you were starting out from scratch, I would start with speed maps because that's one thing you've got your own eyes. You can access replays
doing it
on
yourself.
Watchdog. Yep, absolutely. You've got great tools out there that can help you. The Watchdog app. You've got all the runs, all the splits, a lot of data there that can help you. Look at greyhounds and whether they go left and right, those kind of things. Some dogs only step fairly, but they got very strong muster. So those are the kind of things you want to look out for. Before, if you didn't know anything about greyhounds, just start with doing replays and trying to work out a speed map. The market is pretty good at sorting out the fast ones from the slow ones, so you can sort of get better than that as you go on. But I always start with a speed map, and the thing that I've sort of done the last 12 months is done a lot of work in terms of keeping records of, what's a 29.50 run at Sandown compared to the Meadows and things like that. Because if you want to do it in a state like Victoria, you've got to sort of get a pretty good concept of that. So start with a speed map, and then you can start to start sorting the fast ones out from the slow ones.
Ethan?
Yeah, well, it's funny. Brett and I have been on the same sort of form journey the last sort of 12, 18 months. We've been working together, doing a lot of it. When I started doing form 7 or so years ago, it was off the Watchdog app and Fast Track and just that publicly available sort of source. And over time, been invited into certain different programs, and for a long time we were doing it out of some very sophisticated spreadsheets, the old Excel way. And these days, we're lucky enough to have some access to some pretty sweet online web-hosted databases, which does a lot of the heavy lifting for us, so that we can focus on the important stuff like speed mapping, rating prices. So we use ratings as well. I think eventually, if you spend a bit of time doing it, you can get there. It evolves over time. The more time you spend into it, the more you get obsessed with it, and the more you find little nooks and crannies just to keep adding 1%.
Yeah, I think it's always a constant journey. You're always changing, and me being in the administrative position that I'm in, I probably don't get time to do it. I don't punt anywhere near as much as I used to, and I'm the first one to put my hand up and admit that. But I still do plenty of form, and on Brett's point, for me, speed maps and their tendencies early, they are the two most important things that I want to figure out at just any given time. Really, is where they are going to be 10, 20, 50, 70 metres going into that first bend, because I think that's the most important thing. And a lot of it for me is just watching replays and understanding dogs, because generally their tendencies are pretty pronounced, and that is the way that I try and do my form most of the time. And I reckon we'll can that chat, and we'll move across to the great man that has has joined us here in Joshy Formosa, who is taking the piss out of greyhound racing at the moment. You're having a bloody hot run and plenty of good dogs in your kennel, but you must be doing the right things and it must be an enjoyable ride.
Yeah, just having a crack, mate. Oh, I love dogs, that's all I do, so reinvesting into it heavily and just hoping we get a result.
Well, reinvesting is probably the key word I think about when it comes to your journey. You didn't, I'm not going to say you started from the bottom or anything, but you won the $1 Million Chase, and it feels like since then you've really put everything back into the sport. You've jumped into a Phoenix slot, you've bought plenty of used greyhounds, you've got plenty of greyhounds coming through, and it looks like you're really enjoying that journey and going to the next level.
Yeah, well, I was probably a hobby trainer up until 6 months ago. Then me and Corey just decided to pull the trigger, and I think we probably invested $500,000 back into the sport, buying dogs and whatnot. And yeah, whether we get the money back or not doesn't matter. We just love it and love the dogs, and yeah, just love nights like this.
From the outside looking in, obviously Dailies have retired, Tom and Andrea, and you guys have jumped into that. How has that looked, and how has that changed the way that you view things?
Yeah, it's been good. Like, I think I was there for 4 years before Tom and that left, and they held me in good stead. They've taught me so much, like really just a work ethic and look after the dogs and get that right. And like my first 2 dogs I started off with were 2 giveaways, so I've come a long way since there and learnt a lot. And like I dedicate my life to this, and yes, it's good to get a bit of reward.
I want to pump up your tyres a little bit, because Brett and I were having this conversation last night talking about reinvesting into the sport, and recently you've bought a lot of dogs that maybe had a few starts and you're really putting them under your kennel and having a real crack with them. When you're looking at dogs that have had a few starts, what are you looking at? What do you see that you go, that's what I want, this is my calibre, they're coming with me?
We can't give away too many secrets. No, to be honest, I've always been a buyer. I've never had the property or anything to whelp dogs, breed, so I've always bought from the day dot, and I've just sort of got better at my craft as I went on, and I really don't know what I look for in a dog. It's like that dog I just bought, Repellent, like his base ability was good enough, even if he didn't improve, that I had something to work with and could probably get our money back and have a bit of fun and run in the city, give the owners some enjoyment, come get a photo and have a drink when they win. And he's going really well now. He's made 2 Group 1s out of, I think we've had 5 or 6 starts with him, so we're wrapped.
Yeah, good. How many, so you said you haven't got that much room, how many dogs have you got currently?
Me and Corey have our own kennels within the Daily kennel pretty much, so I've got 10 kennels there. All the dogs that are in my name, pretty much mine and Corey's, and then we just look after all the Daily dogs under Corey's name through them, and just it's sort of separate, but everything's treated the same. All the dogs are through the same system, same process, and yeah, just a name really at the end of the day. But as long as we're getting a winner from our property, it doesn't matter.
Absolutely, and it's a pretty powerful team to be part of, and I'm always fascinated. George Daly is just going left of centre in terms of the way that he's breeding. Listened to Grey Areas yesterday, and they were talking about smooth plain being used and plenty of stayers being sent to smooth plain. It must be pretty cool to just sit there and see these dogs coming into your kennels and enjoying the journey of these sort of left of centre breeding sort of dogs.
Yeah, it is quite cool. Like, we get to go to the airports, pick up the bitches that come over from Ireland and things of the sort, and they're a bit quirky and funny, but it's all part of it, and it's amazing. Like, something I never thought I'd be a part of. And like you said, I spoke to George, we were checking dogs a few weeks ago. I said, when are you going to start coming back to the Australian dogs? He goes, I thought that was going to be a long time ago, but he just keeps doing what he's doing, and it works, and I can't fault him because I've got no idea about breeding.
Well, if it works, you're not going to really shy away from it, are you? But you've got plenty of good dogs in your kennels at the moment, whether it be yours and Corey's or over in the, well, I suppose the Daily kennels, which are now yours. But if there's one that is a bit of an up-and-comer, I know Blink and Miss looks like he's going to be a superstar, but is there one that we're not quite aware of yet that you could point us in the direction of?
Well, I think that in moderation, after 6 months' time, he's going to be a gun stayer. And when all those sort of ones going around now retire and that, he'll just sort of hit his straps and take off. But I pushed him a bit, and he stepped up tonight and went really well, and I was wrapped with him.
Love it. You boys got any more questions for Josh before I fire into the quick 10?
No, I think his top 10 answers, particularly around the state question, I think we're going to get some improvement here.
I do want to ask Blink and Miss, because you did get a great answer from your Pink Diamond night. Well, I didn't even really prompt the question. You just came out and said, stud dog. Yeah. How are we feeling a couple of starts in? It was a nice win a couple of starts ago here at the Meadows. You're still holding firm on that opinion, I assume?
Yeah, well, just the breeding, it just opens up his options. He can sort of go to anyone, and if he is as good as dog as I hope he's going to be, he'll get the support. But it's just, I don't even really care what he does for the rest of this year. It's sort of next year what he's going to do, but he's already gone to a new level, and if he can qualify tonight, it's great. But if not, he's just learning, and he's just going to be a nice dog.
I love it. All right, well, you're in the hot seat, so I've got 10 questions for you. Don't want too much thinking.
Yep.
I just want you to fire away. So the first question, how do you order a steak?
Medium rare.
Perfect answer, the best answer we've had so far. So you're at the top, you're above Jack Smith and Pete Prosciutto.
Big steak man. I was probably paying a steak joint in Geelong's rent for a couple of weeks there. I was spending about $800 a week.
I love it. Best greyhound you've seen?
Oh, jeez, that's really tough. I actually couldn't tell you. Very hard. You can't really go past Fernando. I know it's the obvious, but he's just done it as a race dog, as a stud dog. He's just the perfect dog.
Yep. Best greyhound that you've trained or been involved with training?
Well, Blue Kamara up until this point, he taught me a lot. He's sort of the really good dog first dog I had. He's just a gun, and he was the best dog I've had so far.
I know every time you go to a racetrack, you're nice and busy and you probably don't get a chance to eat at them all, but best racetrack for a feed?
I love the steak sangers here, actually. They go good.
Love that. Perfect answer. Plenty of driving. What speed is acceptable to have your cruise control in if you're in the right lane? So we're saying the speed limit's 100. What speed are you doing in the right lane?
Me and Corey will give you a couple of different answers here, but I'm probably 104. That's all right.
What's Corey rolling at?
Well, she'd be pushing 114 probably. That's why she drives home. We get home real quick.
I love that. What's your celebratory beverage of choice after winning a big race?
Well, just probably a nice Coke from Macca's on the way home. I don't drink too much, either that or a can of V just to get me home.
Love it. Have you got a hidden talent? I know you're a handy footballer growing up, but is there a hidden talent that we might not know about?
Not really, no. Just most things I do, not without being arrogant, I just like to perfect them. So I'm pretty good at most things I do, but I try to keep it pretty small into what I do to stay good at them.
Well, we spoke about your propensity to buy greyhounds. If you could own one greyhound from another kennel, who would it be?
Probably that immobiliser coming through for the Tulios, I think. It looks like a real nice young pup on the up, and I've got one of the litter mates and I like him, so that's probably why.
I like it. A little bit of left of centre action. Race that you haven't won that you'd like to win?
Probably it's not a big race, but the Gold Rush Maiden at Bendigo. I'd love to win that.
It's a hot series every year.
Yeah, it's just it used to be a 3-week series when I was a kid, and it was always something I wanted to target, and I still haven't got it, but yeah, that'll be nice one day.
This question I've asked a couple of the elder statesmen in Pete Prosciutto and Jack Smith, but I'll ask you as well, if you could give one piece of advice to a 16-year-old that's starting in the industry, what would it be?
Well, pick what you want to do. If it's dogs, it's got to be dogs, and you've got to give 110% and sort of give up everything. Like, I don't really have a life other than dogs, and it's sort of how it has to be if you want to be successful.
Love it. I love some of these answers. And I will say, I know Ethan gave you a bit of a pump up before as well, but something that we need more of in greyhound racing, and something that we're trying to do with something like this, is to be a bit more confident in our opinions, because sometimes in greyhound racing we can all sit there behind the scenes and say one thing, and then as soon as a microphone's in front of our face we say something different. And I don't think you've ever been accused of that, Josh. You get out there and you wear your heart on your sleeve, and you're not afraid to give an opinion or two, which we absolutely love.
Yeah, and I think the sport needs more of it, and that's the only reason I'll do it, because I want to promote the sport and show how good it can be and grow it. And I'm only young and I've got a long time to stay in it, so I want it to keep going. And yeah, I love the sport, and I really hope it does thrive in the next coming years. Before
we let you go, because I know you're a busy man, Tom and Andrea, do they poke their head in and check how you're going, or have they left you to your own devices?
We've got to sort of message them to get something out of them, see how they're going. But no,
what are they doing?
They're up in Queensland somewhere in shorts and a t-shirt, so they're going better than us. But no, they're loving life on holidays, and well, the fact that they don't call us every couple of days shows they've got a bit of faith that we know what we're doing. So that's also a bit of a feather in the cap.
Love it. All right, well, we'll let you go. We'll get Patch back here. It looks like he's been a little bit cold, and you've got the shorts on. You're as mad as me. You're not too fazed by the cold by the look of it.
No, I love it.
All right, I'll let you go, Joshy Formosa. Thank you very much for joining us here on the Maturity Watchalong, and we look forward to some of your runners later tonight.
Cheers, boys. Thank you.
All right, there he is, Joshy Formosa there. Good chat, boys. I like what we're getting out of some of the participants tonight. We're getting some left of centre answers, some things that we probably wouldn't expect otherwise, but plenty of fun as well.
The Gold Rush, what a great answer.
I love that.
What a
That's
great
a
answer
ripper.
for a race to, and the reason for it as well is it may not be as big and spectacular, but growing up, it meant something to me.
Yeah.
And that was something I would like. Yeah, terrific answer. I love that.
And similar answer from Jack Smith as well, where he was
Yes.
at the young star,
Yes.
but which is now the new sensation, which I think is a Group 3 up there at Wentworth Park, that he's managed to win a couple of times. But it's not always your Phoenixes, it's not always your Melbourne Cups, as Pete mentioned earlier tonight, as he's the race that he'd like to win. Sometimes there's races that just mean things to certain people.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're talking about Josh growing up around that area, and it was a 3-week series, and it was important to those probably coming through the ranks at the time and to the community. So there's all different bits and pieces that mean different things to everyone. I think it shows a lot of personality in terms of what people value and what it is that they really want. The Melbourne Cup and the Phoenix are very valid answers. That also potentially flashy answers. It's very cool to get a different answer like that every once in a while, because the Gold Rush isn't really worth a heap of coin or anything. Like, it's not life-changing money or stature or anything like that, but yeah, it's important to him. That's great.
If you had said to me, pick 50 races, one of them is going to be the answer from Josh Formosa to that question, I wouldn't have got to the Gold Rush, but as soon as he said it, I thought, you know what, that's a ripping answer. So
something you pick up about Josh there as well, the way he answered all those questions and talked about how he goes about buying dogs and things like that, he's got a lot of conviction in his decisions. You can just tell that he's very sort of sure of himself and things like that. And that's someone who's just going to have a lot of success in whatever they do.
Absolutely.
I think it's important as well. He talks a lot about, we've put the money in, but there's no huge expectation of, we need to get X, Y, Z back out of them. We've put the money in, they're going around, they're going good, give the owners a bit of fun. It's great to have that attitude that it's not all do or die out there. That, these are personalities, these are, our dogs, and we love them, and whether they run first or second or last or whatever, it's good to get something back out of them, but it's not the end of the day. And you can see that he, as much as he's putting his life into it, he's having a lot of fun with it, and that's important.
Fun is the most important thing, I think, in our sport. We're 6 minutes away from the next at the maturity, and Patch has just gone and done his finest work of the evening, and it's not setting all this technology up, it's not being a superstar host or asking great questions or any of that.
On as well.
He has chucked the barrier blanket on, and it won't be coming off when he sits back up. He's got the chips, he's hoed into a burger as well, so the food at the Meadows has been rolled out. How are the chips? They look good, actually.
Took a while. Was that normal here at the Meadows, Smithy?
No, well, they knew that we needed a little bit of time just to let you get out of the chair.
Can you hold those?
Not far off race 7. I'm seeing a lot of Carlton on the screen at the moment. Can I get a score?
Collingwood 4-1-25. Carlton scores off the screen as I went to read it out.
Yeah, they're up by 4 points.
Pretty even.
Carlton. As Mitch McGovern, the superstar that is Mitch McGovern, kicks us on edge.
I'd also like to point out that the Eagles are leading the Lions by 21 points halfway through the first quarter. It's 31-10.
Wow.
Jeez.
That's Eagles are all right. I was saying this about Port Adelaide earlier tonight. They're not as bad as people think they are, and I think West Coast are getting to that point now. They've got a few players that I think are box office. You've got Harley Reid, Willem Dersma. I think Cooper Duff-Tyler's going to be a star. Job Shanahan is not far off it himself. So I think there's plenty to like about the Eagles. And while they might not win many games across the next couple of years, I think you're right, Brett. I think they're fun to watch.
I think that they're just a young side. Like there'll be inconsistencies. There'll be weeks, like today, they probably might play 2 or 3 quarters and maybe they'll lose. But there'll be weeks where they come out and they look like superstars, and there'll be weeks where they come out and they look pretty shoddy, but in a couple of years' time, it'll all gel, I'm sure.
What about your mob, Ethan? The Cats, they're going like elite one at the moment.
Carlton ended them.
They're good chips. Nice.
I resemble that remark. No, I've disowned them. I'm looking for applications for September teams, so if anyone wants to put me on their bandwagon, I am in, because we are falling apart like you wouldn't believe. I'd like to go to the Demons, actually, for September, if I could.
Happy with the Curnow trade?
Yes.
Well, he's leading a Coleman.
But it's the softest Coleman lead you've ever seen.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it later on.
Well,
There's
Harry
a few minutes
Mackay's
until this
won.
next race.
Did he win 2, Harry Mackay, or just the 1?
No, he just won. He won 2. He won 2.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so there's a map. Obviously, Can You Talk Now has just got explosive speed, and we would have to expect her to lead this, fellas.
Yes.
Yep. Brett, your best of the night? Is that the one? Or no, Can You
Talk Now? I'm a bit later.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Okay. What do you
I'm
got
not
for?
sure. Can You Talk Now? It's very different. There's a lot of one-turn form there. 653, 657. It's okay without being electric at Bendigo, isn't it?
Is that map according to what you expect, Ethan?
Largely, yeah. It's probably unfortunate, I think, for Bernardo's Queen. I think if Bernardo's Queen and Can You Talk Now had drawn the other way around, I'd be very confident Bernardo's Queen. I'd imagine Can You Talk Now to go out and lead and Bernardo's Queen get the sit and run Can You Talk Now down. But I just think they might cut across each other early, and Can You Talk Now might just steal the break.
There's some weapons in this race. I'm with Can You Talk Now. I think it will lead. I think that speed map will prove to be accurate. Probably get a little bit tired late, but I reckon this dog's got some serious ability. And speaking of dogs with serious ability, there's a dog that didn't get a run tonight. It would have been wearing the Nigerian rug, box number 9, Clarice or Clarice Keeping.
The Nigerian rug.
I think it is worth chucking in your black book, Clarice Keeping. I think it is a rocket, and I know it's coming in with, well, not racing tonight, but it's been racing at Dubbo. I think it's got plenty of ability.
What about that comment there, boys? Will Hurricane come 8th or 7th tonight from the wide draw? Boys, let me know.
No, this is opinions. I like this.
It's a bad draw.
It is a bad draw.
It's a shocking draw for a dog that wants the rails and truthfully probably wants further. I'm not surprised because it probably is a little bit early in his career. I would have loved to see him have a go at the 5-ball. Get up and trip. I've seen some of his 600-metre runs.
They've been brilliant.
Off the charts. He's only had a couple.
But is it a thing that at his age, he's still young? So while this series is here, why not roll the dice?
It's the only thing that I can think of as to why he's in this series and not been raced to go up and trip. And that's, there's a reason that Brooke Ennis trains the dog, and I'm sitting here talking about it.
Big reason.
You reckon? So, I'm sure there's a multitude of reasons, but I'd love to see him in time get up to that trip because I think he's showing signs that that's going to be him.
You have to be careful because the dog's got so much talent, so it's not like you're specking with a dog like him. And if you saw that dog in the heats of the Fireball tonight off that form, you'd be thinking, gee, there's the risk, particularly when there's so much, prize money still in the sprinting ranks. You've got, the Bold Treese, come Melbourne Cup time, you've got plenty of time to look at stayers races.
Well, I'm not a trainer's arsehole, so I'll never pretend to be, but there was a race that you mentioned before, Brett, that I reckon to be right up Hurricane's alley, and I think that is by the name of the Hume Cup.
Yes.
That is sneaking up on us. It's only just over 3 months away now, so I think that'll be the perfect race for him, and then if he's still going that well and trending towards being a stayer, I'd imagine he'd step up after that and maybe head towards a Bold Treese.
So speaking of opinions, we had Jez get involved before talking about Hurricane, putting the cold water on him. Steve Collier's got involved via YouTube 378 trifecta, which of course features Hurricane.
Yep, I like one of those. I've had 2 bets this race. Biscottino out wide. I think this greyhound can go 5 dead to the mark. Went 6.44 at Bendigo last start, so you compare that with the last 2 first sections there with Can You Talk Now. That's absolutely flying. Melvin Bale in 6 is not going to worry. I think it's going to beat Hurricane out. Radar O'Reilly's not going to get involved in the early speed battle. So I thought Biscottino could cross. And then from the inside, if it is on for young and old, Nangar Charm I've had a saver on. It's an each-way price, I still think. Very good run at Wentworth Park last start. And I just thought could sneak up the rail. Looks a pretty fast dog.
It'd be nice for Rodney Clark to get a win down here, particularly. He only operates, Jason, you'll probably be more knowledgeable to this than I am, but he only operates a pretty small team and up at Echuca and doesn't get down to the big smoke all that often at the moment, I don't think.
No, he used to. I think he took a step back a few years ago. I mean, probably before your time, maybe. He had a greyhound called Apex Within.
Yep.
Do you know of him?
Not really.
Anyway, he was a really versatile type over 500, 600 metres. I think he might have raced over 700, but wasn't really up his alley. He had another greyhound. I can't remember her name. She was a lightning fast beginner. I've got batter stuck in my throat.
Stick with it, that's all right.
But no, it's good to see him back, particularly here on the big stage and in a heat of the maturity. So, all right, Can You Talk Now 3?
It's good to see so many different names on the race card.
Well, and that's what I'm
of the
talking
feature
about.
races.
It's nice to you want to see the big dog step up on the big stage and win the big races, but it's always nice to get a bit of a story or two every now and again as well. It all adds to the theatre.
310 at the moment. Can You Talk Now? Is that a bit of a drift? I thought that was in the 2s.
Yes,
earlier
I think
today.
It is. I believe it is.
Biscottino $5. That's a great price. So
What's the pink? Oh, Hurricane. $5.50 for the pink.
$5. Good race.
All right, here we go. Heat 3 of the maturity. Of course, the first 2 so far been tripped out for the all-conquering prosciutto camp, and then repellent for Joshy Formosa, who just joined the boys. Here we go. Favourite in 3. Oh,
Well,
that's
he missed the stars.
Oh, look at Hurricane.
Hurricane.
Oh, put him into the fence here.
That's Radar O'Reilly, so here we go.
Very strong. Nangar Charm.
That's
Nangar
exactly what
Charm's
I
already
want.
in front.
Nangar Charm would be a 99 cents from there. Radar O'Reilly's a character.
He's pretty strong.
Very
Radar
strong.
O'Reilly's a character.
Who's stalking?
Bernardo's
Queen.
Queen.
Can she do it?
Tino's still there.
Oh,
Jeez,
no.
what a run.
top performance.
What a tremendous win that is.
There's a couple of fellows behind us who have backed it. That's good.
I'd like
That's
to
a big
grab-
effort, given the strength of those two in front.
Yeah.
Well, as I said, they're going down the back and going, oh, Nangar Charms found the front. Didn't think it would for about 500 metres. And, yeah, I wouldn't mind watching that back a
I
couple
think
times.
Radar O'Reilly threw that away.
I'm not sure what was going on up there.
As in he refused to win? Is that
Yeah,
what
I
you're
think
alluding
that's
to?
what's happened here. He's known for it.
Important to note, this little scrimmage that happened on the first turn, they're both all good and into the pen. So
Very
it's
important to note.
fantastic. But Bernardo's Queen, great run.
Look at this head-on vision. We'll blow it up here.
30 and 30, I think, tells you the tail there.
Yeah, it does.
So Hurricane dip it in. I mean, that sort of... It's a cat amongst the pigeons, really, wasn't it?
It was a 6. That's the
6 was Melbourne Bale.
Melbourne Bale. Yeah, chased into the pen, so that's good.
Because, I mean, Radar O'Reilly nearly led. Nangar Charm got up on the inside.
Hurricane nearly led. That was nearly the whole pre-race out the window.
So what do you make of the red there?
Oh, poor
Given
for mine.
given how confident you were down the back.
Yeah, well, he's probably gone 30-40, which... Yeah, that's just poor. But I think also there was a bit of annoyance there from Radar O'Reilly as well. So, interesting race, and it sort of set up well for Bernardo's Queen in the end. There's a good bit of feedback there. Don't mind that. Worst in-play punter. When I have gone to the trots, I've been absolutely horrific at in-play punting.
Is that a popular thing?
It is. I think it's what's keeping them going. In-play punting. If you look at some of the match pools and
we
things
look
like
at
that.
after each other and you're handing out clips.
It's big in gallops, isn't it? In play.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it in greyhounds, surely.
Nah,
this
it moved too quick.
I-
The markets move quick in the horses and the trots as well.
It'd be bloody good fun up the straight 16 seconds, though. I tell you what, wouldn't that be interesting?
Oh, things change pretty quick at Q Straight, as we've seen on that airport strip up there.
Yes. Nice and wide. Plenty of room for the dogs to get into their action. That's helpful.
All right, Matty Field. Active as always. Cats are gone. I'm a mad supporter for the Cats.
We can't keep talking
Ethan?
about the cat, Matt. We can't keep talking about the Cats. We're going to need to find a team for September or a holiday destination because it's not going to be for us this year, mate.
Comment here from your mate, boys. Cal Robson. Will we ever get middle splits for all tracks in Victoria? Is there a reason why they aren't published? Well, there's no... How do I explain this? I think in other states, it's all done based on a guesstimation of some sort, as far as I believe. Like they'll break the beam. Because for those people out there who don't know how timing systems work in greyhound racing, there's beams. So there's a unit on the inside part of the track, there's a unit on the outside part of the track, and obviously if that gets broken as a greyhound runs through, they break that beam. That's when the time gets set. So when you've got one down the back straight, you're not going to get a time from all those beams. So it's done on a in a photo finish sort of capacity. So at the first split you can do that. The system takes a photo of that first split, you can place it on the noses and whatnot. There's no camera down the back. Yeah. So I assume when they're imported interstate, I don't know this as fact, but I assume that it's a bit of a guesstimation. That margin's there, that margin's there. But the fact of the matter is, they're there and they're available and they're public.
Yeah. So I think at every two-turn track sort of elsewhere, there would be a beam of some sort. I don't know the actual terminology, but there'd be one by the 600-metre box. So that way you get the middle section, essentially, and then you get the run home. So it did take a bit of adjusting when I sort of moved and sort of took up the form here a lot more, because the run homes were something that I used, and they're now available on the Metro races on the Watchdog app. They would be great to have, particularly when you're trying to line up form from other tracks, and will they run 500 off a 425-metre run at Bendigo, those kind of things.
And with talking about the availability of the Icelinks data here in the Metro tracks, and obviously that's sorted the midsection issues. for the Meadows and Sandown. You'll be able to talk to this, explain this. Is there, I suppose, any appetite to make it available at the country tracks? Is it possible? Is it a cost thing? Like, where is the sort of...
It's a cost thing.
Yeah,
if it was cheap, it'd be done.
Yeah.
It's a significant outlay to install the system, and I think what the luxury is, or advantage that other states have, is they don't have as many tracks as what we do. So they've basically got statewide coverage in Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, I think.
Well, they haven't even done it at Northern since they bought Northern.
Well, there you go. But
you can't get a first section over the sprint trip.
You can't get a first section over 297.
Yeah. So, I mean, the use of that data at the moment that you're talking about at the city tracks is quite limited. I mean, luckily now we do have it in the Watchdog app. Saves me putting together bloody labour-intensive PDF reports.
Yep.
But I'm working on something at the moment, and I'm happy to talk about this in a pre-race Isolinks look at the race. I built something the past couple of weeks, and it's looking pretty good. So I'm not going to roll it out myself, but it's a...
Also, for
what's the word? Something you build and want to prove it elsewhere. So hopefully, in time, we can develop that internally.
Yep.
And then if the value is there, it builds the worth of installing it elsewhere at other tracks. Because even what I'm doing now, even for tonight's races, you've got greyhounds coming from anywhere that haven't been in metropolitan Melbourne, and he's got no data. So it's not a complete form guide, but it's a great insight, and I hope it evolves in the next few months.
Would it be something that you talk about presenting this data, not so much in a review phase, but a preview phase? What's your sort of your imagination? What are you saying? Is it like a Watchdog form guide, or is it in the printable ones like the rocket scientist?
What I've produced is a bit of a spreadsheet that you print off on A4. But what I've built it as, because it's taking data from Hillsville, Meadows, Sandown, and Terrelgan.
Yes.
It's based on a rating. So there's a rating out of 10 for the way you begin, your early speed, your mid-race power, and how you finish the race. So it's a rating out of 10 that's really specific to the distance of which they're racing over. So happy to give you boys a look, but hopefully it is something that starts to grow, but still working on it. It's still something that hopefully we can put together, get some internal momentum, and get it in a format of which you speak about where it's accessible for everyone. But we can talk about that all day. Okay, we'll get up to James Vandermark shortly. I just don't have vision. Hey?
I might just start holding those chips for the rest of
We'll give them to the boys. The boys will be starving.
I'll just knock
There's burgers over here that'll be stone cold Steve Austin.
Is Jim, is he worried that we're actually going to charge him? Like he's you're not going to pay him for the second invoice he's going to put in. Is that what he's doing?
Possibly. You might know. You've spent a bit more time with him than what I have.
Oh, he loves a cashier, man, Jim.
All right.
No one has had more cars than Jim.
So I can see we'll have James Vandermark shortly. Got the vision there. So we'll await that and see what happens. What are you laughing at? Trying to get through the gate.
Yeah.
Anyway. Hope everyone out there is having a good night, enjoying what is a ripping card of racing, and this is a friendly reminder as well. If you do want to be a part of it, like so many people have tonight, you can comment on whatever platform you are watching on or text in 0458 675 485. Get stuck into us, ideas, whatever you want to get into, let it rip, and we'll hopefully cover it.
Collingwood 8 points up at halftime.
Did that update hurt? Or actually, you did say you'd rather be from behind. There is a part of me that is happy if the Blues win, because I think each win this year is going to set the Blues up for one of the most beautiful falls from grace next year.
Where's the grace?
Well, that's the thing. That's what in Blues supporters' heads, they feel like they're going better than they are. On 7 on the bounce or whatever it was, and they're
Might be a
shit.
good time to get a feed, Jace.
Hey?
Might be a good time to get a feed and just let these two have their hour.
Are you not concerned about being the next West Coast?
No. How many flags have you seen in your life from the Blues?
Hey?
How many flags have you seen in your life from the Blues?
I can call the first 2 minutes of the 95 grand final.
The first 2 minutes?
Yeah, I reckon I could get through.
Were you born then?
No, I was -4.
-4.
So yeah, I was born in '99. That was the last time we were in the grand final. First year as a member was 2002. That was our first wooden spoon. So.
Oh, so it's your fault.
Is that when you stopped cheating as a club?
No. What we were doing, we were one of the very few companies in Australia doing something about real wage growth in Australia.
Speaking of companies, the Wizard Home Loans Cup was made iconic because of the Blues.
And the NAB Cup. NAB's still going. Don't know what Wizard are up to these days, but...
All right, I can see something from James Vandermark brewing.
I hope it's not.
I don't know if he's
I hope
ready
it's
or
not Windy Jim.
He's looking around. I'm going to throw him on. I don't know if he's ready, but I'm throwing him on.
I'm born ready.
Fire away,
Born ready,
James.
Jace.
What have you got
born
for
ready. Just welcome to the broadcast box. I thought I'd show you my little den of where we go about it. Beautiful view. Molly's on the camera doing a wonderful job there, but as you can see, no binoculars needed. Most tracks as a race caller, I think most callers would agree that we use the binoculars, but I've sort of thought over the years that it's easier to go without them at a track like this. I mean, you can see everything. So beautiful, beautiful track. We've got the headphones here. You chuck them on, everyone can hear. Asthma spray if you get a bit throaty throughout the call. Sky Racing on the monitor, but it's not so much about me. It's what else goes on up here. Sorry, Molly, not much space. Follow me. Let's have a look at the lure room. We've got, perfect timing. Stirrup's not far away. We've got Christopher Chilcott here, son of Michael and Julie Chilcott. Chrissy, are you up for a chat, mate? Yeah, let's do this. Hang on, he's just doing the stirrup. This is a great insight. We'll try and turn the light on. I'm not sure if we can do that. Here we go. Let's have a look at how Chrissy goes about it. Come in, Molly. Come in. Have a look. This is the lure control box. We won't get in Chrissy's ear too much because we want him to focus. I reckon this is the most important job in greyhound racing. Something people don't think about, but without a lure being driven to perfection, the racing's not perfect. And on a night like tonight, the pressure is well and truly on our man Chrissy. We'll have a quick chat to him when he pulls this lure up. The stir up, for those who are sitting at home going, well, what the hell is a stir up? I like to explain it as an AFL football side running through the banner. It's the stir up for the greyhounds to go, all right, it's time, it's game time, it's go time. So that's taking place now. I think Chris might be doing a couple of extra laps so he doesn't have to talk to us by the looks of it. I swear it doesn't normally go for this long, but how long do this thing pulls up, Chrissy? 3 more seconds.
James,
there you go. Any questions, boys?
Hey?
Any questions from you boys you want to ask Chrissy?
Oh, look, I've been alongside lure drivers and had discussions while they're driving races. Chrissy can't talk while doing the stirrup.
I tell you what, Chris, Jason Adams wants to know, he's been alongside lure drivers when the race was going and could have a conversation with them, but you're not like that. You focus, don't you?
Yeah, pretty much. We're not supposed to have anyone in here.
But me?
But James. Yeah,
no, that's all right. How long have you been doing it?
I've been doing driving the lure for about 13 years now, and then for GRV about 7 or 8 years, I think. Yep.
Number one man at the track curator here at the Meadows, as well as our man Chili. Track conditions tonight looks to be good.
Yeah, really happy with the track at the moment.
Always good?
Always good.
Always good. Good on you, Chili. Thanks for jumping on. That's Chris Chilcott, lure driver tonight. Stewards down there, they're a bit boring, so we'll go this way. Follow me, Molly. I always joke with the stewards. It's always just a joke. In here, we've got judge and cameraman. Jump up, Corey. Jump up, Corey. I told you this was coming. That's the lovely judge. She said not to speak. Let's follow Corey. Let's follow Corey out here. Just watch your step there,
Jim,
Molly.
Jim, don't stand out there as well.
Oh, hang on. It's got a weight limit, this thing. Hang on a second. Oh. Here we go. Come and have a look, Molly. Nah, just come out. Can you give us a bit of a run through of what this is, Corey?
No. Not right now.
No idea.
He's all good.
There we go. He's a little bit camera shy, our man. Hey, let's talk Bulldogs.
Nah, not yet.
Not yet. He's a mad Bulldogs fan. What about the chief judge here tonight? Tell me a little bit about the judging equipment, and I'll take a seat. We've got about 2 minutes to the race, so plenty of time. What do you reckon?
These are your main cameras and your backup cameras, following by your ISO links. Our nice rack here, and our cameras. And our plungers.
So these plungers, when you say plunger, I think most people would think toilet. Plunge the poo out of the toilet, but that's not the case here.
The case, we plunge and we capture our photo over onto the computers, over to the screen. Yes.
See that, Molly? There you go. And then the photo would come up, and then the judge puts the line, and I guess that's how the magic happens.
That is how the magic happens.
Yeah, well, that's about all we have up here. It's not as exciting as I made out when Jace put me an email. I said, I'll do some chatter up here in the broadcast, but it's a pretty casual spot. Get a beautiful bird's eye view of not a massive crowd tonight, but I think it will be next. No, I'm going to be honest. I'm not gonna paint it up, Smithy. Quiet night tonight, but next week will be absolutely enormous. Middle of winter, bring a jacket, come out to the Meadows. On a more serious note, I am getting paid for this, so I better chat a serious note. Not really, I'm doing it for the love of the sport, but out here is the best place, I reckon, to see racing. So next Saturday night, it's probably already booked out, but if it's not, speak to our man Smithy, get a table. Maturity Classic, middle of winter, great food, great company. Should be a good race caller too.
Is Dan calling?
James, did you hear that? Oh, he's throwing the mic. That's a mic drop. He didn't like that. Jim will be back.
Good insight.
Work.
It's probably something that you and I take, I don't know, for granted a little bit, I suppose. Patch wandering up into the mezzanine levels and seeing how it's made up there. But it is fascinating for people that have never seen that, I think.
100%. All right, next heat on the maturity coming up. It is race 8 and quite clearly there, fellas. Off the chart, through the roof. A speed map from the gods, I think it is, boys.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? I'd almost argue that bar should be going further off that graph. It would be that
it
far.
Is. It is just as far as it goes.
There you go. You'd imagine that he just leads this by, I don't know, he could be leading this by somewhere between 4 and 6 lengths down the back easily.
If you go the glass half empty approach to that, he needs to, because his strongest part of this race is certainly not the back end.
He's only got one. What's what I'm looking for here? He's got a 1 wood, but it's a bloody good one. That's it. He goes out and he leads, and if he doesn't, he's in strife over 500 metres. But if that's the only thing you can do, and you do it most starts and do it by a fair way, well, you're going to be okay generally.
Realistically, though, outside of Victor Krev, who could run him down if he's going to be that far in front?
We've seen Happy Dad over 600, but probably doesn't run the times. It won't be close enough to be able to run the times to run him down, I wouldn't have thought. But if he gets it all right and if he runs the back split that he can, I think you're right. I don't think they catch him.
I think there's a few dogs in this that could run off the chart down with a clear run, but the problem is I think that off the chart's going to be running, 5:05, maybe even 5, maybe even quicker. And the rest of these dogs are going to be probably 5:20s, and they'll probably bunch a little bit. He's just going to skip away, I think, isn't he? There was a comment a little bit earlier, which hasn't been put up. Would either of you be willing to lay off the chart? And whilst I can't be backing him at the price that he is, the lights him away. But
$1.45.
No, I will not be laying him. So unfortunately, you cannot take my money off me. I am not that brave.
Well, I said he was my best bet. I'd back him all the way down to $1.50. He's just gone under that.
What's he open at? 1.8?
Yeah, 180, which I thought was a fantastic price if you wanted to take it. I think Master McGraw will work his way down to the rail. Happy Dad uses a bit of the track. There's not going to be a huge amount of pressure from his outside. He is more of your Simon Told Hallen 5-second sectional rather than your Fernando Bale, where he needs 5 to 10 metres just to really go bang. But that turn of foot is unrivaled in this sport, in my opinion. So I think with the map that he's got, he's going to get that clear air in the first 5 to 10 metres, and fingers crossed we see him at his explosive best, because I don't think there's many more exciting greyhounds in the sport to watch.
We haven't mentioned House of Sins, but that's actually the greyhound that's been back to maybe knock off the chart. Victor Krev was just getting back into 850. It's hard to find something really off any of this that's actually going to knock off the chart, because even House of Sins, that's all on the one-turn track at the queue. So
Victor Krev is a fast dog. Where he lobs in the run is the concern. Gemma Keeping is very fast as well, and clearly comes up with the plum draw there with the 1. But I think this is a bit of an alignment from all of us. We're all with Off the Chart, who I think he's, if he's not the best, he's in the best couple of dogs that are in the sport at the moment. So buckle up, Spark's about to fly. Off the Chart from box number 5.
Oh, watch this.
Fairly, Victor
Krev.
Krev.
Look who's on his outside.
Victor Krev's last.
Happy Dad.
Victor Krev.
Strap in, I reckon.
Happy Dad.
He's going to get close.
Has been over 600.
He's going to get mighty close. Away.
5:05 early, 17:53. I think he's in some Barney rubble here. Happy Dad been racing over 600, and there you go.
Straight on par.
Wow.
6.57 and 3. 6.57 and 3. So a boil over off the chart. Gets run down, 29.79 the time. Happy Dad has a 29.68 PB to his record. Doesn't exactly show that speed all the time, but it could not have worked out better for the Dylan Sharp trained dog there, boys.
Spare of thought for a lot of quaddy tickets that have just gone out the window, because they've been mostly in the market, the greyhounds that have won so far.
Most certainly. Give me that. That's a gift from me. You have a 5 or
He can run like the wind, that bloke, can't he?
Happy Dad.
Yeah, it's just not every week where you sort of look at him and go, right, he's going to do it tonight.
Didn't really see Happy Dad getting over. I had the greyhound going 5.25 to the mark, so he's obviously began a lot better. And what was interesting, off the chart, just never really got away up the back.
Yeah, 17.53 is good going, but I probably expect him to go at least a length quicker than that.
To the back?
Yeah. He's gone 17.43.
And it's fast.
He's gone 17.43. 17.53 is roaring. But just with the amount of clear air that he got, I would have expected him to go maybe a length quicker. And that's just me being harsh, to be quite honest with you. Probably nitpicking, probably wrong. But if you had have said to me...
run home, it's a fall down there.
Yeah, for sure. But that's what it's going to be for off the chart. We know that. We know that that's the sort of dog he is going into it, and he probably needs to go your 5.02, 17.48. And if he does that, he can win every single race at the Meadows. If he doesn't, then sometimes it can be a bit more difficult.
So that
for him.
12.23 run home, that's obviously based on off the chart leading to the back and Happy Dad crossing the beam. What would be his best run home time here, off the chart?
If you could run home...
Could he run 12.20s? That's the point I'm trying to make.
12.20 would be an improvement on what we've seen from him.
Okay.
Yeah. I think so, anyway. But that's I'd still rather be out in front. Like, Happy Dad was an incredible run then, but off the chart made the race for Happy Dad. If off the chart doesn't make the race, does Happy Dad get through like that? I don't know. We're speculating, we're making things up, but that was gifted with the way that off the chart brought him across to get to that position, then you've got to be good enough to win from there, and he was.
7 and 8 didn't get out either.
And a shout out to Dylan Sharp as well. The next generation of Sharps in Dylan and Mia, and I know Liam's off as a pilot. Where is he at the moment?
Oh, he was in Darwin for a while.
But Mia, we had a little bit to deal with when we did a bit of media training. She came to that and she was absolutely fantastic. And Dylan obviously works his ass off as well. So well done to Dylan. I think that's his first Group 1 runner in his name, I'd guess.
Couldn't say.
Could be wrong, but I'm guessing. But yeah, well done to him anyway.
100%. Happy Dad goes through. And that was Heat 4 of the maturity. So half the field is completed. Happy Dad, Bernardo's Queen, Repellent, and Tripped Out. So that box draw, Smithy will be covering that tonight, correct?
After the last. So, of course, the maturity heats goes to race 12. So it'll take a little bit to get the stewards across, get us all set up, but we'll be covering it right here on the Watchdog app and YouTube and wherever else you are watching it. So we'll stay live until then, I think, Patch.
Yep, that's right. We'll be here for a long time.
Absolutely.
Off the press, I do have the box draw for the fireball.
Rip through it.
So the Group 3 next week, over 730 metres. Box 1, Mapunga Donna. 2, Elite 1. 3, Magpie Hector, so he will be your favourite. 4, In Moderation. 5, Slick Nitro. 6, Mapunga Breeze. 7, Amron Toy. That's interesting. 8, Vodka and Ice.
So where was Elite 1 again?
Box 2. So Elite 1, every chance to potentially lead Amron Toy.
What's coming up?
That's not too bad, though, for Amron Toy, I don't think. Being out there and sitting on the outside of Elite 1.
Yeah, I don't think Mapunga Breeze or Vodka and Ice will worry too early. Slick Nitro was moderate away today. Interesting.
Look at this stuff. This is good stuff. Ethan Christian, you've got a group of blokes, and the mail is they're on a Bucks party. Tell us more.
The mail is that they're on a Bucks party, and here with me is my new best mate, Tom. Tom, 2 pairs of goggles. What's the thought process going on here, man?
It's a bit bright out on the track, so I just thought, I needed the second pair just to make sure I was, able to get the visibility on the dogs,
Yeah, important stuff. I'm glad you're taking your night out here very seriously. Now, you're here on a Bucks. I would like you to point, because I'm aware it's not yours. Where's old mate?
No,
whose Bucks is it?
It's not mine. It's Big RB, BGR over here, over on the right. I don't know why he's filming me. There he is. No, BGR, bad guy Ryan. It's his final send-off. Yeah, look, he's got the beer on. He's got the gold medal on from axe throwing. It's been a good night.
Axe throwing, winner at axe throwing. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Dare I ask why he's called Bad Guy Ryan? Can we get into that on air or?
Look, there's some stories I could tell. There's stories I couldn't. I probably can't spill the beans too much on air. You know, I got to be nice. Yeah.
Considering it's his Bucks party, we'll try and make sure he doesn't get in too much trouble before we turn him home. Hey, I'm looking around and on the table, not a lot of beer, but a lot of desserts. What kind of Bucks party are you running out of you, mate?
A lot of desserts. We've had a few beers already. And to be honest, at this point in the night, we're just into the dessert point of the night. You know, want some desserts? Want some mousse? It's not bad. It's like I think it's $2.50.
Yeah, good. And they say you can't eat value. I'm telling you what, you bloody can. And it's right here at the Meadows. I'm watching it. Absolutely, I will. Hey, we're at the Dogs. Have you had a winning night? First of all, how are you going?
I did have a couple of good wins early on. Look, if I got a tip for you,
yes,
Paul Monet.
And why? Just because it rolls off the tongue a bit.
No, look, it's a bit of an interesting race. There's not many favourites in that. You know, there's a couple of freshies. Well, it's interesting to see. Yeah.
Okay, very good. I hope the boys back at the desk are taking note of this, of how to do form. Make a note.
We got
Paul
some
Monet, I
questions
think that'll be us.
We got the questions here, Ethan. The
Yeah,
gentleman
yeah,
in
you
the
got some
background
questions.
there,
Yes.
How many drinks has he had? Can we get a number from him?
Yeah, of course we can. Oh, no, don't get shy on me now. Come here, you. There's a question from the desk. We would like to, well, first of all, tell us your name and nice mustache.
I'm Jesse, and I've got a big mustache.
All right, get him off.
Get him off. How many
Get
drinks
the
have you
number.
had? That's what the desk want to know.
6 or 7 earlier in the night, and then a third later.
I'll take your word for it. The math isn't quite mathy, but I'll take your word for it, mate. That's not a worry at all. Hey, what are the plans from here on in? You're going to stay to the last? We got somewhere else set up afterwards? We're going out for a boogie? What's going on?
No, the missus is coming home with us.
No. We'll be here to the last. You count on that. Don't worry about that. The glasses are going back on. We're watching those dogs. Yeah, oh yeah.
Good. I need to see every single one of you here for the last race, and I will be doing a lap to make sure. So, anyway, take it easy. Maybe a water for the big fella, but he's got a good mustache. Oh, no, I've upset him. All right, that's it. Get back. I'm about to get ran out of town here. I'll send it back to you boys.
Good stuff. Very good stuff, Eve.
I reckon the bloke with the moustache that's clearly had 1 or 2 beverages, or 6 or 7, and the third later on, looks a bit like Harry upstairs.
He does. I was thinking that.
Yeah, I thought maybe we might have to get Harry down and get a side-by-side and have a little bit of a look at him, but they're clearly enjoying themselves, and while there's not the biggest crowd on course tonight at the Meadows, there's certainly plenty of people having fun, which we love to see.
Yep, indeed we do. All right, there's a lot of comments here that I need to catch up on. It's a good time to do that. Couple regarding Ethan here. Nikki Johnson, can we get Ethan's mustache routine? We'll have to do that before the night's end. Joss has got back involved. Interesting comment from Ethan regards access to some online stuff. What kind of stuff does he mean exactly? And is there anything the public can use upcoming? He's almost
on his
back
way
already.
back, so
Put his hand up.
we'll get him to answer this one for you, Joss. Ethan, question on the screen for you. What do you got?
I was actually running back because I heard a question about the mustache. This one, kind of online stuff. Is there anything public?
What does public mean, though? Of course there is.
There's plenty of Isolink stuff, and you can build your
all
own
the
sort of
Isolink
systems.
stuff
Just general form and replays and
yeah, I think
unless you're specifically asking Joss what websites. I mean,
Yeah,
your
look, I
default
mean,
for
there's
to
one-
take to advanced step is probably fasttrack.grv.org.au.
Yes, I mean, Brett and I operate in a private one, which there's no public access to. I think there is one coming up by the name of Greyhound Bible. I don't really know how far away that is. One of our friends is working on it. But there are things out there. A lot of the free stuff is amazing. Like, obviously, all the stuff that we get fast track, and particularly with the Isolinks, we've talked about it a few times tonight. I've used Greyhound Recorder for the longest time for a lot of fields and forms and speed maps. You can get a very, very long way with the stuff that's out there in the public. That's because not everyone's got access to the whiz-bang stuff. I mean, Brett and I certainly didn't up until 5 minutes ago, really, in the time that we've done form in our form life. So, the free stuff out there is great, and you should utilise it.
Yep, indeed. Thanks, Joss, for getting involved. If you want the most simple way to do form and do so on your phone very fast, make sure you do download the Watchdog app and do it that way. While we've got you, Ethan, where was that other one? Here we go, Nick Johnson. Can we get Ethan's mustache routine?
Yep, 25 years ago, be born, don't shave it, here it is. It's about it.
So no treatment, you don't put
Are you asking if I have some
grease through it
oils
or
or that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
some performance enhancing?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Okay.
El Natural, out and proud, very happy with it. Comb it rarely, trim it often. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. Bon appetit. Another one from Joss. There was in-play greyhound betting on UK tracks. I remember doing it at Walthamstow. It didn't last long. The delays were just too much. It's a good point because obviously things change pretty quick, and if you're not at the track itself, it's hard to really. I mean, we're talking about a matter of seconds, aren't we?
The delays, the delays comment, because I think that's just going down this boring conversation now. But if you talk about the in-play betting landscape now, when we're talking about horses and harnesses, the advantage is being on track, and you don't get that delay when you're out there in the action. So it'd be interesting to actually see how to pan out, even if it was for a little trial for a week, just to see what happens.
It may bring more people back on course, which I'd love, but
I agree.
Yeah.
Smithy, this one's for you. We need more coverage of this on Friday night at Geelong. You're going to give up your Friday nights?
No.
Do you want a second to think about it?
No, I don't. I do Tuesdays and Thursdays, Matty, and you're one of the great listeners on SEN Track on a Tuesday and Thursday and the lids fly, so you'll just have to enjoy those 2 nights, and then we might do this more often or not.
Steve Rhodes, of course, responding to the interview that James Vandermark did with Chris Chilcott. I broke dogs in for Chilcott too. Good on you, Steve. We've got one here. Any concerns about the massive amount of travel that we heard earlier from the trainer?
That'll be about Jack Smith, I think.
Yep. Yeah. Or Pete Pasciuto.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, it's
either one.
I honestly think it is a massive concern. What did I say? I called them mad bastards, the amount of travel that they do. Now, I grew up regionally, and I grew up with a dad who travelled an hour and a half each way for work every day, and I'd like to think that I'm not too fussed about being in the car and driving long periods of time, but I get a quick reality check every time I talk to one of these greyhound trainers and ask what their week looks like and how much travel they do, and I do think it's always a concern. You'd like to hope that everyone's big enough and ugly enough to sort themselves out, and if they're getting tired, to just pull over and do the right things in that circumstance. But it is absolutely a concern for sure.
I don't envy him for a second, that's for sure.
No.
Clearly, some of these 14 race cards at Ballarat on a Wednesday and things like that, they can finish 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Ethan, got any tips for Cannington?
I've hardly got any for here, let alone
That's Brett.
Cannington. Why are we asking me?
Yeah. This person's clearly had my Cannington tips before.
Yeah.
And is looking for a new angle. I do feel there's 3 heats of the Winter Cup, which is always a good series at Cannington. I did a lot of work for this cars. I didn't really have a proper look, but yeah, some good dogs going around. Westland Sydney's first up again. Iconic Jet is going around for the Shane train, so some good dogs getting around.
Ethan, one of my finest memories of recent time was when Brett tipped you one at Cannington or Mandurah. You've backed it, and then you found out it had blinkers on.
Oh no!
And you thought, what sort of
that was
what have I been sold here?
That was actually a great night in our history. Was that the night that we went to the Ascot Vale? Was that night?
Yeah, that was the that was
Ethan's clearly cut one from
that
the
was
herb,
the
so he
WA.
remembers it
I know
well.
the dog. It was
From
WA
the late
Derby.
duck, sorry.
It was a dog called Intimidation in the WA Derby, and I think it was Sandown Cup the night before. And I think we were enjoying a couple of refreshing beverages down in Greyhounds at Tame, and I was well on my way by this point. I think I tipped it to everyone. I think that dog's still running. Didn't really get into the race at all. I actually backed it, I think, a couple of starts later at Northam, and I still couldn't get the job done. So I was onto a winner there.
I distinctly remember sitting in Greyhounds Entertainment. It would have been close to 1 a.m. in the morning, and I think it was yourself, myself, Jace. I think Nathan Rooney and Michael Ty might have been floating around as well. And I've gone to the bar to get a beer, and I've heard in the background someone just go, "Hey Ethan, did you know the dog's got blinkers?" Whoosh! You cannot be serious, man. What are you
good day the
in
next
for?
day at the Ascot Vale Tavern. Zipping Fiero was the big bet we had that night.
We had on a very rare self-indulgent. Leave us for 20 seconds here, punters.
Well, let's not change the theme of what we've been doing for the last 3 hours.
It's it was one of the rare nights in our form history where I actually won and you lost. Normally it's the other way around. Normally you're dragging me along. We had Zipping Fiero and Ralph Wiggum, and
Ralphie. That was the one.
Filled the guts, and we went from the Emerald to the Ascot Vale to the Lame Duck and a version of home. So yeah, that was a good night.
Live a good life here, blokes. Another comment from Cal. Happy dad just lobbed in the perfect spot. Makes off the chart run look worse? Probably absolutely bang on.
I don't think it was a bad run from off the chart. I just don't think it was his peak.
You're right. It can visually look pretty worse if something's on your tail.
But he's that sort of dog that if he doesn't get it absolutely right, it is going to look bad when he gets run
He
down.
went 29.85. He would have been around that mark. That's fine.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
there's
what's
nothing wrong with the run, but you just expect so much from the
Yeah.
dogs that are at the pointy end of our sport, and of which he is. And this could be my favourite message so far.
Oh,
tonight.
yeah.
When is Aljana getting delivered? Well, that'd be the second time today that you would have knocked it off, Patch, if you got it delivered now.
Thanks, mate. Joss has got back involved. Is there a drunken man in Melbourne tonight? He's probably having his stomach pumped as we speak.
I do think he was putting a little bit of mayo on it, that fella.
I'll tell you what, I don't know, but I'll tell you what. Give me, what time is it? Give me about 4 or 5 hours, just I'll let you know.
I reckon I've worked out who that person might be as well. I reckon it's our Welsh friend.
Yes, shout out Neil Price. Yes, Neil, hello to you.
Jez, boys, is wrongly accused the most informed dog in Australia right now. Horsham Cup final, putting away that field comprehensively on the back of a 29.43 gallop 10 days ago at the Meadows. $2.45 looks overs here.
Consiglieri's probably got a fair thing to say about the most informed dog in Australia, and 2.45. It could look like overs very, very quickly, but I think he's going to have a tough time getting across.
Boys, we'll get into it soon.
Dead against.
Okay.
Not dead against, and I agree with half the comment. I think he probably is the most informed dog at the moment, but this is a step up in class, and the wide draw, he's got to get across. Duster's going to keep him out. Dramatical's going to get underneath. I've got him closer to 4s than I do 250.
Well, if you cut apart this race, this is the race of the night in terms of quality. You've got the Australian Cup winner in Dramatical. Grant Keeping's the last start Group 1 winner. You've got Dustin ran second in the Horsham Cup and has got a 29.66 under his belt, has won 4 from 5 at the Meadows. Repeat the same, in my opinion, as a Group 1 winner, because the launching pad year in, year out looks like a Group 1 sort of calibre field and form line. Mapunga Whiskey went 4.97, 29.45, 2 starts ago at Sandown Park. Borzana's a multiple city winner. Now, this race is obscenely good. If I was sitting there and this got dished up as the maturity final, I would have been stoked.
Absolutely.
So you then, when you're doing the form, you start nitpicking and you start looking for chinks in the armour rather than looking at it positively. So you look on it from a promotional perspective and you go, this is the best thing that the sport has. From a form perspective, you've got to try and find a winner. So you start nitpicking and you start chipping away at the chinks in the armour, or creating chinks in the armour, and I think that's what we do with a dog like Wrongly Accused here. We start saying, well, it was just Horsham Cup. It wasn't a Group 1 Easter egg. It was the Horsham Cup. And then 29.43 in a small field at the Meadows on a Wednesday. He can absolutely run that tonight.
Oh, and this is, I want to make this clear before I get my head taken off my neck, is that I'm not saying that these are inferior form races by any amount, because I'm times man. Put the time on the clock, and we've seen him do it. We've seen him do it here on the Wednesday. He in terms of ability, absolutely can win this. And $2.50, sure, no dramas at all. I just think, for the way that the race is going to pan out tonight, I think the quote's a bit short.
You can overcomplicate these races too. These great big races, quite often because they're really good dogs, we spend so much time dissecting it. There is no margin for error in a race like this. It's just going to come down to who gets it right on that first bend, because any of 1, 4, 8, 6, if any of those greyhounds lead, they're probably not going to be for catching. I thought Dramatical had the best map in my view. I just thought from box 1 he'd be able to sneak up the inside. If Wrongly Cruise, I just didn't think he'd get across. That's my only criticism of the dog here. I'm really bullish on what this dog can do, and that's not saying anything controversial. Mapunga Whiskey I was against. That run at Sandown 2 starts ago, that was on a slowish track, but obviously had a lot of room down the inside.
Yeah, had the map of the gods up.
Yeah, and it's a mustering sort of type, so there's not much for error here. It's a cracking race.
Yeah. I thought the race looked very different with Paul Maddock in it. I know Paul Maddock hasn't been at her best over the last few starts, but I was probably willing to risk Dramatical before Paul Maddock came out, and I think with Indy Marty in there, who Dramatical's probably just as quick as early, I think Dramatical box number 1. I'm with Dramatical, and I think he can win this race. And he's a dog, to be honest, that I have done that nitpicking with in the past and looked for ways to get him beat. So I just think he's going to get a hell of a lot more room than I initially mapped, and he is one of the fastest dogs in training. That mid-race pace is off the charts too.
If you're an exotics player, put Indy Marty into your trifectas first four. This greyhound, I think, is very strong. Won't get involved in the early speed battle. That performance at Geelong last start was really good. The others should clear him, so he should just sneak up the inside and can run a bit of a race, I reckon.
Yep. We'll get back to that race shortly.
Just how good looking is Dustin too, by the way.
Yeah, he's a ripper.
I'm glad
he's ready to rock.
Callum, bit of Cannington mail there. Race 6, number 8, Tattoo Beast. Greyhound, bit of early speed, wants to use a bit of the track, so should be well suited out there. Good luck, Callum. Thanks, mate.
Well, a couple of text messages come in as well, boys. Let me get to those. Firstly, we'll get to the ones that are taking the piss. Is Corey on Ozempic or Mounjaro? Side effects, blue socks, weirdo.
Are we going to guess Jared Sharp? Is that text message?
I've got no names attached to this phone.
No Ozempic, no, what was the other one? Kilimanjaro.
Yeah.
No Ozempic. Just I'm actually on a 199-day streak of 10,000 steps a day, which is not bad for my fat ass. So
it was that lap at Bendigo after the Pink Diamond.
I did.
That was incredible.
It wasn't that a scene, wasn't it?
Oh my
I did
God.
do that. I'm surprised it's taken this long to bring that up, to be honest.
Oh.
Just doing the right thing. I'm just a health and fitness machine after just scoffing a burger and chips.
We'll quickly explain that. So we finished the Pink Diamond broadcast at Bendigo. We went up, had a can. Smithy's disappeared. He's gone walking a lap of...
The harness track.
What's the joint called?
Bendigo harness track. Lord's Raceway.
Lord's Raceway. He's in a lap. He's come back sweating.
No. I was not sweating.
He looked like Babe.
I'll tell you what, I reckon the three blokes standing inside having the cans were having a bit more fun than Corey was having, but to each their own journey.
No, I'm a stubborn prick. So when I decided to start doing the steps, I've stuck to it. 199 days later, so that's one. That's every day this year. So I clearly needed it. We saw the photo before, Patch.
Tell you what, we copped a bad beat on the way home from Bendigo. So I had Ethan in the car with me, and we went to the.
Was that the bad beat?
Nah, yeah, that was the start of the problems. We then decided
What, did
to
you
go
back
get
me
some
on the
Maccas.
harness track?
Tell you what, we went to Macca's and we go to the drive-through and they're not responding. And anyway, so I just drive up to the window and there's a sign there basically saying, "Oh, we're just doing a system update, so we can't serve you."
Oh no, that's worse than the soft serve machine being on.
Yeah, and then the next one, the next Macca's we could see was basically right next to my apartment. So we wanted some feed for the way home, and we had to wait till we were home. 2 a.m. knockoff.
The cold dimmies not sort you out. That night Patch was hoeing into them.
Oh,
they were practically refrozen.
So good. They'll be like these burgers over here. They come out before looking Mickey Mouse, and now they'll still be nice. Couple of messages from the same person, Corey. So take a guess who it might be. Worst party ever. Been to better funerals. Bring Fat Corey back.
Fat Corey's still here.
And we're not far away from this race, and this question's obviously been addressed many times throughout the week. Hey, lads, I love the panel's inside mail on exactly why Justin Nolan's jet was forced to change his name. He goes from organised crime to wrongly accused after running 29.43. Have the racing fun police just stepped in, or did this dog just get himself a phenomenal lawyer and enter GRV witness protection? Do you guys downgrade him tonight because he's gone soft and submitted to the authorities, or do we expect him to run even faster now that he has a clean criminal record?
I like the amount of effort that's gone to that. That's
love your work, Dale.
Well done, Dale. But I've given my opinion on this with my administrative hat on. I understand it. I do hate it, and I do agree that if it was a Tier 3 dog, probably no one would have noticed. So, it's a shame because I loved organised crime as a name, and hopefully he grows into wrongly accused and it ends up rolling off the tongue. Hopefully it's not a Twitter to X sort of arrangement.
Yeah. As a subcontractor, am I covered by GRV's HR and legal? And am I going to be all right if I say my opinion?
Oh, depends how hard you go. I'm sure we can find a way to do
Fair
something.
enough. No, I think it's really disappointing.
Brett, give us your practice beep, just so we can beep out Ethan if we need to. Just say beep.
No, I think it's really disappointing, and I think that point is correct. If it was a Tier 3 dog, it'd be a non-issue.
I don't think it's the fact that it's only a non-issue because the dog wouldn't have been promoted.
Correct. That's what I'm
and I understand the point they're saying.
It's not like there's different standards. It's just because he's in a spotlight, which is generated.
It's a public,
exactly right.
Public perception issue for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
But I do think it's a little bit dangerous that, again, I've got no inside mail whatsoever, but from the word is that there was a minimal to one complaint about it, and that's what we've reacted to. I find that a little bit disappointing, but you just have to be careful with those things. You don't want to start.
I will say I wasn't surprised.
I'm not surprised either.
So if you're not surprised that it's happened, I don't think it can be a horrific decision to come to that result. I think if it was a surprise and you go, okay, well, like if you change the name, I don't know, from Grant Keeping because there was a Grant Television who was a mass murderer, then I'd be like, that's awful.
Yeah.
I can see the train of thought and I can see the reasoning behind it. But anyway, let's move on from that because we've got a minute until the best race of the night and arguably one of the best races of the year. And the speed map here is very, very interesting. You got Wrongly Accused who went 5:04 last start at the Meadows. Obviously, most of its best form has been elsewhere prior to that. But the two-turn track out wide, there's always the knock when it is at Sandown. Meadows is probably a little bit easier to get across. And the map saying that maybe he should comfortably clear Mapunga Whiskey and Pausana, but
I think.
Brett,
Sorry to interrupt. He's achieved that rating because of tracks that have been suited to him.
Yep.
As a powerhouse sprinter, he's achieved fast early splits.
Yeah. Well, he still went 5:04 last start at the Meadows. Off the chart went 5:05 tonight, and we talk about him as one of the fastest beginners in the sport. So his best can produce that, I think. But I think Brett and Ethan, you both willing to risk him tonight, and I'm probably in the same boat.
Purely the draw is the only reason why I'm taking on this dog. I think he's a greyhound I'm going to really enjoy over the next few months. I'm with Dramatical on top. I just think in a race with a lot of pressure, I thought he could sneak up the inside here. The greyhound, who's the reserve, Indy Marty, won't show any early speed. So I think with that, Dramatical is just going to get a little bit of room to operate. Grant Keeping's only going to be moderately away. I think he can sneak up, find the front, and if he does that, he'll be too good.
Love it. They're behind the back of the boxes before the most exciting heat of the Maturity Classic. 230 is Dramatical, 280 is Wrongly Accused. Quickly, Ethan, if they swap boxes, what prices would you have them?
Dramatical and Wrongly Accused.
Yep.
I'd say their market prices would stay the same because I've marked Wrongly Accused at 450 and Dramatical 3.
Okay.
Lures in motion. Here we go.
Lights on.
Go, Dustin.
Even dispatch and Dramatical's jumping off.
Oh, this is good.
Here we go.
Box office, come on.
Here we go. This is the match race that we wanted.
this
Speed
is gonna
Star,
be
eat your heart out. Dramatical leading, Wrongly Accused on his hammer. 5:08 early. The second split is only 17:68.
Can
I
he
say
get him?
only. Can he get him?
Indy Marty sticking on.
Here we go.
He's just hanging around.
So it's wide.
Around the bed. He's
Got him.
Got him.
second race.
8-1, 10 and 4, and I tell you what, fellas, if you had have said to me pre-race that Dramatical would lead and Wrongly Accused would be on his hammer, there would have been blood flowing, and there was certainly blood flowing there, and Indy Marty runs an absolute pisser as well. But Dramatical, a little bit tradesman's like late. Hopefully all is okay there, but maybe it was just Wrongly Accused being far too good for them, boys.
Yeah, just watching live, he did tire quickly over the line, so I don't know if there's an issue there with Dramatical, but that doesn't take away from the performance of Wrongly Accused. That was brilliant. I thought he was going to lose a turn there, turning for home.
He lost it a touch.
So he's got more to come. That's the scary bit. Indy Marty, a really good run on the inside. Cracking race.
It's a great race.
We got what we wanted.
I was going to say, you go into the first turn.
If only Dustin led, then it would have been on.
Yeah.
Oh, if Dustin led and you had both those two on the hammer, that's the only way that race gets better, Patch.
Jeez, that's a scene to set, isn't it?
It's
Those
just this
two
part coming
locking
around the
horns down
bend
back.
here. He looks like he's going to go wide as, and he still goes straight.
He does get out.
He gets really far out.
I just thought the action of Dramatical was funny.
Yeah,
he's really stopping short.
Yeah, that was why I kind of spun my head around and was looking at him, trying to find him going into the pen. But you don't expect that from Dramatical. You've seen him break 12 seconds to the peg quite a few times, and he's probably run 12:20 there maybe. So, yeah, hopefully all is okay there. But what a performance, Wrongly Accused. You can't take anything away from him. He is an absolute superstar on the rise and handled box 8, Patch.
Yep, he did. with ease as well. He just thought he wouldn't be as forward as what he was, and I guess should have looked at my own bloody speed map to know that he might have been a bit further up the track.
You were trying to pick holes in your own data. You should have
Yeah, I
stuck
just
with it.
thought maybe the transition between the one turns and the two turns might have made it a bit hard for him, given the lack of distance in the run to the first turn. But
Sign of a
he's
good
a serious
dog,
animal.
Sign of a good dog early in the race, approaching that first turn. The way he didn't just want to cut straight to the rail. He was happy to go around the greyhound in 4 Dustin. And I just thought the way he handled himself there, yeah, he lost a turn a little bit, but turning from home, but he's only going to get better. He's a young dog. Yeah, scary.
Well done to Michelle and Justin Nolan. They're very, very nice people, and they've got a very, very talented greyhound on their hands. And Jez says, confirmed, hottest dog right now. He's that hot that Ethan might start feeding him to Brett the hot dogs.
It's unfortunate because I'm not like devoid of cooking ability. I just felt really lazy. I just had a hankering for hot dogs, so I just went, sorry mate, this is what you're dealing with.
If we were playing money on the snooker too, it'd be noodles the next day. So I'm just happy I got the hot dogs when I did.
It sounds like it was that bad. It might have been the strides around the ankle sort of operation and do a couple of laps even.
Yeah, at least it would have been in my own neighbourhood, so that's all right. It's
Nothing
the
I haven't
comfort
seen
of-
before.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's in the comfort of my own home, at least something for the punters.
Something for the punters, the battlers.
Yeah, up the battlers.
Respite. What draw do you want for this bloke next week, boys?
After the way that he went around there, I don't think a wide draw is any concern.
Yeah,
Is it suitable? Is it preferred?
There was a dog by the name of Shimmer Shine that I used to absolutely love backing off the pink, and I'm not saying wrongly accused is at Shimmer Shine sort of levels just yet, but it wouldn't surprise me that he just got better and better and handles these draws beautifully. He could not have looked more professional going into that first bend. He stayed wide enough, he copped a little bit of curry, he copped a tiny little drag down coming out of the catching pen the first time, and yeah, I wouldn't be upset with a wide draw.
He's terribly comfortable outside of dogs. Yeah. Terribly, which at the few starts that he's had to navigate the field in the way that he did, and yeah, I just don't think any draw should scare connections at all. When you've got a dog that fast who has already sort of learned how to navigate a field, he's going to be one of the, I'd imagine few in the final where you're not too concerned what he gets.
Well, his last 3 starts he's had boxes 5, 5 and 7. He has 8 tonight. He had box 1 at Warrigal, and he just dawdled around there, 25.50.
And of the
he can handle it.
What a dream!
And of the 5 heats we've had so far, there's been a few moderate beginners get through.
Yeah.
So I
Who
mean,
we had?
the pressure in that race was hot.
Happy Dad got through. I'm trying to think who else was earlier.
Your dad
tripped out.
Darren
Pulio is all smiles out there at the moment, and why wouldn't he be? I know he's superstar without a trace for scratch tonight, but geez, he's bred a couple of handy greyhounds over his time patch. I think back to the likes of Poke the Bear and Out of Range and Hooked on Scotch and whatnot, but the crop that he's got right now, it's tough to argue that he's ever had a better crop at one time.
And then what could have been around Macaulay's lad?
Oh, what
Remember
a weapon
him?
he was. Cracking looking dog too. Almost like Dalmatian-like, had a lot of spots in him, I think, from memory.
Hooked on Scotch winning the Adelaide Cup, one of my favourite race calls.
Yeah, it was a ripper, wasn't it?
All the time. I'm trying to think, there was a really good dog that actually ran down that night. And I think it was Tim Edwards in the chair.
Could have been Whiskey Riot?
Yeah, I reckon it was Whiskey Riot.
Whiskey Riot was in the race. I think
Yeah, I
that
don't
greyhound
think it was the
third.
dog that he ran.
Seneki.
Seneki, yep, that's the one.
Seneki.
Speaking of race calls, I want to go loose again for half a second. Before this is out, if you haven't already done it, you've got to do your Chris Barsby.
Yes, that will be coming out. It is into Dominion night tonight, so Chris Barsby be fired up.
I actually missed the result. It went around just before. My former boss, former marketing manager at the Meadows, Jess Tubbs, had one in there. So I think we might have to get the results up and figure it out. I might do that. I'll put that on myself today.
I'd like maybe race 12. I think Brett can call the last race from here as Chris Barsby. I think that'd be a real treat for the viewers.
It is one of my
or just for me, just because I'd like to see it.
I would love to see Chris Barsby call the dogs one time.
Matty Field gave us a heads up 10 minutes ago. Good race coming up in the harness at Albion Park. So
Glad someone's across it.
Yeah, Captain's Mistress beat Leap to Fame. Leap to Fame.
Oh, so probably would have been an
one of the
epic.
greatest paces of all time, if not the greatest. He'd had 91 starts, 72 wins and 17 placings going into tonight, and he got beaten by Captain's Mistress.
What price Leap to Fame SP?
240. So Captain's
okay.
Mistress jumped favourite, or
Oh.
whatever it was. What's it called?
Not getting it
jumped.
done in the big
210.
nights.
There you go.
All right, so we're getting closer to completing this maturity field. Is there maturities of the past, Smithy, where you sort of just think, when I hear the name maturity, my memory goes back to X?
There's two clear standouts, and I know you've got both of them ready, so I won't jump the gun on the second one, but the first of them is one of my favourites of all time. I think it's a tragedy that we never got to see him stand at stud, but Simon Told Hallen, I mentioned him before as a dog that took 5 or 10 metres, and this is one of the great races. And listen to the field, as Brendan Delaney calls this one.
Racing, Simon Told Helen broke okay. Driving for Tigalong Tonk and Hardstyle Rico tucks in third the inside of Playlist as they run the first turn. Next in the field was Evie Infrared, the rail Christo Bale. A length in the field, Zambora, Smoky and Summer Lights along the back. It's Simon Told Helen, 4 in front. Hardstyle Rico gives pursuit in second. 2 to Tigalong Tonk, then Evie Infrared and Christo Bale. Around the turn, Simon Told Helen lead. Hardstyle Rico a length away. Simon Told Helen wins the maturity. 1 at a length and a quarter. Hardstyle Rico had his chance. Tigalong Tonk, third. Christo Bale got home into fourth. Then Evie Infrared with Playlist.
Rico.
Well back in the race, Zambora Smoky and Summer Lights. The run was 29 and 62.
He was in that race.
And have a look at this slow-mo we've got on our screen here. Simon Told Hallen not blistering out of the boxes, but his turn of foot is incredible. And I don't think we've seen a dog better to that back split and more consistent to the back split than him. Maybe only one other name goes into the sort of category of him to the back split, and we'll see him next because 2015 maturity. It's the who's who of honour rolls is the maturity. It's been won by the biggest and the best. You think back to Temley, Brett Lee, but this is Fernando Bale.
Maturity final set here. Racing, and Fernando Bale, the favourite, away brilliantly, straight to the lead, certainly down. Secret Spell up to second. They were followed around the outside by Hoggenot, but going to the back straight. And Fernando Bale went down the back about 6 or 8, clear over Secret Spell. They were followed by Hoggenot. Next to the outside, then came Dinah Double One. It's running on, followed further back by Emrys. Out near the tail came Margins, followed by Black Illusion and Ivy Barber turning for home. And this K9 superstar, Fernando Bale, going great guns. Away he goes and wins the maturity by 5 or 6 Dinah Double One. Margins has run third. They were followed by Secret Spell and then came Emrys. Followed further back by Ivy Bale, Hoggenot, Black Illusion. And the time for the race is 29.52.
Race records, split records galore. Still came home in 12:13. That is the best of the best.
So those two splits still stands.
It's baffling, isn't it? And speaking of baffling, we're just witnessing Wentworth Park and Jungle Johnny has led. I don't know what the track...
He's first up, isn't he?
I don't know what the track is like at Wenty Park, and I know he's first up, but my God, this is going to be a hands-off-the-clock sort of job.
Give us a guess, Smithy. You
I'm
watch
going to
more
go
Wentworth Park than any of us.
Oh, I'm going to go 29.12. The track's surely not... It's not running as hot as it once was when he broke the track record, but he's lengthening, and it could be that.
Oh, this will be good.
He's blown it.
28.8.
What? That is Brett Lee Angle Park areas, 28.88 sort of areas. What an absolute weapon Jungle Johnny is. My God. He's come out running. 5:41 he's gone. If he does that consistently, that's the best dog in the country.
Jesus.
28.86. He is an absolute weapon.
So far in front of the red, probably 31. Confidence booster.
Goodness me.
28.8's a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
That's absurd.
How many?
That is absurd.
No one's broken 29.
No, there's been two 29 flats. So he's beaten it by 2 lengths.
And that Shaky Jakey record
stood for years and years.
And
I didn't think it'd ever
three
get
times.
broken. And Jungle Johnny's done it once. Dalwhinnie, Cumbria Jack, they've all broken that mark. But that is one of the best performances you'll see. Jungle Johnny coming out in 5:41. If you had said that to me 12 months ago, I would have called you mad. But apparently he's done it in a couple of trials leading up to tonight's performance, and that is breathtaking.
Well, if we had had the conversation before about coming down here and 8 heats of the maturity and potentially the racing highlight of tonight was Wentworth Park.
Well,
as Victorians, we're probably all a bit disappointed, but truthfully, that's special.
It's the race we'll be talking about. That is significant.
Yeah.
Keen to watch that again later on tonight. All right, race 10, it's come up real quick smart. There's only been 17-minute gap between these races, and we'll take a look at the speed map for this one, boys, and nothing that really stands out. I mean, for one like Retaliation, he's been hit or miss at times, but his best has been absolutely exceptional. And we heard from Peter Prosciutto earlier about Steal the Stage and what he could be capable of if he's to get it all right.
Absolutely. This is a pretty even race, I would have thought, to that first peg. Plenty of dogs capable of running that low 5-second sectional, but probably don't do it all that often. We let Ethan bugger off, but Ethan, can you grab me a bottle of water from over there just before you go away?
Knock off one of those burgers too.
He's too good for the burgers now. They're cold. Steal the Stage, I know you're keen on, Patch. He's an absolute weapon, 29.71 PB, only having his 10th career start. He's from that same litter, the Bernardo Easy Choice litter, as wrongly accused. So it'll be one hell of a performance to get two in this litter over through to the maturity, but it looks like he's got a really nice draw. Mapunga Summit on his outside is not really all that quick early, and Boom Bam Ranger doesn't have a huge amount of speed either. So, I've got Steal the Stage on top as well, but if some of these dogs get it right, there could be a hell of a lot of pressure.
It's a bit of a shame that poor Damon's drawn box 8.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see that greyhound down on the inside.
Why does it matter though for one that's got a lack of speed like he does?
Yeah, but that theory also relies on literally being behind every single runner and not copying any traffic. You'd still rather him down on the inside trying to navigate a passage. It'll be hard from out there.
Would you rather, like, if you're on poor Damon, would you rather him just bomb it, come out last, head to the rail, and hope there's a little bit of carnage that he can just chime his way into the race?
Yeah, well, I don't think he's going to head to the rail. I think he's sort of planning to hook wide and do his business that way. Just on Steal the Stage, I'm sure Pete won't mind me saying this. Leading up to the Sandown Cup, I think it was, Magpie Hector and Without a Trace trialled at Sandown. And as I was getting some vision on Magpie Hector, it was a morning where the track was wet. It just wasn't fast. Anyway, I looked up at the clock. There was a hand slip, and there was this really quick time. And I thought, I've just seen Magpie Hector trial reasonably well, but given the conditions, probably not to the peak of his powers. And Without a Trace was just fair as well. This dog's gone like the wind over the hand slip. Anyway, I found out afterwards, speaking to Pete, it was Steal the Stage.
Yeah.
Where at that point, he had a few starts. He was looking handy without blowing anything up, but
he looked to me clearly I thought it was the fastest dog in the race. Retaliation might have something to say about that. The thing that's interesting about this race is that I don't think there's going to be a 5 dead or a 5.05 here. I thought the speed was quite even, and I thought that actually might be tricky for something like Poor Damon, because from box 8, will he just be able to sort of just flop out and sort of be there? I think he went mid 5.15s. He went 5.20 last week. So if you are backing Poor Damon, you actually probably want him to go 5.25, to be honest, and completely miss it, because you don't want to be stuck in no man's land. I really like Steal the Stage. I think, given that there's not a crazy amount of pace in this race, maybe Poor Ralia, I think he can just stay fairly close to rail. I think he'll settle in the first couple, and he's a very fast dog. We saw that 29.71 at the Meadows, going back a few starts. I think it's a pretty good setup for him. What price is Steal the Stage now?
I'll get it up for you. Steal the Stage is $2.80 favourite. Boom Bam Ranger,
so that money's come in the last couple of hours. He was $3.60, $3.70 most of the day. So
opened at 5, I think. On
$5.50
Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, $5.50 into $2.80. So certainly been a decent go for the two. Steal the Stage. Boom Bam Ranger had a bit of support early as well. $6.50 now into $3.50. Poor Damon's remained pretty solid, given he's a very, very fast dog and potentially gets caught back. There's plenty of people that are still with it. I think Poor Ralia might be a touch of overs at $19. I think it's an each-way sort of player. Just needs to clear Mapunga Summit, who use a bit of the track, and if it clears Steal the Stage, then I think it'll be running a good race at $19 now.
Yeah, I think Steal the Stage is the way that I'll be going. The only question I've got for Steal the Stage is Poor Ralia coming out and cutting hard to the fence. It's the only thing that makes me a little bit nervous for Steal the Stage's chances, but I thought clearly the best dog in the race, so with a clear run, it should be winning.
All right. A few different opinions could be had here, but Steal the Stage is the deserving favourite. That's the consensus anyway. It is the 6th heat of the Maturity Classic.
You can see how the 6 steps, there's no pace outside him. Don't really know what to expect from Euro keeping.
Well,
5.47 at Wenty Park is good going, but
that
middle draw, bit of speed.
We're out to
find out.
Push through. Across.
Stream's giving me the shit.
Home, isn't it? Indy Melbourne's fairly strong.
Indy Melbourne settled very close, I'll tell you what.
It's fast dog Indy Melbourne,
Very,
29.69
very
PB.
Can he cut the rail off here?
Oh, no. The
Boom
Kennel
Bam
mates have got
Ranger's
each other.
working
It's opened
up.
up. Boom Bam Ranger.
And here's poor Damon on the scene.
Oh,
Poor Damon.
Oh, no.
Oh, just got bumped.
Oh! Just missed.
Did he?
No, he didn't get
I don't
it.
reckon he
No. Indy Melbourne's held on.
Oh,
7, 8,
wow.
1 and 2, I reckon will be your numbers there, but it's a bloody tight finish between Indy Melbourne and poor Damon.
Oh, gee, you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, he got
Nostril.
That's why I'm not a race caller.
Or a judge, thank God, for the Indy Melbourne
Yeah,
punters.
more important. But Indy Melbourne for Corey Lee Heinrich, they find another one
It's
into
quite
the
emphatic, too. You would
maturity
have thought I had
30
something on
and
poor Damon.
11. You did say it was a bit of a smoky Indy Melbourne, so well done to you, Brett. Not that you had any on, did you?
Nah, nothing. I've had a lot of bets tonight. They've all shortened significantly, and only one of them has won, so I'm going really well.
That's generally how I roll as well. As we get a very, very excited man into the hot seat here in Justin Nolan, and wrongly accused. It feels weird to say that, but that was a cracking performance, mate.
I was real happy with him. Once I said he'd come out, he was there, got ready first corner pretty safe. I thought that was close enough.
We all probably were probably dropping him down a couple of notches in terms of tonight, pre-race, just because of that draw. But he looks like he just was super professional and could not have handled it much better.
Yeah, I just think he likes the competition, to be honest. Like, he keeps improving, the dog just keeps doing everything right. That's all I can ask.
Absolutely, and you can't ask for much more. Was it 9 or 10 starts now, and he's won a Horsham Cup. He's run the 7th fastest time at the Meadows, and he's now into a Group 1. He's taken you on one hell of a journey already.
Yeah,
First group victory for you guys, and now you're having a crack at a Group 1 next week.
Yeah, be exciting.
Did
Absolutely.
you say, like when Pete started going through all his success, where of course you're close friends with the Prosciutto family, and the Pulios had given him all these dogs off the charts flying, and without a trace he's flying, and you just sort of think, come on guys, just give me one here, and that's what's happened.
Not really. Pete was full, and Darren did ask me once before, or Mick did, and we were full at the time. So as it turned out, we spoke at Warrigal, and then Darren ended up ringing me, and I took a couple of them. So we got 4 of them at home.
Just before you jumped on, we were talking about the Greyhounds' field navigation, or not wanting to cut straight to the rail there through that first bend. You mentioned that it's probably more his competitiveness, but already so few starts, but he just looks so mature when he races.
He just learns that quick. Like, he's had a few trials, but he just does everything right, even at home. Like, just does everything you ask for.
Was it from day one that
Yep.
he showed that?
Yeah.
Just straight away, you
Yeah,
just knew
straight
that we
away.
got something special.
Yeah. Day one, when I first started pre-training, just kept finding 4 or 5 lengths every time I put him around.
How did that phone call go with Darren or Mick when they said they had some dogs for you? Did they tell you they had something special, or was it a bit of a surprise?
There was a few got broken in, and I think he was about maybe the 4th or 5th quickest to break in. I'm not too sure, but Darren doesn't do it like that. He just picks a couple, and there you go. Go on with them.
Well, he's going to have
He
a
picked me a
hell of a
good
lot
one.
of fun moving forward, and hopefully that starts with the maturity next week. But I've been doing something tonight, Justin, where I've got 10 quick questions for
here we go.
a lot of the participants, and we've had some left of centre answers. We've had some pretty line and length ones as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing your answers for this. But first of all, how do you order a steak?
Well done.
Oh, not again.
Turn it up. Justin.
What's with all these well done operators? I'm not really not sure about, but we'll move on quickly from that one then. Best greyhound you've seen?
Oh, at this stage, this bloke.
Yeah, I love that. Best greyhound you've trained is probably going to be the same
him.
answer. Best racetrack for a feed?
Probably here.
I'll take that as well.
It's been a good result for that question, Corey.
Yeah, that's why I put it in there. I was pretty
Order
confident.
what you want. It's nice food.
Consistent. All you can ask
priced.
for.
Yep.
One of the hot themes of tonight has been that greyhound trainers do a lot of driving. When you're in the right lane, what speed are you sitting on? What's the cruise control set to? It's 100 kilometres is the speed limit, but what speed are you doing?
110.
Yep, beautiful. That's perfect. What's your celebratory beverage of choice after winning a big
I'll
race?
go up and have a beer.
Beer? What sort of beer?
Draft.
Draft. Patch and I have worked our way into mid-strengths these days.
Yeah, I
and-
do have a couple of middies at home.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think I'm starting to get the gist that we're a bit soft, Pat.
Yeah, I think we're a bit soft. You'd probably agree, Justin.
I
so-
do, mate.
Yeah.
Have you got a hidden talent?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Nothing for me? Fair enough.
Nothing.
If you could own one greyhound from another kennel, who would it be?
Probably off the chart. Nice
I
dog.
think Pete said wrongly accused,
Yeah,
so
he'd
it's
swap.
fair enough.
He'd like swap.
Race you haven't won that you'd like to win?
Any Group 1, to be honest. Love to win a Melbourne Cup.
Start with the maturity and head towards that?
I hope so.
Love it. And if you could give one piece of advice to a 16-year-old that's just starting their journey in greyhound racing, what would it be?
Oh, look, just keep good dogs at the end of the day. Just keep city dogs if you can.
Absolutely. I think it's fair.
It's easy way to handle business.
It is. It's easy.
And once you got them, you don't want to let them go, do you?
That's exactly right.
Bit of a family sort of business that you've got going.
Yeah, it
Everyone's
is.
involved. Talk us through it.
All the kids help. Like, as you can see, the dog with the grandkids just want to get off the lead and play with them. Like, they all throw a ball to them, and they're all involved. Like, if I'm not home, if I'm trialling, or the wife's at work, or trialling with me, the boys get in and do the dog, so it works.
There's one afternoon here, Justin, where we had an episode of Grey Areas happening, and I think Deadly Cool went berserk at Sandown the night before, and then the show afterwards. Of course, when someone's dog goes well, they want to see if it's spoken about, which is human nature.
Yeah.
And then they started commenting on the stream. And,
When they should have been
And
working.
Michelle's saying, get to work and whatnot. Are they hard workers or not?
There's one just over
There's
the back.
one just standing behind you.
With a can?
No, they do. I'm pretty proud of them. They all work pretty hard, but they play hard as well. So
And you're a Collingwood supporter, I understand,
we
as
all
well.
are. Yeah, whole family.
So it's looking okay at the
Brett's a
moment.
Blues man, so I'll need your support, Justin. I'm a Pies man too.
Was going to wish you well next week, but we'll hold that.
What draw do you want?
Oh, look, it's more. Doesn't worry him. It's what's around him, really. Just leave him alone for the first, few steps, and he'll accelerate and do the right thing.
Are you still getting offers? All that sort of stuff's been and
look,
gone.
I don't listen to it. Darren deals with everything, so which is good. That name change and everything. I didn't have to deal with it, mate. Darren
Is that
dealt with
something
it.
you could not give a rat's ass about?
Nah, it doesn't worry me. Look, he's just Billy to me. And the dog don't
Billy?
know his name, mate. His kennel name's Billy, and that's how we all know him at home.
I like that. And I'm sure you heard George Ferrugia got thrown a little bit of a curly one from Gareth Hall a couple of weeks ago. And he said, what would this dog be worth? And it was after the Horsham Cup. And he said, 500,000. And he was talking about the breeding and potential stud career. And I know that's well and truly down the path. But do you sit there and go, bloody hell, George, you don't have to put that sort of shit on me?
It does put a little bit of pressure because you want the dog to succeed for the owners, But look, just take it in your stride. It is what it is. Once I put him in those boxes, I can't do it anymore. It's up to him.
Could not have said that any better.
Yep, 100%. What'd you have for tea tonight, Justin?
Calamari.
Calamari, one of your favourites?
No, I just don't like eating too much before a race. Get a bit nervous.
Nervous energy, you might have to take a slash.
That's
You
it.
don't need that before a race.
I do.
All right, well, it's a pleasure to have you on here, mate.
Thank you
And
very much.
everyone's really soaking up what your bloke is doing at the moment. There was a comment coming here from Steve Rhodes. Justin, this dog is unbelievable, and I think everyone would share that opinion with what he's doing at the moment. So congratulations on what's happened so far, and of course, best of luck with the draw and everything that falls around him, but of course, following that next week in the big one.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
There he
Thank
is,
you.
Justin Nolan. A very, very excited family. I have no doubt about that. And so they bloody should be, because their dog is an absolute superstar. And what we saw tonight, I think it was all fair pre-race that we were all saying that maybe Box 8 in that sort of field, that sort of quality, in that sort of class, that maybe you might struggle to get across. Now we're looking at it with some hindsight and we go, well, we're all morons, aren't we?
Yeah, look, the dog's unbelievable in terms of just how few stars he's had, and to navigate a field like that, terrific performance. And I loved his answer about the whole name changing, things like that. The dog's Billy to him.
Absolutely.
Business as usual.
You know what we might do? Hey, Clint, do you want to jump on for a second? Just a couple of minutes. Answer my 10 questions for me. You help me write them. All right. Our photographer, Clint Anderson, who does a fantastic job. All right. How about you, Lorraine?
Yes.
Come on.
Lorraine.
Nah, come on, quick. Lorraine, who is the matriarch of the Meadows, is going to join us. Just be very, very careful. Do not trip over the cords, because I'm not paying you out.
She can sit here.
No, jump across there, sure.
No, I need to charge my phone.
All right,
I've
well,
got
you
this
go charge
hotspot
your
running
phone.
off the computer. It's been dreadful all night. All right.
Which side do you want? Do you want that chair or do you want this chair?
Come here. Come here.
You've been eating licorice.
Probably that side's better because I've got a tooth missing.
You got a tooth missing. All right, come on.
I need a hand. Whoop, you right?
This is going to end in tears.
No, it won't.
I think you're stuck up here with us now,
Thanks,
Lorraine.
sweetheart.
All right. So
This
for
could go
those
anywhere.
that don't know
So
Lorraine,
nice.
you clearly haven't been to the Meadows over the last 30-odd years. This is Lorraine Jakuta, who is the queen of the
Face.
Meadows, the face, as she calls it.
Oh,
But she
that's
also
bright.
she also claims that she's got the best pins in greyhound racing as well. But
They
Lorraine,
aren't bad. They're not bad.
How are you, Lorraine?
I'm not too bad.
Just move a
Thank
little bit
you.
closer to the microphone for
This
me.
is an easy job, isn't it?
It is. So before you came out, before we went on air, you asked me to do something. I said, Lorraine, we're about to go on air. And you said, well, you're just sitting there. So now you've joined us. Is it as easy as what you think?
Well, I'm pretty good at talking, so yeah, it's pretty good. Ask me a question. I'm ready.
All right. When did you start at the Meadows?
I believe that would be 28 years ago.
28 years ago.
Yeah.
So you were here when it all started at the
I
Meadows?
was. I seen it on television on the Monday,
Yep.
and my fourth son had just started school, so I've been home for all those years looking after children, and I just come in and I qualified myself to that, and I started in the bar.
And
No experience.
I always say that you were the tuck shop manager. You don't like to
No.
call it the tuck shop.
I am a manager of
Yeah,
a bar, thank you.
Exactly.
You can ask a question too if you want to.
I was like, okay, I'm going to go straight to the chase. In terms of people you've had to deal with in your time at the Meadows, how does Corey compare to some others?
Oh, he's
And-
great. He's like my youngest son. I know all the
That backfired.
things he says. Any girls out there need a boyfriend? I've got him here for you. He's a good catch.
That backfired. You got
That
anything else?
backfired,
That was
yeah.
good for me.
I need someone. I'll find someone else.
Was that a good answer?
Yeah, I liked
Okay,
the
that's
answer. I
all
don't
right.
think Brett did. I thought
Come
Brett
on.
thought you were going to throw me under the bus.
Oh. Just all you people that don't know, I'm retiring. Is it December?
Do you know if you say this?
No, I am.
If you say this on
I
here,
am. I've
it
got
is gospel.
grandbabies that are waiting.
How many grandkids?
I've got 3, and
Name them.
eventually there'll be a 4.
Name them.
Jack,
Yep.
love of my life. Rosie,
Yep.
girls are so much smarter than boys. And Lola, who's 3 months old.
Oh, I love
So
it.
yeah.
I love it. Well, is there anything else you want to say? We've got a
Yeah, I
massive
want you all
audience.
to get ready because I want a big celebration of all my time here over the years.
Okay, so
all
I've
the
got to
friends
buy.
I've made.
I've got to buy you a present.
Oh, that'll kill you. Not flowers because
Now-
they die. I don't want things that die.
We just had a message come through, and someone wants to ask about the time that you were at the Meadows work party and you bought 10 bowls of chips and nothing else when you got
Oh
put in
my
charge
God, that was not me. We had an assistant CEO then who told me, just kept on saying, go and get something to eat. And everyone was drinking. I don't drink, everybody. And I was starving. So they just gave me a credit card and go, order chips. So I bought 20 servings of chips. There was a lot of chips, wasn't there? But all I ever wanted when a break-up party is a meal, not finger food. Correct?
food. No, that's fair.
But not 12
Yeah, you just want
servings
want
of chips.
You always say you want
No,
something with a knife and fork. That's all you care
Exactly.
about.
Is
Now-
that asking too much?
No, I've just noticed that the CEO's just come out to just ratify that you have admitted that you are retiring at the end of the year, and despite
Yeah, he
having
knows
said
that.
for every year for the last 5 years, this is it. It's the final hurrah. The last 6
Excuse
months.
me, I'd like to just correct something. I have never until this year said I'm retiring. You just keep on saying I'm going to die. No. And I don't want to die. I've got adventures coming.
What adventures
I'm
have
going
you
to
got?
Bali in March.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. H's 70th and Brent's 40th. So
Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
And,
I'm not sure Scott can handle the fort in the office without you, so we might let
Oh,
you get back out there.
please. I've got nowhere else to go.
Oh, do you want to stay here for the rest of the show, do you?
No, I'll let you go.
Well, let
if,
Patch
if you ever need a fill-in, I'm here.
All right. Well, let Patch help you down from
Get
from the
lost.
state.
Don't-
No, because if you go over,
Because when
Patch,
you do that, I hate it.
no.
That could
There
be
she
our
is.
interview of the night. That.
Lorraine Jakuta, that was brilliant.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, they're watching your back right now because you're standing in front of the camera. It's on Facebook. Yeah, your hair looks
Am
good.
I on Facebook?
Yeah, you're on Facebook.
YouTube, everything.
There she is, Lorraine Jakuta, the matriarch of the Meadows, or the face of the Meadows, as she likes to say. And yep, best pins in the business, as she keeps telling me. And hopefully everyone just got an insight into why we're always so happy at the Meadows. She is an absolute star, and she's been here pretty much since day one.
Is it true, when's she retiring?
End of the year, apparently.
Is it true on that night she's changing clothes between races and then they're going to auction on finish night?
Doing the Scott Pendlebury
Yeah.
and wearing 12 different kits.
gold number on the back.
Oh, she's a legend.
Anything for a bit of coin. All right.
Do you like how I tried to get rid of her and she just wanted to stay then? She's a star.
Race 11 coming up, the next heat of the maturity. And as we see there on screen, Paul Monet has got magnificent early speed. But as always, she can be under the pump late in the race. What's your take on this, fellas?
Well, just first of all, Paul Monet was the tip from the Bucks party that had an absolute skinful. So if you're following them, good luck. But does have plenty of speed. Coming off a fall at Grafton, which sometimes can be a good thing. It makes no sense, but I swear sometimes it just brings dogs out, and a change of scenery after a fall, they're fine. And sometimes they lose a bit of confidence, but I'd be expecting this dog to not lose any confidence. Dewana Family, I was absolutely taken by a run that it put together here 4 starts ago. It was its first look at the Meadows and went round best of the night, 29.77, only 5.21 early. That's always going to be the issue with his races, but he is an absolute rocket ship, and he might get a little toe into the race from the likes of On the Prowl and Quinley Bale. So I'd be keeping him safe, but yeah, I thought this one was a really tough one to try and pull apart. Brett, where did you land?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think absolutely Paul Monet looks the likely leader. I do think she'll stay up the track. Not sure about the forward, particularly with the bitches. I do get concerned that they're not going to be as confident next start. I'm with On the Prowl. I thought he could clear the inside division. You got Elusive Curl and Sparring, both will want the rail there. I don't think Quinley Bale is going to be a major worry early, so I thought that it might be a decent setup for On the Prowl. When I last checked, I hadn't had too many friends in the betting. It's been sort of, if anything, going the other way. But that last run at Sandown from Paul Monet had box 4, began really well on that night, but basically gave a saloon passage for Dramatical, and I'm hoping something similar here happens for On the Prowl.
On the Prowl's 370. Storm Hustler, who we haven't spoken about,
I've lost that.
is with $4.60. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Storm Hustler run a really good race, but I'm just not 100% sure on the draw. A bit like Wrongly Accused, it might be a tough time getting across. If it does get across, Storm Hustler is absolutely right in this, but I'm with you. I think I've got On the Prowl on top in what is a tough race to pull apart, nearly Swindon sort of areas, Patch, in terms of that betting market.
460 is shortish, I would have thought, for the 8, who can be a very moody customer as well. Just don't know where it's going to get to from out wide. Conceivable's obviously not in the market. I know Ethan's keen on Sparring. I know that he thinks that Sparring can run a race from the inside. Thought it might be able to follow through or cross Elusive Curl. I think that will be key to that greyhound's chances. So you can slice and dice it a number of different ways. I just thought On the Prowl could be a touch of class here.
We would get Ethan's thoughts, however, I'm not sure what's happening here, but he's clearly off the tools.
That could be detrimental to his invoice.
Anyway, maybe he's back sparring and he's a bit nervous, but anyway. We'll watch this race unfold. Paul Monet, the green, likely to go forward. What happens after that, we'll wait and see. Matty Fields chimed in once again. He's on board with Sparring. Goes Sparring in the next, of course, closely affiliated with the Malia camp.
Absolutely. His grand campaigner Matlock was obviously recently retired, but see how we go. I'd love to see Dewana Family get some clear air and strut his stuff out there.
Tough beginning On the Prowl. Sparring's led.
That's the game.
Yeah, over.
Storm Hustler's lost second, and Dewana Family's 4th now, and sliding his way through. But
It's
Sparring, you've gone the early crow here, Patch.
Yeah, it's too hard.
Look at Dewana Family absolutely revving the engine.
Will Storm
has
on the
to
outside?
go past.
That's the question.
Oh, look at the inside
Storm
family.
Hustler.
Storm Hustler.
Dewana
Who was
Family.
the 5? Dewana Family.
Yeah. Storm Hustler gets the job done. Just managed to just melt its way into the race going into that first bend, and just did enough late. 8, 5 and 2, I reckon, will be the numbers. 5 dead, 17.58. There's some impressive first split and second split to put together, and then 29.88 overall, 12.30 home. But Storm Hustler looked like he was gone a couple of times, maybe having a bit of a think about it, but then he put his mind on the job and just went past.
Or maybe not. 29.88. Good time.
Yeah. Thoughts on Sparring?
disappointing on first. Like, they've been getting run down tonight.
Yeah.
I think that's something. Has there been how many dogs have actually led all the way tonight?
Yeah, I don't know if there's been any, has there? Go back through the results and have a look. Could have been like in the last race or something. No, Indy Melman didn't lead. Wrongly Accused, I wouldn't say led. Happy Dad didn't lead. Bernardo's Queen didn't lead. Repellent didn't lead.
Repellent didn't lead.
Tripped Out didn't lead. Magpie Hector didn't lead. Amaron Toy did lead. Zelda Cavilla did lead. Azuro, can't remember that far back.
The Warner family, that was a big run.
Huge run.
Huge run.
Should be banned from broadcasting going the early crow like that, Patch.
Fair enough too.
Doesn't watch much
The
of
psycho.
SEN track. I reckon I'd do it 3 times a week.
Well, fair to say, it's probably the most likely winner at that point of the race.
Oh, absolutely. I did think the same, to be honest, but I just wanted to see where a couple of the others lobbed, and Storm Hustler. Just watching the replay off air here, Storm Hustler, I think I was probably a bit too harsh on it before, to be honest. I think it's actually been a run full of merit.
That was a cracking run.
Yep.
Just watching, did get a few breaks in the run, the Warner family, but
then
again,
didn't
tremendous.
get the break that he needed late.
No.
I think he just got squeezed up a touch, and it was just enough to stop him from getting through the line. And after the line, he was a length or two in front, pretty
no
much.
issues. Storm Hustler there, great performance.
Absolutely, as Desi Dausch, who had one in the maturity a couple of years ago in Zara Marnie, I think it was.
Zara
Made the maturity.
Marnie.
Yeah. So good luck to Des next week.
There's John Sammy Hardman. Jungle Johnny went 28.86 at Wenny. Yeah, we watched that just on a separate screen. Sammy was unbelievable. On resumption.
Yeah, he's a freak show.
Touches up the track.
I read an
record.
article this week in the Greyhound Recorder where, I don't know which GAT it was, but one of the GATs was talking about the fact that he had been jumping in trials, something they'd never seen from him before.
Jeez.
And they said, well, you can't really say he's going to do it because he's never really shown it in races, but once he starts doing it in races, we'll start believing in it. Well, he went 5:41 tonight. I reckon that'd be his best first split in a race, and we saw what he can do when he gets out in front and on the arm like that. And I think if you go back and watch his Top Gun performance from last year where he was carrying the 10 rug, he was huge.
The
He
French
got
flag?
absolutely the French flag, yep. Absolutely barreled on that first bend, and he was an incredible performance. And I spoke to Connections after the race, and I said, he won't get any flowers for that, but he gained a massive admirer in me. He's the sort of dog that I think will be fantastic at stud as well, because he chases through a brick wall and he's just an absolute weapon. So he's an exciting dog, Jungle Johnny, and hopefully he can stay out on the track for the remainder of the year at least, and we'll see him in some of the big ones towards the end of it.
Yep, 100%. Ethan Christian has rejoined us. Oh, hang on. Wrong button there. That's Ron Jeremy.
Yes, I have made my way back, and unfortunately I've had to, drown my sorrows a little bit because I was very keen sparring, as Brett pointed out, and I hear I've been defeated by a crow somewhere on the panel, which was unfortunate. Sparring was out in front and someone might have called it home.
Oh, the old dark cloud. Yeah, look at the comment that come in from Psycho. Should be banned from broadcasting going the early crow like that.
Yeah,
You would agree?
I know Psycho. Psycho followed me on sparring. I think that's where that feedback's come from. It was just, I think sparring's just a run short. I think he was first up at Hillsville the other day, off about a month or so off. I think you've got the form guide, you can tell me. But I thought he'd lead, but I'm not surprised to see him get run down late. I'm glad I had the bet, but actually not that much because I lost. But anyway, that's racing.
I do want before the end of the night, I want you to ask Ethan the first question of the top 10.
I knew
Of the 10
this
questions.
was coming. I knew this was coming.
Should we get Ethan the whole of the top 10?
Yeah, okay, I reckon we could.
Hang on, what have you got in your hand there, Ethan? Just pick that up
Well,
again.
as I come on, I am drowning my sorrows because I got dark clouded and sparring led for 520 and lost. So
It's not a question. It's a question for you, Smithy. What's your opinion on blokes who go get a beer and all of a sudden just come back with one for themselves?
Look, I think it's going to be the same opinion I'll have of him when I ask the first question of the 10 questions. But yeah,
am I
I'm
allowed
not.
to swear? I think I'm in deep.
I'm not gonna say I'm angry, Pat. I might say I'm disappointed.
Yeah, just a bit flat.
Yeah. Hopefully, like his beer very shortly.
Well, this was for a bit, and the bit didn't quite go ahead. So now I'm just left.
No,
with
you
the
went
prop.
on camera. We
Oh,
just,
did I?
We just gave you the James Vandermark treatment where we had you on.
Oh,
board.
excellent. No, that's nice. That's really
Where
good
has
today.
James been?
I don't know. I haven't seen him for a long time. He's not putting in a second invoice. I'm not allowing it.
Wasn't the plan in the first place.
Yeah, it was to him.
Well, how was that text message before? Do you guys have ads on the show?
Stinker.
Looking for every opportunity. All right, you're going to fire through these questions to Ethan?
Yeah, let's do it. All right. Question number 1. How do you order your steak?
I don't like steak. I think it's overrated.
Do you want to go back inside?
So the bloke doesn't buy
Sorry,
beer.
is this on?
I don't know how
Why?
we go ahead.
Why? I just think it's
I find
overrated.
that odd for a bloke like you who's...
Like me?
What's the
stereotype?
Like, we have common interests and common behaviours and all of a sudden you don't like a steak.
Some things are different. That's okay.
All right, let's move on. Before we put everyone else to sleep.
You take a hot dog over a steak.
Yeah, that's cruel. That's cruel. All right. Best greyhound you've seen?
Ooh. Best greyhound I've seen.
There was one you really liked in the past couple of years. I can't remember it now.
Oh, ethanol water.
Yes.
Yeah, look, I'm still relatively new to the sport and the caper, but the love I had for that girl from the day she started racing and when she eventually got up over the trip, yeah, she's she might not be the absolute best, but she's certainly my favourite anyway.
She has enjoyed the company of Smooth Plane as of late. So,
good to know.
Anyway, well, the next question was best greyhound you've trained, but best greyhound you've owned.
Best I've owned is a greyhound by the name of Top Payer, who was very good around the country circuit. Never won in town, but he go around picking up free-for-alls every other week and got very close to making a couple of country cup finals. He was very good to us. We've never owned many of any calibre, so he was very nice.
Best racetrack for a feed?
I have to say Sandown and the buffet that Chef Steve cooks up on a Thursday.
Why is he so intent on being hated by me? He can't give me any good answers that I like. Everyone else is saying the Meadows because I'm the one asking the questions. And
it just must be where...
if you haven't realised, I'm not scared about the answers that I give. I got on the stand and I said I think steak's overrated. So if you're not strapping in for the rest of it, I can't help you.
You know what changes people's opinions, Smithy, when they get a free feed? Because even last night, 2 nights ago at Sandown, the chef Steve, it was his birthday at a race name.
Yep.
Dan's getting out on the pre-race saying,
Ethan's definitely a bloke
magnificent
who could be
buffet,
wine and
this is outstanding. I've
Oh.
tried it myself.
Hey, as you just said,
We're in the
I could
same
be
boat.
bought. Do anything for a good Christian. That's me.
No, I must admit, I started my greyhound administration career out at Sandown, so I do like the buffet over there, and you can probably tell by that photo that got shown before that I've enjoyed it in the past. What's your celebratory beverage of choice after having a big winner?
One of these, a Carlton.
Carlton? Have you got a hidden talent?
Not snooker.
No, smart ass. I play guitar. I don't think many people know that about me. That's something I haven't
Smoke on the water?
Things a little bit more adventurous than that, but yeah, I could probably pull that off.
If you could own one greyhound, who would it be currently racing?
The artist formerly known as organised crime, wrongly accused.
Fair enough too. Race that you'd love to win as an owner?
Melbourne Cup.
I missed one deliberately because I felt like we could have gone off air if you had have answered this wrong directly after a few bad answers in a row. But what speed is acceptable to have your cruise control set to when you're in the right lane?
108.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm comfortable with that. And then yours is a little bit different because you're not a trainer or necessarily an owner or breeder or anything like that. But if you could give one piece of advice to someone that was, say, interning at Sandown and they said, Ethan, I want one piece of advice for my journey in greyhound racing, what would it be?
You just got to be willing to put your head down and work harder than anyone else around you. I don't think that's any secret to our industry or Sandown specifically, or
doesn't matter whether you're
anything.
A janitor or an engineer
Doesn't
or
matter.
whatever it is, that's good
Does
advice.
not matter at all. If you're first in, last out, and you're giving your absolute guts, then you'll end up doing whatever it is you want to do. And I mean, I'm no person to give no motivational speech. I'm not exactly the most inspiring person.
Sounds like that's
ever.
what you're trying to do.
Oh, I'm tearing up.
Oh, good. I'm glad I'm having an impact on someone. But it's hard work trumps everything. So no matter what you caper, it's as simple as that. It really is.
All right, we've got an 11th question that's come through, Ethan, and it could arguably be the most important.
Nick, any updates to where the self-proclaimed where the self-proclaimed King of Fitzroy, Ethan, will be attending tonight? It's a very good question, and my phone has been on Do Not Disturb, but there has been
a myriad of messages flying through questioning me about this. So once I get off air and have 5 minutes to sort myself out, I'll be able to provide an answer. There might be, what did we say yesterday, a watch-along extra, Brett.
I think if there's one thing I can recommend to you, Ethan, don't end up at an establishment that looks something along the lines of this. That would probably be my best advice on this Saturday night.
Or do.
Or do.
I
think I might try my luck on the open scene before I resort to a venue of that nature. But
embrace the
you never
velvet.
know.
Embrace the velvet. It's good.
I've got a 12th question
Oh,
that probably sums you up as a human, can redeem you a little bit.
So I'm stuffed.
The myriad, to use your word, of listeners or watchers out there would really be hanging on the answer to this. So hopefully you answer this correctly. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Firm yes.
Good answer.
Firm yes.
Good answer.
Good answer.
If you don't like it, I suggest you get your head red, grow up.
How about we've just had the great James Vandermark roll down, and I'm not sure I can cop talking to him too much more. So I might go check him and I'll go make sure that the box
Everyone's
draws
fighting to get off.
all ready to go.
I think the talk around him not getting his second invoice in prompted him to get down here as quick as he could.
He did.
I'd like to do something
Jim,
about
come jump in here. Yeah, that's okay. I need to go check if the box draw's all sweet.
Hang on, Smithy.
One down could be the favourite. There you go.
What did you say? The favourite's down.
One down could be the favourite.
The show's to
suddenly looks
start.
a lot better.
What's been happening, Jim? How have you summed up the night?
Good night of racing. I was a little bit concerned. Is that level all good?
Bring it a bit closer.
Yeah.
You should know these things.
Yeah. How do you move it?
Smithy's done it up too tight. Who knows?
Smithy with his big muscles. Have you heard about his late night walks?
Oh, don't worry. This was covered well in advance. Well in advance.
Yeah. He's
We
a strange
witnessed it live.
cat. Here we go. We're getting somewhere now. Run of the night for me, I think, was organised. What was it? Nah, it was wrongly accused. I mean,
huge.
That's just not working for me this season. Down the back, I thought Dramatical was home. Just kicked that 2 or 3 lengths and sort of looked like he almost broke the young dog's heart.
Yeah.
Just gonna have to hold this thing now. And then the moment that I was like, no, this is all over, it was like he just flicked a switch. And we know Dramatical, although he's a beast and he hits the line so hard over the provincial tracks, he doesn't always fly through the line here. And maybe wrongly accused, which is still taking some use to getting to say that, but maybe he just sensed that vulnerability and he just found another gear. But I went with, was it same dog, different name in the call? And then after it, I was like, have I just said same name, different dog? Which completely balls the whole thing up, but I got it right. So just. Collingwood are going to win, 21 points up over the Blues.
Yeah.
Condolences,
It's a
Brett.
great hand show, mate.
You're Blues man. I'm
Brisbane's turned it on, Ethan.
So they
Eventually.
These good sides, I know we're meant to be talking racing, but Freo today, I watched the whole game. I actually jumped in the bath, Jace. I thought, big night tonight.
Okay.
That's the vision you want to see.
Yeah, no,
We're clearly gone past the broadcasting
You
guidelines.
didn't have a velvet red background.
No, I thought about that when I saw your thing at there it is.
Perfect.
No, I thought I'd jump in the bath, just relax a little bit. I use these Epsom salts just to loosen up the muscles
That's
a little
what you
bit.
use when you're playing under 12s and get in the bath, isn't it, on a Sunday
like that.
afternoon?
But yeah, sat in the bath, just relaxed, and sat there with KO just watching the Fremantle game. And I reckon I was in there for an hour because I just wanted to sit there and watch the footy. So with 2 kids and a wife, I thought, here's my chance just to say I need a bath and
Go
sit there
and
watch the
hide.
footy. Yeah, so it worked out all right. But no, really good night of racing. Back to this, and I mean this dog wrongly accused. I reckon he's something else. Like he's sort of like Cumbria Jack type class. Like you can just see, and good dogs find a way. Box 8 here isn't the easiest to win from, and Brett, you nail the form. You sit there and do form. It's not the easiest place to win from, and the way that he navigated, sat behind a Group 1 winner at the track and just blew him away. Like it sort of blew me away how he won by 3.5 lengths.
Yeah, it was class. I think when you see these dogs come on the scene, there's always the conversation at the start. Is he a fast dog or is he a good dog?
Yeah.
And it's just
a big
incredible
difference.
how early he looks like a proper race dog.
Like, I sort of thought he was that dog that would miss the kick a fair bit. Like he looked like that first couple of starts, but just like almost like a hooked on scotch in a way with that just just that booming power, that high speed ability once he gets rolling. But I thought he was going to be a dog that needs a lot of luck throughout his career.
Yep.
I feel like I was a long way from it because right now he's making his own luck. He runs time. He's showing a bit more early zip. Box draw is going to be everything for next week. Like it's going to make the race.
Do you think the box draw will impact him as much as it will others? Because we were having that chat earlier where we thought he's probably one of the only dogs in the race where you go, we're not too fussed where he draws.
Yeah, look, he's probably an interesting one because you sit there and go, well, is it an issue where he draws or is it not an issue where he draws? Because he's still not always going to run 5-0s to the peg.
No.
So I think Connections would be saying, well, give us box 1 or 2 because we've got the advantage of if we miss the kick, we suck the rail, we still get a great run and we probably still win the race. But just going through, Storm Hustler, he's one that applies heat to the first corner.
Yep.
Indy Melman's not going to be a problem getting back in the start of the race. Happy Dad's another one that, gee, was a good win, but he's going to get back. Bernardo's Queen, she went 5.40 to the peg tonight. Like, she got the right race to come through and win.
She
but
got 5.40?
5.40 to the peg.
Goodness
on
me.
Watchdog.
Well, her going 5.40 and what, 30 overall?
Yeah, it's a big effort overall.
That's a big run.
And then you've got Repellent, who's gone 5.14, 30 and 25, and had the perfect run camped on the outside of Poor Sapphire. Tripped out 5.09 in the first heat. So when you actually break it down, there's not a heap of speed. Like if wrongly accused brawls 1 or 2, you throw Storm Hustler out in box 8, the pressure dog, he's going to zip through and lead wrongly accused, and that'll be it.
He's giggling. He's giggling.
Yeah, he's got a bit on him when you look at it like that because he doesn't have to run the 5.02s that he almost had to run a quicker section tonight than what he will next week.
Well, yeah. I mean, we were talking about it before that race. If that was the final, you'd be stoked. Like the names that were coming up in that heat with Dustin and Dramatical, and just the way that he's only been here a couple of times. He's only had a couple of starts experience compared to some of those dogs, and he had to do it from the hard draw. So
did they change the age? They did, didn't they? They opened it up a little bit more for the maturity.
Well, this was years ago, I think, was it?
Yeah, I think they did because it feels
do you
like...
Do you reckon it's too old?
Well, it depends on which way you look at it. Do you want it to be a race for the young dogs coming through? Because even a dog like Sparring, like he's not a juvenile greyhound coming through, but do you want a race where you're getting the absolute superstars of the sport? That's more what we're seeing now. But
it's a good crossover at the moment.
I think what you get tonight is exactly what you want for this kind of race.
I was going to say,
kind of the year.
Would you be disappointed if you take out a couple of the big names tonight, even like a Dramatical? It does take from the series. So
does it lose its interest?
I think so. I think it just becomes a reasonable Group 1. Where right now it's a really hard race to win, and it's almost a race that if you're looking to have a stud career, these are the races you want to win.
Yep. Hope the team in the studio at Sky getting ready to call this race at the Meadows.
Yeah,
start going through your numbers.
As long as the door's open, I should be right.
Jim, here's the speed map. What's your take on this last heat?
Oh, it's a tough race. Can you excite me? I don't know if she's going as well as what she was, let's say...
April?
Yeah, when she was successful in WA. Just having a quick look. Yeah, look, Blink and Miss is an interesting runner because if he hits the mat and he hits the start right, he can run well. Algebra, I reckon, if he somehow got lucky, I've got a lot of time for him. I think he's a serious dog, but he is going to need some luck. I went the 3 on top, Blink and Miss, but to be honest, not a race that I'd be completely lashing out on, boys, but I better go.
All right, get upstairs.
Calling.
All the best. Well
Thanks, Jim. Box draw after the last. If you want to take part in that, up to you. No invoices though, thanks.
And moving like a leopard towards the com box.
That's the Epsom salts.
Yes, James Van der Martin at Bath is not information I was expecting to come across.
No, not exactly what I needed.
No, keen for Smithy's take on that. He's about to rejoin the set, but boys, your take on this final heat?
Well, I'll hand over to Brett because I know he's keen.
Yeah, I'm really keen. I thought Can You Excite Me has God's map here. 6, 7, they both want to cut down to the fence. You're giving a greyhound with this kind of talent room to operate. The thing that is concerning me is just the amount of dogs getting run down tonight. I don't know if there's just something with the track, not too sure whether it's a bit slow, but the times they've been running has been pretty good, so it's probably just luck of the draw, really. Blink and Miss, just want to see him do it against this quality is the only reason why I've gone that way ahead of Blink and Miss. There's also a bit of speed on the inside here in Eventuate, who's led her last 2 starts, both at Sandown and the Meadows in decent sectionals. So, yeah, I'm happy to stick with Can You Excite Me, one of my better bets on the program, which has been the kiss of death for most greyhounds this evening.
Yeah, I had Can You Excite Me as well. I think it's not a knock against Blink and Miss at all. I've got a lot of time for him, but
I think poor Quirty's going to give a lot of pressure in the first 20 metres and eventuate, despite being drawn box one. I think when the pressure's on, coming around the post the first time, she's going to want to shift out a length or two. I think there's a chance that a couple will end up going with her. I just think the Can You Excite Me might be left in front.
Give me Blink and Miss in a tough race. I like his upside. I don't mind his draw. I know he's going to cop a little bit of heat, but he strikes me as a dog that's going to absorb that heat eventually in his career and be okay with it. And I think tonight might be the start of that. So 440 is a reasonable price. But Can You Excite Me? She's clearly the class of the race. There's no doubt about that. Being a Sandgroper winner in open company against the likes of Deadly Avenger and Can You Mayhem and the like, who are multiple Group 1 winners. Very, very hard to beat, but the pink, always difficult to get across. I don't care whether it's at Sandown, whether it's at the Meadows. It's never super simple or straightforward, but maybe she just has that blistering speed to get across, and I hope for your sake, Brett, that she does.
Fair play to Matfield. He's been throwing up tips all night, which is always good. Yeah, it's probably a fair point that Jimmy made about Can You Excite Me maybe not being at the top. I don't really know any Queensland times. Went 25-10-3 start to go leading all the way. The best on that night was 24-81. So
Smithy, that's your
24-81. I don't know if it's the track record, but it's very, very close to it, within a length of it, I think. So
there you go. So that's not
that gives
bad
you a
form then.
decent sort of line. Obviously, the Q1's not the oldest track of all time and hasn't had the biggest, I suppose, backlog
some
of
good dogs on that
times.
one-turn
But
track.
the Ipswich Cup was not long ago, and we saw Gold Force and Cumbria Jack and the like go around in that. So certainly established enough to give you a line. We're not too far away. The final
Good to hear
heat.
James Vandermart's made it to the combox.
As
Only
he
time
somehow
he
always finds a
He'll be
way to
puffed,
do, no
wouldn't he?
matter how late he leaves it.
He's asked me to put an elevator in here, I think. All right.
All right, here we go.
Let's do it.
We'll get to the Pies song
Cheers.
after this.
Jump Excite Me. Come on. Placed it fairly.
Here comes the pressure.
Oh, it's
Eventuate did shift up the track a little bit and took poor Carver's run, and he
Blink and
is
misses
blink
there.
and
Here
miss
we go.
on the scene. Let's see him strut his
Putting
stuff.
in
Can he
big
get past?
bounds, big bounds.
And some Rambo for
Get
Matty
around
Field.
and
Nice
shift
and
out.
tall.
Get around, she'll
Oh,
shift
no.
out.
Eventuate is shifting out.
Poor Carver.
No,
I didn't get there.
Blink and
Gutsy
miss
win
has
for
got
Josh.
there.
Gutsy win.
Well, a broken clock is right twice a day. It might be the first winner I've found tonight, but blink and miss. He did absorb that pressure. He caught plenty of it, particularly from Eventuate on his inside, who wanted to shift up the track, as you highlighted, Ethan.
Yeah.
And blink and miss. Another one for Joshy Formosa through to the Maturity Classic. Tell you what, they've got a nice team at the moment.
Cracking run.
3, 2, 1, the numbers there. So another one through to the Maturity for the Josh Formosa and Corey Lee Heinrich team.
We've seen some greyhounds tonight really stamp themselves, I think.
And that's what we do with the Maturity each and every year.
This is what I was going to say just before he touched on that is I know he's had a couple of, he's probably had 6 starts now, something around that mark, and a couple of really fast ones. That's the race that impresses me the most out of his career so far. He had to absorb so much pressure. You'll see here coming around the bend. Eventuate will shift out and give him all sorts of bother. And he is a dog who wants the
Right
fence.
about here.
And just rides it, just keeps trying. That is a terribly professional display from a greyhound with, a very minimal experience compared to who he's going up against. That's a pretty exciting sign of what's to come for him, I reckon.
Yeah, pre-race I said he strikes me as a dog that'll absorb pressure and go on with it. Tonight I don't have to think that anymore, as in terms of I don't have to project that. He is that. He knows how to handle that pressure, and Eventuate's a very good greyhound in her own right. And you're right, Ethan, shifts up the track, gave him a fair bit of curry, and we saw just as he was coming around that home bend, multiple bumps, and they weren't just small little bumps either. A lot of dogs probably would have been entitled to just put the handbrake on and pull up stumps at that point, but he did not, and he looks like a proper animal.
And what's interesting to note, and there's a replay playing in the background, I only just picked it up, is the initial stages of that race is when Eventuator shifted up the track, Blink and Miss has gone straight down to the rail, hard. And when Eventuator shifted back into it down the back, he shifted off to the other leg and tried to go around. So he's thinking about what he's doing. He's not just going straight after what's in front of him. He's trying to work out how to go past, and that's a huge thing that'll hold him in good stead moving forward.
And for Matty Field as well, who went win some Rambo each way. That is one of the more sickest
I was
watches
nearly
ever.
getting up and cheering for Matty because coming around the home bend when Lincoln Miss and Eventuate were getting at each other, it just looked like red roses for that.
He went from a winning chance to not running a place.
Yeah.
Thoughts are with you, Matty.
How fast?
Do you know about his early quaddie on Thursday night?
No.
He had poor Hades one out as the third leg of his early quad.
One
He went
out.
round and won at $81.
He sent me the ticket.
Yeah.
Did he win the quad?
No.
He missed the last leg.
He had a $12 pop one out in the last leg as well.
He took on in Bloom in the last leg, one out too.
Yeah. Had the two? I can't think of
I
what
was.
his name was.
I
The cash
can't,
out would
I
have been
can't
a
put him
worth
for
a
any of
look.
this because, well, as you said, poor Hades won at 80-1. Yeah, I marked him 200-1. I thought he had none. So, yeah. But yet they've got me up here speaking about races. So anything can happen in this life. It's a weird and wonderful thing.
That's right.
You know what? Last chance to get Chris Barsby at Albion Park.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. What a man.
They're about to go.
What a man.
Fire away, Brett. Do it right now.
Go.
Here we go. They move forward. There's the light. They're off at pacing. Showing speed on the outside was horse number 4. But in the great, and jeez, I screwed that up.
Well, he normally runs. He normally runs with Y Major Jujon and Y
normally
Just say the names. Who cares?
Yeah, normally
Who cares if
Showing
they're right?
speed was our Major Jujon. On the inside is I'm a Mighty Possum. One out, one back. I'm a Mighty Quinn. First quarter, 29-7. That's fast for this class. The bit that I want to actually perfect is the tone drop that he delivers. It's a fantastic tone drop. When sort
Gates
of
fly back. They're often pacing.
Yep, and he would have gone there with Britt obviously on course. He would have gone, yeah, thanks Britt. Great
Good
stuff.
man, Chris Barsby.
Brilliant.
They've got some iconic voices up there. Bunny Brash.
Yeah, I thought Bunny had an awesome carnival.
He has
Just
some
when
good-
there's a big moment about to be served up, he turns it on.
He can sense the moment, can't he? He
turns
does
it
a
on.
bloody good job of it.
And he
It's
does a
levels.
good job. And I mean, our best callers do the same thing as well.
Yeah.
Of just the narrative of the race, like knowing the dog.
Yep.
If it settles within striking distance, you know that rise that he takes, and even if you don't know the qualities of these dogs, you think, well, geez, this must be a threat.
Yeah.
I must say the man upstairs today is arguably the best at that.
He is.
Yeah.
And in bad races too, he does it really well.
I was going to say, on a Sandown on Mondays, he's very good at giving insight, even during the run. Ryan Levitsky does that a bit WA. Who would be your favourite callers of all time?
Matty Hill's number 1, any code. But I used to love Timmy Newbold.
Yeah.
The Dap Dog Dogs.
Sorry, Shelby started like a Learjet.
Yeah. Yeah, I loved him.
Call
And
you can't do.
do you know, at a Nationals, Tim Newbold came up to me and said, "Hey, I'm Tim." I'm like, "Mate, I'd had 15 beers."
Like, mate, you're my hero.
Yeah, I'm like, "You do not have to tell me who you are. I should be introducing myself to you." But he's a very nice man, Timmy Newbold, and I think a very underrated caller as well. Obviously, not doing it anymore, but doing fantastic things behind the scenes these days.
Comment there, Smithy. Matty
Remember
Field?
my multi? Yeah, he landed a massive multi last year, Matty Field. So he lands some big quaddies, some left of centre ones. He doesn't mind standing one out at big odds, much like poor Hades the other night. So
outrageous.
I love his correspondence on SEN Track each and every Tuesday and Thursday night because he's always got some left of centre tips and quite often they'll land. Ryan Levitsky, the best by far, says Cal Robson.
Very, very good.
He's a good judge too, Ryan Levitsky.
Yeah.
He always likes plucking one at odds, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he does.
Quite often.
The favourite one is when a run-on dog finds the front and they'll be 20 metres into the race and he'll go, "This is all over."
Yeah.
and he's never wrong.
Yeah. Jim did that with Hot Nanu the other week here at the Meadows in a real hot free-for-all that had absurd speed with Distinction and Sharapova Star and Hot Nanu led, and Jim's like, "Well, I think this is all over." Yep. I'm like, yeah, it is.
Correct.
All right, we've still got the box draw to come, so we're still on air for quite a little bit.
What time is the box draw?
Well, we just got to wait for the stewards to come across, and we've got to go host it. Probably should go sort it out and make sure the microphone's going. Do you want me to host it, Ethan? You sit down for a bit, or what are we doing?
With what? The box draw. Yeah, I think Ethan, you get on your
I'm
bike.
pretty happy to go host. Doesn't bother me, no.
Yeah, all right.
No
Well, you host it. Just make sure you explain the process so the
If
stewards
you
are
bought
happy.
beers for us, well, then maybe you'd be in a different position. But
How about I bring 3 back? Will that?
Yeah, that'd be a good way to end the night.
We'll call it a draw then.
Very
and
harmonious.
maybe.
And then you can pack up all this gear.
Yeah, and maybe not talk about the stake.
Oh, we'll
That'll be
never
great.
be
Thank you.
helping you pack all this up.
And then when Corey's done his lap around the track, he'll come and help you finish off.
No, I've got me 10,000 today, don't worry. 13,863 for everyone that really cares about it at home.
All right, so a couple of text messages have rolled in. One, James, used to be slimming, question mark.
Me?
No, James, used to be slimming, question mark.
He's back.
Sit here, Jim.
Black's
oh,
meant to-
that's all good. Stay down there.
Black's meant to be slimming. Is that? Am I hearing right?
I don't know.
Yes, that's what it says. James Black used to be slimming.
I look as fit as a racehorse.
After the last, this invoice number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is your going rate these days, Jim?
What are these?
They're called headphones.
If you joined as a guest more often tonight, you might have been able to speak to the guests. That was the plan.
That's actually better.
You happy with that?
I prefer that.
They doing a satisfactory.
Just a couple of dogs that had to leave New South Wales before scratchings time this morning.
Oh.
So they're just having a little run around before
Little play around. We should take note then, shouldn't we?
before they head back. 5:35, 18:35. They're not exactly
Really?
boring, are they?
30-11?
30-74. So
Run around nude.
Yep, nude.
It's always weird for people who aren't used to it, isn't it?
It is. It's fascinating.
Seen him without a jacket.
Yeah.
Another text is coming in. Great show tonight, lads. We need more of this stuff. Insight and good laughs. Bloody brilliant. Appreciate that message from no name attached, but really appreciate that.
Jess?
Yeah. No way in the world she'd be up this time of the night.
And not listening to his shit. She's taking the time away, putting the feet up.
Might be having a chunder on the throne. That could be a possibility.
Geez.
Matty Field getting around the Hawk, Ron Hawkswell, clearly one of the icons of greyhound racing nationwide.
Ooh.
And Cal, what's that last name?
Callum
Friendly. Brett
Good trainer from WA,
No,
isn't
is
he?
he friendlier with the stewards over here compared to over there? So there's.
Oh, but he's Brett friendlier.
Yes. Provided my feedback once and got a slap on the wrist, so that'll be what might have been. There's a running sort of pattern where for a while in WA they weren't holding for races, and then there was one night where we just didn't get showed on Sky, but we never hold. And then I just decided to make a few comments, and I was probably correct, rightly so. Got a phone call from the stewards being a registered owner and all that, and I don't like
Do you
that.
stand by your comments though, Brett?
No, the manner in which I said them.
Yeah, okay.
So I would absolutely criticise
You know what
the
I
decision
reckon?
to not hold, but the way I said it was probably a bit out of order.
Most people only get annoyed when you make a comment and it's actually true. Isn't that true though? Because they're like, yeah, you're right, but you shouldn't say that.
I've never offended anyone, so I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah.
It's a precious world. Speaking of greyhounds running on time not greyhounds, races running on time, I was at the queue last Saturday night, and just before we went on air, there was a race at the Gold Coast or something, the Twilight meeting. They jumped 15 seconds before start time.
In the horse racing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it in the corner of my eye, and then I think it was Mark Olmus hosting. They come back after the race. He goes, "They've gone early there."
Yeah.
That would have been frowned upon.
It's a bit
harder to time it in horse racing than it is in dog racing, but yeah, you should never go early.
No, you should never go early.
Absolutely not. That is a massive no-no considering how much is wagered late.
Yeah.
It's a debacle in the horses.
I didn't realise we were talking about wagering.
What?
Continue on.
Well, that's why you don't go early, is because of
That's all
wagering. So
What's he laughing at?
I don't know what he's... You're right, Jim.
Might be time for another bath.
It's been a long night.
He was saying before, you missed it. He was here saying he got in the bath today, put on the Freo Dockers and just enjoyed himself, getting away from the family, and just a picture we wanted to paint
Just sat
towards
there.
the end of what's been a great night.
What's the bath like
He's in
down
tears.
in
I was belly up.
He's belly up.
My ass in the air, just relaxing.
Oh, that is a
Hey?
atrocious sight.
This was meant to be like a bit of a
It's like a
comedic show, wasn't it?
It's like a
Just confirming.
just a blowhole just appearing above the water.
The
and
Kiyama blowhole, you reckon?
My
Oh,
word.
goodness. Just another one going around.
No, Saturday we've got Heat 2 of the Winter Cup on, currently at Cannington.
Iconic Jet about to strut his stuff,
Yep,
and the Shane train.
stepped brilliantly.
Shane
Five?
Train looked like he was about to fall asleep behind the boxes.
Yeah.
Luckily, Iconic Jet didn't feel that way.
In the words of Peter O'Neill, see you back in the showers, boys. Mind you, not getting away up the back here.
Who was handling Shane?
Yes.
Yeah. Did he bend over, pick up the collar and lead, content he could do no more?
Don't know if he was content, but he certainly did pick it up. That gets a run every
Doing
race.
enough, isn't he?
doing enough unless that.
What are we seeing on the trial track here?
Going slow.
29.80. That's only fair for Iconic.
So these were reserves in the Maturity Classic heats, were they?
Corey?
Yep.
More text messages. Wrongly accused. Massive run. Checked off Dustin's heels and picked up Dramatical quickly. Imagine what he could run on a warm summer's night, and he's only 23 months old. Here. This is probably a
Superstar material, Jace.
This is
This
absolutely.
dog.
There's a
Yeah.
formal request for you, Smithy.
No, here we
Can Lorraine do the box draws?
Oh, gee, that would be something. She's actually already asked me to clip it up for her and send it through so she can pass along to the family. She's happy with it, and I think she thinks she's found a new calling. So
She wasn't in the best on ground markets, but I think that might have had to be reframed.
Yeah, what's it? The others upon request.
Yes.
We've spoken
We got
a lot about
Lorraine
food
down
tonight
here on the show, by the way, Jim.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
Legend.
Yeah.
We've spoken a lot about food tonight. Jim, what's Jim's best go-to food? He's a very fussy eater.
Is that from the wife, is it?
He's also a shocking cook.
No, I'm becoming quite a cook.
Okay.
How's this? You ever been to Nando's?
Nah, never.
If
never
you
been
go to
there.
Nando's and you're a vegetarian, you get the chicken out, they still charge you like a wounded bull. Now, I love Nando's, so we're not bagging Nando's, but you get a wrap, right, and you take out the chicken at Nando's, you're only left with a little bit of, I reckon, you get a little bit of cucumber, a little bit of the Nando's sauce, a bit of tomato.
Do you notice how he said
and a
I'm
bit
a
of
good
lettuce.
cook, and then he starts talking about Nando's?
No, listen, Smithy.
Okay,
This is the
sorry,
problem with
sorry.
you. You
Stay
jump the
tuned.
gun. You
All
don't
right.
listen to the full story.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what do you reckon that would cost you just for those three things in a wrap? Bit
Well,
of cheese.
I charge you double for not getting chicken at Nando's.
You'd pull it's like $17 for that. So then I get the chips. I put the chips in. So I thought today at home, just before I had a bath, I thought I'm gonna make myself up a homemade Nando's wrap because I got the Pyrenees sauce from Coles. Cost me about $3. Slice the cucumbers, slice the tomatoes, bit of cheese. I got these new potatoes that are meant to be low in calories or carbs or whatever you call it. Yeah, so put 3 of those in, dice them, just little ones, just dice them right up into chips, chuck that in, make the thing, mate, better than Nando's, 100%. And on the back of that, that's when I thought I'm going to go have a bath. I feel good.
It's been a follow-up from the same number. Track
I can
food,
cook.
Jim. Track food. Where do you go to a track where you think we get a good feed?
Oh, track food. Why are you asking me about food?
Because this is
Nah, it's
the
a joke.
audience.
I reckon we might
Sale?
be not far off the box draw. here. We can get
Yes.
back to it straight after this, I reckon.
Sales good.
He's ready, so we'll get to that shortly. Another message, Jim's fly's undone.
Haven't got a fly.
He's touched himself.
Hey?
Sale is on my bucket list.
Yeah,
All
sales
right,
good.
Looks like Ethan's ready. So let's head out there. Ethan, have you got us? All right, I don't have any audio from
We're muted
Ethan.
on the other end by the looks of it.
There we go.
Oh, we can
Fire
hear you,
away.
Ethan.
We've got you.
Try again. In the sanctum here at the Meadows, welcome you to the heat of the Maturity Classic. Have been run and won. The connections anxiously standing by, waiting to see their future and where their dog will be jumping from in the final. We've got the box draw here. I have some fine stewards to my right. We have a reordered draw, so the dogs have a corresponding number. The draw next to a colour ball, and that will be their box for the final. Anything I've missed? No? Oh, sorry, I'll read the order, of course. Greyhound, number 1, tripped out. 2, blink and miss. 3, repellent. 4, happy dad. 5, wrongly accused. 6, Bernardo's Queen. 7, Storm Hustler. 8, Indy Melman. 9, off the chart. And 10, on the family out reserves. Dad, box 4. Happy Dad, who ran down off the chart with 2 terrific swings. Blink and miss, box 6. Josh Mimosa, fantastic effort. Repellent, box 2. Some nice draws for Josh early. Tripped out, box 8. Out wide from box 1 next week. Wrongly accused, box 5. Can you handle it? Storm Hustler, box 7. Similar to 8 as he was in the heat. Indy Melman, box 3, helps the slow out dog. And Bernardo's Queen gets the red, box 1. Ian Garland comes up with the cherry in the final of the Maturity. So going back through the order, which should hopefully be just about here it is. Bernardo's Queen for Ian Garland, box 1.
Repellent for Josh Formosa gets the 2. Happy Dating 4. Wrongly Accused. The fastest heat winner goes into the 5. Lincoln Miss in the 6. Storm Hustler the 7. Indy Melbourne takes up box 3 and Tripped Out moves from box 1 in its heat to box 8 in the final. Your reserves are Off the Chart and Duana Family. It's been a fantastic night of racing here at the Meadows for heats of the Maturity Classic, and we better see you all here next week for the final. It promises to be another fantastic instalment.
You've been loose all night, Nathan. It sounds like you've got to stick up your nose.
That's the quickest box draw.
Scott will be cursing you something shocking how quickly you went through that.
Yeah, he's already cursing me from the side. We don't have to talk about that.
The quickest box draw I've ever seen, mate.
I don't think I'm going to be
All right, let's get a close look at that draw. Thank you, Mr. Christian.
Happy Dad, box 4.
What do we reckon, boys?
All right, Bernardo's Queen 1, Repellent 2, Indy Melbourne 3, Happy Dad 4, Wrongly Accused 5, Blink and Miss 6, Storm Hustler 7, Tripped Out 8, and have a look at the quality of the reserves. That is a cracking race. Jim, who's the early winner?
Well, you always know the strength of a race by its reserves, and this would arguably be the best Group 1 of the year based on that. I'm still going to go with Wrongly Accused. It's not the perfect draw. 2 pace dogs on his immediate outside, the right-hand shoulder, which in greyhound racing, you don't want that pressure coming from the outside in the run of the first corner, but hard to go past him. He's just a star on the rise, and if he wins this, he's one more step to being a real great dog.
Brett?
Look, if he had box 1, he'd be $1.30. But the only way, I think the box draw has made this interesting enough next week that there could be maybe a dog outside of Wrongly Accused. He's certainly the dog to beat. It could be the making of him. He just basically needs to beat out Blink and Miss for mine, and he's home. For one, that will be a big price. Again, Indy Melbourne could be one that could be an each way bet next week. That was a terrific run today. Yeah, interesting. It's been made interesting by the draw.
He should get to the rail. He should just get to the rail. He'll beat the inside 4 out, Wrongly Accused, and the only concern is if the 6 and 7 bump him into the run to the first corner. If he can, even if he let Blink and Miss go, I reckon he could run him down.
Yeah, well, Happy Dad's not going to head too hard to the rail either. I don't think it's a nice draw for Wrongly Accused at all.
I don't think it's bad, though.
He's clearly a superstar, so it's hard to knock him. I think Repellent's drawn quite nicely. Bernardo's Queen on his inside, Indy Melbourne on his outside. I reckon that's the winner from the draw is Repellent. If Repellent had a drawn 7, probably no chance. I think it's a big player off that draw.
Looking at how Wrongly Accused handled himself tonight, he could also just bully Blink and Miss out of the way if Blink and Miss was to step. So
I'm not on what we saw tonight from Blink and Miss, though. I'm not sure he's willing to be bullied.
Could I ask you a question in regards to Repellent?
No questions at all.
Tonight, could he have had a better run in transit? Straight on the back of Paul Sapphire?
Yeah.
And what time did he run?
I don't know the time.
30 and 25, I reckon it was. Yeah. What did Wrongly Accused go? 29... 78, 77. That's the difference for mine. I just think he's a beast of a dog.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I just think with the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 2 will show speed with Repellent. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. But I think if he doesn't get checked early, I think he'll just win.
Yeah, my point was more that Repellent is the
Value.
one that's come into into calculations from that draw rather than being a non-chance if it was drawn 6 or 7. Anyway. Patch,
all right.
Well done to you tonight. I don't think we've probably acknowledged it enough, the amount of effort that you've gone into to put all this tech together, to host, to switch all the cameras on the fly, to organise it all, get the run sheet together. I know everyone thinks very, very highly of you in this sport, and so they bloody should, because you've done a fantastic job.
Well said.
Appreciate your kind words, mate. It's been good fun. Looks like we've still got plenty of people tuning in. So if you still are there, thanks for watching. Thanks to everyone.
We've got our waitress here.
Oh, he's trying to win back the affection.
All right, let's do it. I'm not even sure if we're allowed to do this, but
we'll crack one.
It's late at night.
Wasn't Ethan drinking a beer before?
Yeah, he was.
So I just got to keep the price. That's all right. I don't really drink
this.
beer.
The best sound
all
in the
right,
world.
everyone crack it as we head off for the night. Thank you to everyone that's corresponded with us tonight on the text line or on the comments. It's been a bloody fantastic night. I'm going to enjoy this draft, and I think we all will.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Enjoy.